Hello everyone, please like and subscribe for more of this fanfic, and don't forget to check out the amazing Athorov and read the fanfic, link in description. Impel Down. A prison where the worst of the worst criminals were sent. A place filled with horrors beyond your wildest nightmares. A place that any sane person would wish to avoid. And it was in this horrible place, filled with the screams of anguish from the prisoners, was a young man. His name? Monkey D. Luffy. It had been 4 years since he was sent here. 4 years of being chained to a wall, covered in dried blood. 4 years since he lost everything. Luffy was a fearless pirate captain. His crew, the Straw Hat Pirates, were known worldwide. They were feared by the Marines and to those who read whatever propaganda the Marines had the newspapers posted. Each and every one of its crew members were strong in their own way. Each one ready to fight alongside each other to see their dreams come true. Each one was dead, mumbled Luffy. His face, once a cheery, smiling face full of hope and want for adventure, was now one of emptiness and sorrow. He had failed them all. Roger's greatest treasure. They were ready to go, but the Marines had sent everything they had at them. After the fight, the Marines were left with only about 3% of what they had sent. And the Straw Hats were dead before Luffy's eyes. He just stood there, lifeless and covered in blood, as the remaining Marines shackled him and seastoned and dragged him away. And now, he was here. Left to live out his days in this horrid prison. He sighed as he closed his eyes, feeling tired and mumbling before falling into slumber, "Everyone forgive me. Wake up." Luffy's eyes slowly opened. He was expecting to see a prison guard through iron bars, telling him it was meal time. He wasn't expecting to see the sight before him at all. He was in a small room, lying on a bed. He looked around, genuinely confused as to why he was in this strange place instead of his prison cell. He sat up, still in his prisoner outfit and seastone shackles. "Where am I? About time you woke up." Luffy spun around to see what looked to be a very aged man walk into the room. He was slightly taller than Luffy with gray hair and wrinkles. He wore a brown, button-up shirt, tan slacks, and white shoes. He looked at Luffy, smiling as he came closer. "Glad to see you're awake," he said in a raspy voice. "Who are you, old man?" Luffy asked as the man stopped about 3 feet away from him. He watched as the man raised his hand at him in a fist. He stared, wondering what the old man would do. "Open," said the man as he opened his hand. Luffy suddenly heard a click as his shackles fell off of him. Luffy looked at his freed arms and legs, rubbing them as he felt his strength come back. "Whoa. How'd you do that, old man? Do you have powers too?" "The open fruit," the man said with a nod. "I am a man that opens things. Like that," he said as he pointed behind Luffy. Luffy turned around and saw what looked like a hole in the hull. But his eyes widened at the sight in the hull. It was his prison cell. He kept staring even as the man walked to the hole and placed his hands around it, pushing the edges together until it closed. The old man then looked back at Luffy, who then looked at the old man. "So you opened up a hole into my cell and pulled me out of there?" he asked. "Thanks, old ma," was all he said before he collapsed. "Are you okay? Hungry?" Some time later, Luffy was eating a mountain of food as the old man stared in awe. "They said you had a big appetite, but this is unreal," he mumbled as Luffy wolfed down the food before him. After what felt like an eternity, Luffy laid back the chair patting his swollen belly, giving a loud belch. "Ah, that was some great food. This beats that slop in Impel Down," he said before looking at the old man. "Thanks again." "No problem, Luffy." Luffy just smiled before he then realized something. "Hey, how do you know my name? I never told you." "I know who you are, Monkey D. Luffy. Or, better known in the world as Straw Hat Luffy. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates." Luffy's eyes widened in horror as the mentioning of his crew flooded his mind with painful memories that he had locked away. He remembered each of their faces as they lay before him, broken and lifeless as he clenched his eyes shut before grabbing his head with both hands and began to smash it against the floor. "No, no, no, no. Stop it." He screamed as tears began to stream from his eyes before he turned to the old man. "Why did you remind me?" The old man looked at the boy, suddenly realizing that he had opened up old wounds that were best left closed before he gave the boy a sad look. "I'm sorry. The Straw Hat Pirates are dead." Luffy screamed as he lunged at the old man, pinning him to the wall. The old man just looked at Luffy with a blank expression as Luffy looked ready to lose his mind. "Why would you do this? You broke me out of prison to torment me or something. Why did you even break me out anyway?" Luffy screamed before he was panting, looking ready to snap if he didn't like the answer. The old man stared at him for a moment before closed his eyes and let out a sigh before smiling. "What if I told you that I could let you try again?" Luffy looked baffled at the question. "What?" "Take a look at that paper over there," he said as he pointed to a newspaper on the table. Luffy looked at him before walking over and opening the paper to see the picture of another old man in a marine uniform before reading the headlines. "Marine Admiral Kobe retires." Luffy blinked for a moment, confused at the words. Marine Admiral Kobe. Where? The old man in the picture. That's Marine Admiral Kobe. The old man said. Luffy looked back at the picture again as he looked at the aged marine. His eyes slowly widened as he stared at the picture. Yeah. That's Kobe. How'd he get so old in only 4 years? It's simple. The old man said as he stood up and walked towards Luffy. It's because it's been over 60 years since you've been imprisoned. Luffy just screamed at the old man. 60, no way. If that were true I'd be old like you. The old man smiled. That's because I brought you 60 years ahead of your time. The hole from before wasn't into your cell. It was into your time. You Monkey D. Luffy are 60 years in the future. Luffy froze as solid as a statue as the old man's words sunk in. The future? Yes. The old man replied as he took the paper away. He watched as Luffy slowly fell back into a chair, unable to comprehend what has happened. Luffy just stared at the ceiling, replaying everything that just happened in the last couple of minutes. Him being pulled here, the food, his nakama, trying again. What did you mean by try again, old man? Luffy asked as he looked at the old man with curiosity and a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. The old man smiled back at Luffy. It's exactly what I said. Try again. He said before standing up. He then held out his hands in front of him with his forefingers and thumbs touching each other, forming a hole. Open. He said before the area inside his fingers changed. Look inside. Luffy stared at the hole as walked towards it. He then peeked inside and looked around before jumping back. He shook his head, thinking he saw wrong before looking again. As he stared, his eyes began to water as his lips trembled. He saw a sight he hadn't seen in years. It was his old crew. His nakama. He was there with them too, laughing and cheering with everyone. My Luffy said before breaking down sobbing. My friends. Yes. The old man said as he closed the hole. No wait. Luffy screamed. Bring them back. I want to see them again. You'll do more than that, Luffy. The old man said with a smile. You'll travel with them once more. Oh really? Luffy asked, trying to get himself under control. Why would you do all this for me? He asked. The old man looked at him with a grim stare. Because this world is too twisted to live in anymore. He said before closing his eyes. The Marines are out for blood in their asinine pursuit of absolute justice. It's gotten to the point that if you look at them funny, they'll suspect you of criminal activity and come busting down your door. That's why I brought you here, in hopes that you would go back and stop them. How? Luffy asked. By achieving your dream. By becoming king of the pirates. Luffy stared long and hard at the old man before him. He had a chance to be reunited with his old crew. To go on adventures again. To chase their dreams together again. He could feel his hope swelling in his chest as tears of joy fell from his eyes, his lips forming the biggest smile he'd ever shown in God knows how long. Well? Asked the old man. Luffy didn't need a second to think this out. I'll do it. It had been 3 days since Luffy had been pulled out of Impel Down. He was excited and raring to go back in time to see his friends again. The old man, however, told Luffy to stay to regain his strength, which had dwindled during his time in prison. He was to be sent back tomorrow, giving him 24 more hours to rest and recuperate. Just you wait guys. Luffy said as he was staring out into the sky. I'll come back. And this time, no one will stop us from achieving our dreams. After a shower and some fresh clothes, Luffy seemed unable to contain himself. All the years of hopelessness he had were forgotten as he felt the dying embers of hope burn into a roaring flame inside his soul. Not even the old man's denial to send him back early could get Luffy down. He decided to ask the old man again just for the heck of it. Hey old man. Luffy said as he walked through the door. His smile dropped to a confused blank stare as he saw the old man looking through a small hole he made. His curiosity got the better of him as he walked over to see what the old man saw. What are you staring at? The old man replied before looking at Luffy. Oh. Just watching your crew's old adventures. Sky Island, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard. You had quite a lot of adventures. He said with a smile. Yeah. Can I see? Luffy asked, ecstatic to see it all again. Sure. One moment. Said the old man. He then grabbed the edges of the hole and pulled it wider for them to get a better look. See? Luffy couldn't contain himself as he looked around in joy. He could see his ship, Thousand Sunny, and his crew all around and started to cry. I can't wait to do it all again. Just remember. You're going back to make sure what happened last time won't be repeated. Said the old man with a stern voice. Luffy rubbed his eyes with his arm. Right. Hey, can you see all my friends? Of course. He said as he waved his hand over the portal. He showed various people from Luffy's past. Dory and Buggy. Bone Clay. Shirahashi. I especially like this one. He said before he waved his hand again. And this one. He said when it showed Bo Hancock. Oh. Hancock and Shirahoshi. Why? Luffy asked. What do you mean why? The old man asked. Because they're beautiful. He said as he looked back at the picture, blushing with bit of a goofy look. You okay, old man? Your face is turning red. Are you sick? Luffy asked. The old man just stared at Luffy. He had seen that Luffy was dense through the portal, but he didn't think was this thick-headed. He put his hand to his chin and thought before he waved it over the portal to show a close-up of Nami. What about her? He asked. That's Nami. She's my navigator and friend. And her? He asked when he waved again and showed a picture of Robin. She's my friend too. She loves archaeology. You must be kidding me. You mean to tell me you don't see them as beautiful? He asked. He seemed to get his answer as Luffy just stared at the picture with a happy grin. This is insane. He shouted. How can you not notice? Look at them. They have figures that men would kill to hold close. Dirty old man. Luffy said, causing the old man to fall over. He quickly got up and just stared at Luffy, who was just staring at a portal, trying to get it to change to see more adventures. How can he not go crazy at the sight of those women? That Hancock woman was fawning all over him, yet he didn't care. What is he blind? I've played out all his adventures and he definitely reacted to that Nami chick. What could it be? He's definitely old enough too. He was stuck in mid-thought as he looked at Luffy and the portal before his eyes widened. Maybe yes. That might work. He thought before smiling. Luffy? He said, walking towards Luffy. Do you mind if I try something? What? Luffy asked as the old man held up his hand. Look at the picture. Hard. He said. Luffy looked at the picture of Robin. He looked at the picture from top to bottom, his face staying a complete blank. What do you mean? It's Robin. Close your eyes for a moment. Luffy raised an eyebrow before saying okay. And shut them. The old man then seemed to concentrate as the tips of his fingers started to glow in his clenched fist. Luffy's eyelids started to glow the same as his fingers. Open. The old man shouted as he opened his hand as Luffy opened his eyes, causing the glow on his fingers and Luffy's eyes to brighten for a split second before disappearing. Luffy blinked a bit before looking back at the old man. Did you want to open my eyes? I can do that myself. Luffy said as he smiled. You're weird, old man. Just wanting to test my theory. He said before he changed the picture to Zoro. Now then, watch the portal and don't take your eyes off it. Luffy stared at the portal, smiling at seeing his old crewmates as they were shown. Zoro, Frankie, Brook, Nami. Oki. Luffy suddenly felt his heart race at the sight of Nami. His cheeks went red as he stared at her. The old man noticed and changed the picture, to which Luffy's face and heart rate returned to normal. He then changed it to Sanji, Usopp, Robin, Jinbei, and Chopper. The old man noticed him blush again when Robin's picture was shown. He smiled as he shut the portal. What was that? Luffy asked. Why is my heart racing? When did it start racing? Asked the old man. Luffy stared at him for a moment. When I saw Nami and Robin. Only them. He answered, feeling his chest as his heart was slowing down to normal again. It's a mystery feeling. He said, causing the old man to fall over again. It's simple. He said as he got back on his feet. I opened your eyes to women. Huh? Luffy said, clearly confused. I noticed that you were focused on adventures and pirating. You must have had those on your mind for so long, you just never seemed to have thought of women. So I used my power to open your eyes to them. Really? Luffy asked, thinking back to the feeling when he saw them. I like this feeling. I feel warm inside. Great. Said the old man. Now then. Let's discuss at what point I'll be sending you back. As I said before, when I send you back, it'll be as if your current body blends into your younger one, giving it your memories, strengths, and so on. Right. Luffy said. Now the time I'll be sending you back will be a short time after Ace has left on his journey, so around when you're 14. Luffy just nodded with a blank look on his face. After you're back, you'll have 3 years to train under Garp while keeping him clueless about all this. Do you understand? Luffy smiled at the old man, whose face went deadpan as he asked, you have no idea what I just said, do you? Nope. Luffy said with a laugh. The old man just sighed. Oh brother. The next day came and Luffy couldn't stop bouncing off the walls. He was gonna see everyone again. He was gonna be stronger than ever and use that strength to protect his friends. Come on, old man. I can't wait any longer. He said, running in place and smiling like a kid at Christmas. Don't rush me, Luffy. It takes a lot out of me to open portals in time. He said as took a few deep breaths. And stop calling me old man. I told you many times, my name is Phil. Right, old man Phil. Luffy said, still waiting to go back. Phil just sighed as he took a deep breath before shouting open. And plunging his hands into the air and opening up a portal to the past, showing a 14-year-old Luffy, sleeping in a tree branch with his straw hat over his face. My hat. Luffy yelled in excitement. He hadn't seen that hat in years. He almost forgot what it was like to wear it. He watched as Phil slowly opened the portal wide enough for him to walk through. "Okay," Phil said as he struggled to keep it open. "Remember. Use your time before you set off on your journey to train." "Right. And Phil, thanks," Luffy said as he and Phil shared a smile before he jumped through. "Woo-hoo-oh," was the last thing Phil heard before he let go and the portal shut. He smiled again as his home around him, as well as himself, began to fade out. "Good luck, kid," echoed Phil's words before he vanished. Luffy woke with a start before falling out of the tree, hitting his head on the ground. "Oh," he groaned as he rubbed his head. He looked around a bit, then opened his eyes wide as he remembered. I'm here, I'm back. I'm back," he shouted as he began to around, laughing and cheering like never before. "This is great. It actually worked," he said before he stopped and opened his vest to look at his chest. He saw that his scar from Akainu was there and he glared at it. You took them from me last time. You took Ace. Then my friends. Not this time, you magma bastard." "Luffy," came a shout behind him. He spun around to see Garp behind him with a bottle of sake in his hand. "What are you shouting about? You better not be trying to weasel out of training again." Luffy stared at Garp as he lowered his head so his hat shadowed his eyes. "Grandpa," he said in a low calm voice. I had a dream I had a lot of friends and I lost them all," he said as a tear rolled down his cheek. He then looked up at Garp with determined look in his eyes. "Grandpa, I'm going to become king of the pirates." Garp just narrowed his eyes at Luffy. "How many times must I tell you? So I want you to teach me everything," Luffy shouted, stopping Garp in the middle of his sentence. "Those techniques that you know. Where you moved so fast you disappeared. Where you jumped in the air like you were flying to get me down from those balloons you tied me to," he said as he was trembling before he shouted, "Teach me everything." As a wave of hockey spread throughout the forest. Garp just stared wide-eyed at Luffy. To think that his grandson had this much power at such a young age astounded him. His shock soon passed as he began laughing. "So, you want me to teach you everything, eh? Including those techniques which are called the 6 powers as well?" "Yes. I need to get stronger. If I don't, then that nightmare will become reality," he said as he got into a fighting stance. Garp smiled as he placed his bottle down and got ready as well. "Alright, brat. You asked for it. But you're still gonna become a marine, and that's final," he said. He and Luffy stared at each other for what felt like hours before they lunged at each other screaming. It was time. He had trained for 3 years under Garp and was now ready to cast off. Luffy took one last look around the forest he had grown up in and smiled. He took in a deep breath before rushing off to the bandit house. "Aiden. Everyone. I'm leaving now," Luffy said as he peered inside the house. The bandits all looked at him while Dayton had her back turned to him. "Good. Now we can finally get some peace around here, you little monster," Dayton said, not looking at Luffy at all. Luffy just smiled and was about to walk away, but turned back to them and said, "I hate mountain bandits, but I like you guys." "Will you just get out of here, you rotten brat?" Dayton shouted through her tears that she failed to wipe up with her hanky. Luffy's smile grew before he bolted off through the forest, running at speeds even he didn't know he could. In what felt like no time at all, he had already ran all the way to the docks of Fushia village. Some of villagers were a little surprised to see Luffy appear out of nowhere, but they smiled anyway. Soon, the whole village appeared to see Luffy off, cheering him on and wishing him good luck. "Well, Mayor, he's off," said Makino as she smiled. "HMPH. Grump Mayor whoop slap. Off to bring shame to our village, no doubt." "Alright everyone," Luffy shouted as he untied his little fishing boat. "I'm off." And he slowly drifted away from his village, waving back to them all. "Bye Mayor. Bye Makino. Bye everyone. Wish me luck," Luffy shouted as waved. His eyes widened a bit as he felt a presence lurking under the water before his smile returned. Out from under the water rose the Lord of the Coast. Luffy decided to have some fun and pretend not to notice, even with all the villagers crying out in panic. The Sea King lunged at Luffy, only for Luffy to smile and turn around at the last second, backhanding the Sea King so hard that it flew out of the water and skipped across the surface a few times before using the same hand to wave it goodbye as well. "Bye fish," he said, stunning the villagers silent. Luffy then looked to the clear blue sky and smiled as memories of his friends came to him. He felt a few tears fall before rubbing his eyes and smiling. "Wait for me everyone. We'll be together again," he said before he thought of Nami and Robin again. He pulled his hat down over his eyes as he blushed. "I gotta be careful. I might turn into Sanji," he said before he started laughing. He stared again at the sky with a determined look. "You know, Phil did say to change history. I wonder how I'll do that this time." "Last time," he said before he lowered his eyes to the boat as he sat down, letting the wind and waves carry him along. Last time, they got us because they threw every marine they could spare at us. Hundreds of thousands of them against 10 of us. His eyes shot open, that's it. I'll get more crewmates. More friends. I've come across other strong people who weren't in my crew before, I'll recruit them this time. This is gonna be so fun. He then stood up and shouted for the whole world to hear, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. It had been a few hours since Luffy left for his adventure, and on cue, his first obstacle had appeared. There's the whirlpool I got sucked into last time. Alright then, he said before eating all the fruit in the barrel and sealing himself inside. Time for a ride. He waited for a moment before he felt it. His boat was slowly being swallowed by the whirlpool as he spun around for a few moments. "Ah, I'm getting dizzy," he said as his eyes spiraled around. It lasted for a few moments before it ceased. All was quiet for a moment as the barrel then floated away from the whirlpool and surfaced. He closed his eyes and used his observation haki to see everything through the barrel. He smiled as he felt the presence of everyone on both the cruise ship that was sailing close by and the far-off pirate ship that was hiding behind the rocks. His eyes opened when he felt her. He could see her plain as day with his haki, and he couldn't help the rush of feelings coming to him. He wanted to burst out of that barrel, stretch over to the ship, and squeeze her in a hug like there was no tomorrow, but he remembered why he was here. He took a deep breath to calm himself down as he tried to focus on other things. He took his mind off of Nami when he felt two sailors trying to throw a hook out to his barrel. He smiled when he heard the splash of water. "Missed," he said with a laugh as another hook latched on and dragged the barrel toward the ship. He felt them slowly lift the barrel up to the deck before another starting shouting. "Pirates! Here they come." Luffy thought his volley of cannonballs rocked the ship, causing his barrel to roll around. Luffy spun inside for a moment before it rolled down some stairs and stopped in one room. That was fun. Luffy thought. I'm kinda sad I missed it the first time. He waited yet again for a few more moments before he heard a hello. "Kobe?" Luffy thought. It was good to see his friend again. He listened as Kobe looked around, hoping no one would be. "Whoa. That's a big barrel," Kobe said as he walked toward Luffy's barrel. Luffy smiled as felt Kobe roll the barrel away, only to be stopped by 3 other pirates. "Well looky here boys. It's our favorite little coward," one of them sneered. "You trying to duck out of all the action, runt?" No. Jay just getting some pea provisions is all." Kobe stammered as the 3 men stood the barrel up on one end. "We'll take it off your hands, brat. Probably some booze." But if Lady Alvida finds out," Kobe started to shout. "She won't as long as you keep your trap shut." "Got it," yelled another pirate, causing Kobe to agree in fear. Luffy heard one of them cracking their knuckles and knew this was his cue. Just as the pirate swung his fist, Luffy burst out of the barrel with his fists in the air, hitting one of them as he shouted, "What a rush." Kobe and the conscious pirates just stared in bewilderment at Luffy while he just looked down at the knocked out pirate. "Who is that?" Luffy asked, never really knowing who he was the first time around before he looked back at the other pirates gaping at him. "Who are you? Who the fuck are you?" they screamed. "Your friend will catch a cold sleeping on the floor," Luffy said as he got out of the barrel. "Who do you think put him there?" they screamed again before pointing their swords at him. "Who do you think you are, brat? We're the ruthless Alvida pirates and I'm starving. You know where the food is, kid?" he asked Kobe, ignoring the other 2 pirates. "Don't ignore us." The pirates screamed as they brought their swords down on Luffy, causing Kobe to scream. Luffy didn't even flinch as the swords broke it stuck to the ceiling. Both pirates fell back, looking scared. Luffy looked at them both before asking, "What was that for now?" Both just stared in fright before they asked, "Who are you?" Luffy just smiled as he crossed his arms together. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Hello," he said before the pirates grabbed their unconscious shipmate and fled. Shishy. Luffy laughed before looking at Kobe. "Those guys are funny. Anyway, what's your name, kid?" Kobe just stared at Luffy in awe before he snapped out of it and answered, My name's C. Kobe." "Great, so where's the food?" Luffy asked with a smile. "There should be a pantry over there," he said as he pointed towards a door, which Luffy immediately rushed over and flung the doors open, cheering at the sight of the food. He then jumped and started chowing down on apples as Kobe walked into the room. "You really should leave. Those pirates will be back with their friends to kill you." "Who were they?" Luffy asked, though he knew who. "Those guys were pirates under the command of the lady pirate Captain Alvida. She's ruthless with that iron mace of hers, and she won't hesitate to shatter your skull with it," Kobe said as he started shaking in fear. "Are you one of them?" Luffy asked. He saw Kobe look at him and explain that it wasn't by will, but by accidentally boarding a boat of theirs, thinking it was a fishing boat and had been brought on as a cabin boy for the last 2 years. "Why not leave?" Luffy asked, waiting for the reaction he knew would come. "No way. Impossible. I can't escape from Alvida." Just thinking of what Alvida would do to me scares me so much I could throw up. Nope, 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 no. Bam. Luffy's fist shot out, nailing Kobe in the head as he fell back clutching it. Would you hit me? Felt like it. Luffy said smiling. Kobe just sat back up as he rubbed his head. Heh. Well, I'm used to it anyway. All the other pirates on her ship smack me around for laughs. So you're a coward and a weakling, huh? Luffy said with a laugh. I hate people like you. Kobe just hung his head in shame. Way to state the obvious, Luffy. He said before looking back at Luffy. So Luffy, what made you go out to sea? He asked. Luffy smiled at him and answered without hesitation. To become king of the pirates. He had to hold back his laugh at Kobe's face. You're a pirate? Kobe croaked out. Yep. Crew? Just me. I just started. Luffy said as Kobe froze as a statue. Luffy smiled again as he waved his hand in front of Kobe's face. You know, he thought, I've always wondered if Kobe's brain shut down here. He waited until Kobe stood up and found his voice. The king of the pirates is the title given to one man who has it all. Wealth. Fame. Power. That means that you're aiming for the ultimate treasure. You're going after the One Piece. Yep. Luffy answered, smiling as Kobe was freaking out once again. No way, no way, no way, no way. Millions of other pirates are after that prize and you're only one person. It can't be done. Impossible, impossible, impo. Bam. Would you hit me? Felt like it. Luffy said as he took his straw hat off his head to stare at it. I made a promise to a great man one day be king of the pirates. He said as he remembered Shanks. And if I die trying, then I'll die. He said, smiling without a hint of hesitation in his voice. He looked out of the corner of his eye to see Kobe looking at him. Your dream? He said before he looked at the ground and thought. Luffy just waited for Kobe to speak what he remembered him asking. Luffy. Do you think if I tried that I could be a marine? A marine? Luffy asked, faking a look of surprise as Kobe looked at him with determination. It's always been my dream to be a marine and hunt down criminals. I know it would mean we'd be enemies, but do you think I could do it? I don't know. You won't either if you don't get off this boat. Luffy answered back as he headed for the door. Then I'll do it. I'm not gonna be Alvida's cabin boy forever. I'm gonna join the Marines. And then I'm gonna catch Alvida first. He screamed before the ceiling above him caved in, causing him to panic and run, his courage going out the window in spades. Who are you going to catch, Kobe? Said a gruff woman's voice as the debris cleared, showing a fat woman with more chins than stars in the sky. She looked over at Luffy before grinning. Who's this runt? He doesn't look like Pirate Hunter Zoro. Luffy smiled at the mention of his nakama before Alvida barked Kobe's name, making the boy cower in fear. Who is the most lovely woman on the seas? Why, that's why you lady Alvida. Kobe stammered. Luffy decided to really have some fun here as he pointed at Alvida with a surprised look and asked, that's a lady, Kobe. The pirates, Kobe and Alvida just gaped at Luffy as the pirates looked frightened as Alvida growled before snapping. Brat. She screamed as she brought her iron mace down towards Luffy, who quickly jumped out of the way. Let's go. He said to Kobe before grabbing him by his shirt collar and jumping out of the hole Alvida made. Luffy stared around as the pirates earned him. He smirked at the idea of fighting enemies pirates after so long. The pirates charged him, but Luffy easily took them out without breaking a sweat until they all charged him at once. Luffy ran off, feigning fright before he grabbed the mast, stretching his arm out, causing the pirates to stare at Luffy, who looked back with a smile. Fooled ya. He said before they all freaked out and ran away. Gum rocket. Luffy shouted before slamming into them all, scattering them all over the deck. Kobe just stared at Luffy before asking, what are you, Luffy? Luffy stretched his cheek out as he said, I'm a rubberman. Rubberman? Kobe asked before he looked behind him and shrieked at the sight of Alvida. You've eaten a devil fruit, haven't you? Alvida asked. Yep. He replied as he let his cheek go. Are you a bounty hunter? No. I'm a pirate. Is that so? She said with a smirk. Well, if you're a pirate, then that makes us enemies, right? Yep. Luffy said with a smile. He looked out of the corner of his eye to see a figure move along Alvida's ship. His smile widened before Kobe got his attention. Luffy, I'd run if I were you. Why? Why? Because Alvida is. His voice trailed off as he stared at Luffy, remembering what he said before. Luffy kept a blank face as Alvida smirked. I'm what, Kobe? She asked. Kobe looked back at her, determination in his face as he shouted. Alvida is the ugliest sea hag I've ever seen. Luffy just laughed as Alvida looked ready to explode in anger as she glared at Kobe. What was that, runt? That's right. You're ugly. And also, I'm through being your cabin boy. I'm getting out of here and joining the Marines. Kobe said as his courage soared. Do you have any idea what you're saying, brat? I know what I'm saying. I'm gonna fight for my dreams from now on. I'm gonna join the Marines and catch criminals. And I'm gonna start with your ugly ass first. Enough. Alvida shouted as she raised her iron mace. Kobe screamed but stayed put. He was gonna fight for his dreams, even if it meant death. Well said, Kobe. Luffy said as he stepped in front of Kobe, taking the full force of the hit. Luffy? Kobe screamed, terrified at the thought of Luffy getting killed. Luffy just smiled under his hat. That won't work. What? Alvida screamed as Luffy slowly lifted a hand to her mace. It's because I'm rubber. He said before flicking his finger, shattering her mace into pieces before stretching his hand back. Gum, you and pistol. Luffy screamed as he slammed his fist into Alvida's gut, sending her flying. She screamed until she was nothing but a star in the sky. Luffy's arm returned to normal before he looked back at Alvida's men. Bring Kobe a boat. He's joining the Marines. Luffy said as he glared at them all. Oh well. One of the pirates said, looking nervous. Well what? Luffy asked. He was still glaring, but inside he was confused as to what could be the problem. Well, when you shattered that iron mace, some of the pieces struck the lifeboats. He said as he pointed to the now useless boats. Oops. Luffy said before cannonballs started raining down around them. It's the Marines. Kobe shouted as 3 Marine vessels closed in on them. If they find me on this boat, my dream will die before it starts. Luffy looked around, trying to figure out how to get them off the boat before he realized that there was one boat that was still useful. He smiled as he turned to Kobe. Don't worry, Kobe. You're joining the Marines for sure. He said before he grabbed Kobe and jumped over the railings. He looked down and sure enough, there was another boat in the water with one person tying a bag of what could only be treasure safely to it. Heads up. He shouted, gaining her attention before he and Kobe fell into Nami's boat, shocking her. Are you crazy? She shouted at Luffy. Nope. He said with a smile before pointing at himself. I'm Luffy. This is Kobe. He said as he pointed at Kobe, who passed out due to fear. Can you help us get away from here? Why should I? Who are you guys anyway? Less talking. More rowing. He said before he let go of Kobe and grabbed an oar, rowing away as fast as he could. He smiled as he rowed while Nami screamed as she hung on for dear life. After about 5 minutes, Luffy finally stopped rowing and looked back at both Nami and Kobe, who had woken up after a while, and smiled. Well, that was fun. No, it wasn't. They both screamed at him, causing him to laugh. Nami sighed as she looked at the Luffy. He was a little taller than her with black scruffy hair. He was wearing a red vest, blue shorts, open-toed sandals, and a straw hat with a red ribbon. She then noticed he had a scar under his left eye. She then turned to Kobe. He wore a white shirt, black slacks, and white shoes, looking a little like a marine outfit. He had pink hair, blue glasses, and a little baby fat on his chin. Who exactly are you two anyway? She asked. This is Kobe. Luffy said as Kobe raised up his hand and gave a meek greeting. And you? She asked looking at Luffy. Me? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Hi. He said, smiling at her. Who are you by the way? He asked, knowing full well who she was. I'm Nami. She said, keeping a close eye on the two of them. So, where are you two going anyway? She asked. Luffy smiled at her before answering. Do you know where the closest marine base is? It took a few hours, but they had arrived at Shell's town. Luffy and Kobe had gotten off and stared at the town while Nami tied up the boat. Alright. She said as she glared at Luffy. This is where we part ways, pirate. She took her bag of treasure and stormed off, leaving them both to do whatever they wanted. She looked like she wanted to kill you when you said you're a pirate, Luffy. Kobe said as he watched Nami walk off. Luffy just laughed as he watched her leave. I like her. He said as he kept laughing. I still can't believe you wanted to come here. Kobe said as they both started walking into town. You wanted to join the Marines, right? Luffy asked as he was looking at a fruit vendor. Well then here's your chance. He said as he bought a pear before taking a bite. Kobe smiled at the thought of his dream coming true. Thanks, Luffy. Kobe said with gratitude in his voice. But why did you want to come here as well? I want to recruit Zoro as my first mate. Luffy said. As soon as he spoke Zoro's name, everyone in town backed away from him in fear. Luffy just grinned at everyone's reaction. Why would you want to recruit that guy? Kobe yelled as they started walking again. Haven't you heard what they said about that guy? He's a pirate hunter. Know why they call him that? It's because he hunts pirates. So? Luffy asked with his pinky up his nose, leaving Kobe to gape at his blatant stupidity of all this. If he's strong, I want him in my crew. Besides, he sounds cool. He said before he looked forward again as he asked, who runs the marine base here again? Moron. No. It's Morgan. Kobe said. Just like with Zoro, all the townsfolk backed against the walls of the buildings. Luffy burst into laughter, remembering how funny all this was. I'd expect that reaction from hearing Zoro's name, but from Captain Morgan. Kobe said as they kept walking. Luffy just pulled his hat over his eyes as he frowned in thought. Morgan was one of many honorable marines that Luffy had encountered. He remembered when all those marines had come after him and his crew, throwing wave after wave at them, all in the name of upholding their twisted sense of justice. Here it is. Kobe said, bringing Luffy out of his thoughts. They both looked up at the building, surrounded by a stone wall with an iron gate that read Marines on it. Kobe couldn't believe his eyes as he started saying his goodbyes, only to notice a moment later that Luffy was now hanging off the wall, peering over it. "What are you doing, Luffy?" "Looking for Zoro." Luffy replied before jumping off to move further down to the wall and jump up to peer over it again. Kobe walked over to him. "He wouldn't be out in the middle of the base, Luffy," Kobe said as he started to climb up next to Luffy. "And who's that?" Luffy asked. Kobe looked at where Luffy was looking before nearly having a heart attack at the sight of him. There, in the middle of the yard, tied to what looked like a crucifix, was Zoro. He wore a white shirt, black pants, black combat boots, a green sash around his waist, and a black bandana covering his green hair with 3 earrings on his left ear. Though he looked like shit, he was emanating a dangerous aura around himself. "No way," Kobe squeaked out. "It's really him. Pirate Hunter Zoro." Luffy stared at Zoro with a smile under his hat, happy to see his first mate and friend again. He couldn't help the smile that seemed to take up his whole face as memories came back to him. He was so happy, he almost didn't notice Zoro call to them. "Hey, you two," Zoro said, making Kobe flinch. "You're bothering me." "Beat it." Luffy just smiled as he heard a ladder clack against the stone wall next to him and Kobe. He looked to his side to see a little girl with big brown eyes and brown hair tied into little pigtails at the top of the ladder, with a finger to her lips, telling them to be quiet before jumping over to the other side. Luffy watched her while Kobe started freaking out, calling to the girl to stop. She walked over to Zoro smiling. "You must be hungry," she said, clearly not intimidated by Zoro glaring at her. "I made you some food. Whatever it is, take it and scram, kid," Zoro said. "They're rice balls," she said as she opened the clothed item in her hands, revealing 2 big white rice balls. "They're my first time making them, so I hope they're good." Luffy watched as Zoro looked at them like starved animal before looking back at the girl. "I don't want those, kid. Leave me alone." "But you have a hearing problem or something?" he shouted, clearly losing his patience. He was about to say more, but was stopped when a group had started walking towards them both. Temper Zoro," came a whiny voice. Everyone looked to see a few marine soldiers around a blonde lanky kid with his hair in an oval shape on his head. He wore a purple suit, white shoes, and a smug grin as walked towards them. Zoro sneered as the man looked at the girl. "Oh. Rice balls. Don't mind if I do," he said as he took one and started eating it. "Hey. That's for Zoro, not you," the little girl said before the blonde teen spit the food out in disgust. "What is this? It's got sugar in it. You're supposed to use salt." "Salt. But I thought it would taste better if it was sweet," she said, sounding sad. "Well, you thought wrong, you little brat," he screamed as he knocked the other rice bowl out of her hand and started stomping both into the dirt. "Stop," she screamed, trying to get him to stop, but failed as he kept stomping until it was nothing but a white pile with his shoe print on them. She stared at it as she tear up and sniffled. "But I worked so hard on those." "Ugh. This is why I hate kids," the teen said. "Don't you know the rules of this base, kid? Anyone who helps criminals in any way are to be executed on sight. By order of Captain Axe-Hand Morgan." He watched the little girl pale before ordering one of the marines to throw her over the fence. But Helmeppo, sir. She's just a little girl," the marine said. Helmeppo grabbed him by the collar before pulling him face to face. "I said throw her over the fence. If you're not gonna follow my orders, I may have to tell my father of your insubordination," he said. The marine looked frightened but lowered his head as he walked over and picked the girl up and walked toward the fence. He told her to curl into a ball before lobbing her over, screaming. Kobe looked horrified as he watched her get tossed over and head for the ground. He closed his eyes, waiting to hear her smack into the ground. Her screaming stopped and both Kobe and the girl opened their eyes to see that Luffy was standing there, holding her up. Kobe looked at where Luffy was a moment ago, then back at where he was now, blinking few times. "How'd he get over there that fast?" he thought as Luffy set her down, asking if she was okay. "Yeah. I'm fine," she said looking up at Luffy who just smiled. "That's good. You should go home now. Your mother must be worried about you," Luffy said as he looked back at the town. He waved her goodbye as she left with a small smile before he turned back to the fence and climbed back up to hang on it and look at Zoro and Helmeppo. "You really are a stubborn one. Aren't you Arano Zoro?" Helmeppo said in a smug tone. "That's right," Zoro said as he glared back at him. I'm gonna survive a whole month, then leave as our agreement. And you better not back out of your part. I wouldn't dream of it, Zoro. He said with a laugh. His laugh died in his throat as he felt a chill run up his spine. He and the other Marines were rubbing their arms as if cold as they looked around, confused as to why they felt cold when it was warm and sunny. Zoro felt it too and looked around until he saw Luffy and Kobe on the wall again. His eyes widened a bit as he looked at Luffy. Is that guy doing this? He thought as Helmeppo finally spotted them as well. Hey you. He screamed. Who are you two? This is a Marine base. He spotted us, Luffy. Kobe said as he looked at Luffy. Luffy didn't look away from the group in the yard as he traced a circle the size of the palm of his hand on the stone wall. What should we do? Hey oval head. Luffy called at Helmeppo, who just gawked at him for insulting him. Luffy pulled his hand away from the wall before smirking. You're wide open. He said before slamming his hand on the wall. Faster than any of them could blink, a perfect cylinder of stone shot out of the wall and hit Helmeppo straight in the groin. Helmeppo just stood there for a few moments before his face slowly twisted into one of pain as his eyes crossed before rolling back in his head as his mouth slowly fell open, yet no sound came out. He was trembling and sweating profusely as the pain finally reached his brain before he slowly fell forward at an agonizing pace and hit the ground with a thud. Helmeppo. The Marines shouted as they hoisted him into the air and ran back towards the base. Kobe just gaped at what happened while Luffy smirked. Zoro was cracking up laughing as he hung from the post he was tied to. Luffy then jumped over the wall and walked towards Zoro before stopping a few feet away from him. Zoro slowly stopped laughing but kept the smirk on his face as he looked at Luffy. I don't know who you are, kid, but I'd give just about anything to see that again. He said as they both shared a laugh. So who are you, kid? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate. I heard about you, Zoro. He said as he looked at Zoro. They say you're a swordsman, along with being a heartless pirate hunter. I am a swordsman, but anything else is just rumors. He said as he looked at Luffy. You don't look like either if you ask me. No one asked you. He said as his face slowly fell back to a frown. Anyway, what does a pirate want with a pirate hunter anyway? Never mind, I don't care. Luffy just faked a pout as he turned to leave but stopped and smiled as he heard Zoro speak again. Wait. Before you go, can you get that for me? Zoro asked as he looked back at the crushed food. Luffy bent down to pick up the food. You mean this? He asked. It's got more dirt than rice in it now. I don't care. Give it to me. Every grain of rice. He said as he opened his mouth. Luffy looked at him as he threw the mud ball into Zoro's mouth. He watched as Zoro choked the food down before coughing a bit. Told ya. Delicious. Zoro said in a quiet voice with his head down. Tell her I enjoyed the food. He finished. Luffy just smiled as he headed towards the wall. Back in town in an alley, Luffy and Kobe were talking with a little girl named Rika. He liked it? She asked with a big smile. Yep. Every grain. Luffy said as she sighed in relief. I'm glad. She said. I don't get it. He doesn't seem like the bad guy that everyone says he is. Kobe said. He's not a bad guy at all. Rika screamed. He's in there because of me. She said. She then went on to explain how about a month ago, Helmeppo owned a wolf that he used to terrorize the town with. He waltzed into her mother's restaurant, letting the wolf scare everyone there. She then told them that it tried to attack her when she tried to shoo it out of the building, only to be sliced up by Zoro, who was enjoying a meal at the time. Helmeppo saw this an act of aggression towards him and threatened to execute the mother and daughter unless Zoro stayed imprisoned for a month. If anyone are bad guys, it's Helmeppo and his rotten father. She finished. Luffy stayed quiet as he listened. He heard it all before, but it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Kobe also couldn't believe that a Marine would abuse his power in such a manner. Both were brought out of their thoughts as they heard crashing coming from inside the building next to them. Rika ran inside, screaming for her mother as Luffy and Kobe followed her inside. They watched as Helmeppo came in, his face in a scowl as he sat down at a table before knocking a bowl of fruit off of it and into the wall. Luffy looked over to see Nami again before smiling again. Your food and best drink on the house, woman. He screamed in a bit of a high voice. As they poured him a drink, he began talking. Lousy straw-wet bastard. If he thinks he can strike me and get away with it, he's so very wrong. After I execute Zoro, he's next. Who will you execute tomorrow? Said Luffy as he appeared behind Helmeppo. Helmeppo froze as his eyes widened before he slowly turned around to see a grinning Luffy standing behind him with his arms folded across his chest. He slowly turned blue in the face as his mouth hung open for a few moments before his eyes rolled back again and he fainted, leaving Luffy to howl with laughter. Big baby. He said as the Marines who accompanied him carried him off towards the Marine base. Luffy stopped laughing as he muttered. Zoro is definitely joining my crew. I am great. Said a big man in his office. Yes, sir. Agreed a marine behind him, though he could think of 1,000 things about the guy that proved him wrong. You are indeed great. Then why is it that the tributes from the townsfolk have dwindled? He asked. Sir, the townsfolk haven't the money to. It's not whether they have money. It's about whether they respect me. He said, clearly annoyed by the town's disrespect. Father. Came the shrill cry of Helmeppo. There's someone in town that I want you to kill for me. Normally Morgan, Helmeppo's father, wouldn't even bother looking at his son for something like this. However, he turned and raised an eyebrow at what he saw and heard. Why is your voice so high? He asked while seeing Helmeppo holding a bag of ice between his legs. Luffy was walking towards the marine base again, while Kobe was yelling at him not to do anything even more stupid. Are you okay with this? Luffy suddenly asked as he looked back at Kobe. Kobe stopped ranting as he listened to Luffy. Are you okay leaving this place as it is with guys marines like Morgan and Helmeppo in charge? Kobe slowly let Luffy's question sink in as he remembered how everyone reacted around them. Well no. Then shut up and follow me. Luffy said with a smile as he started walking again. Zoro was jolted out his sleep. He looked around, remembering where he was before he saw Luffy standing in front of him, and frowned again. You again? What do you want? He asked. Luffy smiled as he said, I want you to join my pirate crew. Zoro just raised his eyebrow at him before answering. Not a chance. I got things I want to do, and becoming a pirate isn't one of them. Zoro said in a bored tone. Luffy smiled again as he crossed his arms. Sorry, but I've made up my mind. You're joining my crew, Zoro. Luffy said. Did you not hear a word I said? I said I'm not joining you. Zoro screamed. By the way, where are your swords, Zoro? Luffy asked, ignoring Zoro's refusal. Zoro calmed down as he explained that Morgan's son took them away. Luffy smiled again. Alright then. I'll go get your swords then. Huh? And if you want them back, you have to join my crew. You little shit. That's blackmail. Zoro screamed. He just sighed as he lowered his head before looking up and seeing Luffy run off and away from the base. Hey, it's in the other direction. Zoro screamed. Luffy looked behind him and stopped. Just like last time. I thought the building was this way. Luffy thought before muttering. It's a mystery building. He then smiled as he got over the shock and stretched his arms out, rocketing over to the building, freaking Zoro out as he did. Luffy looked up at the roof, remembering that everyone was up there for some reason, and decided to figure out what this time. He then stretched his hand up to the roof, but slowly pulled himself up to see instead of flying over everyone. When he got up there, he peeked over the top to see the Marines pulling up a giant statue that looked just like Morgan. He frowned as he looked and saw Morgan himself up there as well. He was a tall man with blonde hair and tan skin. He wore a Marine captain's jacket, a bluish-black button-up shirt, pants that changed from light blue to dark blue all over it, and brown boots. He also had what looked like some weird metal jaw over his lower jaw and an axe instead of a right hand. He also wore an annoyed look on his face due to Helmeppo yelling at him to kill Luffy for striking him. Even you've never hurt me before, father. He said, trying to lower his voice as Luffy's attack from earlier still hadn't fully worn off, as evident to the ice bag he held against himself. Luffy had to use all his willpower to not burst out laughing. Do you know why I've never hurt you? Morgan asked. It's because I'm your beloved son, Fath. Wrong. He shouted as he hit Helmeppo with his fist. It's because you're a fool who's not worth striking. He then hoisted him up by his collar with the tip of his axe and brought him to his face. I allow you to use my status because it doesn't bother me. But don't you forget one thing. I am the one who is great. He bellowed before dropping him. He then went on about how he got his rank through strength. How titles are what matters and that this statue would show everyone his greatness. Luffy just listened with a bored expression but perked up when Morgan mentioned the little girl. The girl? Yes, I dealt with her. Helmeppo said. Then that means she's dead, right? Morgan asked. What? No. She's just a little kid. Helmeppo said. You there? Find that girl and kill her. Morgan ordered one of his men. What? I can't do that. Did I just hear you say you won't obey my orders? Morgan said as he walked over towards the Marine. I said kill that little girl. I won't. I won't do it. The Marine said. Morgan brought his axe down, aiming to kill the Marine. His blade was stopped less than an inch away from the Marine's shoulder, much to his and everyone else's surprise. That's enough. Said Luffy. He had stepped in and was now holding Morgan's axe in place with his thumb and forefinger, anger in his tone at Morgan's attempt to kill the man. What the? Who are you? Morgan bellowed as he glared at Luffy. He tried pulling his axe away, but he couldn't budge it. Everyone stared before Helmeppo started screaming. It's him, daddy. That's the guy who struck me. Helmeppo said as he pointed at Luffy. Morgan glared at Luffy before bringing his fist towards him. Bastard. He screamed. Luffy smiled under his hat before he disappeared just before Morgan's fist hit him. Everyone went wide-eyed as they looked around for him. "Over here," Luffy said, gaining their attention. He was standing between the Marines and the statue they were pulling. He then looked at the ropes before quickly bringing his left leg up in one swift motion. Nothing happened as he lowered his leg and muttered Tempest Kick. No sooner did he say that, the ropes were all sliced, letting the giant statue fold back and break in half, leaving the top half to fall and shatter on impact. Everyone just gaped at Luffy, who was smiling at it all. Shushi. "Seize that little fucker," Morgan bellowed to his subordinates. "Hey you," Luffy said as he appeared before Helmeppo, who just looked at him for a second before screaming and trying to run away. Luffy grabbed him by the collar as he smiled again. "You got something I need," he said before running off through the doorway into the base. "He's got Helmeppo," a Marine yelled. "Bring me that straw-hatted fool," Morgan ordered. "And one of you. Find and kill that little brat from earlier." "Captain, someone's trying to free the prisoner from the yard," shouted one of the Marines who was pointing down at Kobe and Zoro. "I'm surrounded by treason," Morgan growled as a vein stood out on his forehead. "Now where's Zoro's sword?" Luffy asked as he ran through the base, dragging Helmeppo along with him. Even though he'd done this before, he didn't care to remember what room was what in the base. "I'll tell you where they are. Just stop dragging me across the carpet," he shrieked. Luffy stopped as he looked at Helmeppo, who pointed down the direction they came from. "My room down there on the left. You just passed it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now we gotta go back." "Drop Helmeppo and put your hands up," shouted a Marine as he and his comrades pointed their guns at Luffy. "Wait a moment," Luffy said before putting Helmeppo between him and the Marines and smiled. "Now you can shoot." No. Hold you fire," Helmeppo screamed as Luffy used him to push past the Marines. Kobe was down in the yard, trying to untie Zoro from the post. "You got a death wish, kid. If they catch you, they'll kill you on sight," Zoro said. "I can't sit back and watch these Marines anymore. They're bringing shame to what a true Marine is. Look kid. I've got 10 more days until. More like 10 minutes. They're gonna execute you anyway." "What?" Zoro asked as his eyes widened. "Helmeppo was never gonna honor your deal. Now you're only awaiting death if you stay here," Kobe said. Luffy's inside getting chazzed by the Marines. "I'm not gonna ask you to be a pirate only to help him just this once. You have a lot of strength and can definitely help him out. Luffy's your only chance to getting out of here alive, just like you're the only one who can help him get out as well." "Hold it right there," bellowed Morgan as the Marines aimed their guns at them. Zoro and Kobe both looked at him in surprise. "Yep. This is your room alright," Luffy said as he looked around the girly room that was Helmeppo's. He immediately eyed Zoro's swords and smiled as he walked over to them. "Found them. Thanks for your help," he said before he dropped an unconscious Helmeppo on the floor. He then tied the swords onto his back, then walked to the window, spotting Morgan and the Marines, all ready to kill Zoro and Kobe. "Better get down there," he said before stretching his arms out and flying out the window. "Fire," Morgan shouted before the Marines fired away. Zoro and Kobe looked away, expecting death. None of them expected Luffy to appear before them and step in front of the path of the bullets. "What? Luffy no. Straw Hat." Luffy just smiled as the bullet stretched back in body before he bounced them all back, laughing that it was useless as the Marines ducked to avoid being hit. Zoro just stared at him as he asked what he was. Luffy turned around with a smile and a thumbs up. "My name's Luffy. And I'm the man who will be king of the pirates." "Do you have any idea what that means?" Zoro asked. "King of the pirates means king of the pirates," Luffy answered. "It sounds crazy, but he's dead serious about it," Kobe said as Luffy untied the swords off his back and held them in front of Zoro. "Got your sword for ya. There were 3, so I grabbed them all." "Are they all yours?" he asked, feigning stupidity as he already knew the answer. "Actually they are. I use 3 sword style," Zoro said, moving his arms around in his bindings. "Alright. I'll let you go. But if you fight now, you'll be labeled a criminal in the eye of the Marines. So it's either fight or die." "Well. HMPH. Looks like I don't have a choice huh?" Zoro said with a smirk. "Fine. I'm in." "Yes. Look Kobe. I got my first crewmate," Luffy said as he danced around. He was one step closer to getting his crew together again. "Stop dancing and untie me you moron," Zoro shouted. Luffy stopped and tried to untie Zoro while Morgan ordered his men to attack. "If guns won't work, use your swords," he bellowed. Soon, all the Marines were charging at them, ready to cut them down. Luffy pretended to untie the knot, waiting until they were close enough. "Man, these are tight," Luffy said. "Quit screwing around already," Zoro said. "There, got one," Luffy said as he untied his left arm. "Give me my sword now," Zoro screamed. Luffy gave him his sword, which he used in the blink of an eye to cut the ropes, unsheath his other blades, and stop the Marines' attacks in mid-swing. "Whoa." Kobe said, while Luffy just smiled. "Move and you die." Zoro threatened through his clenched teeth, causing the other Marines to cry. "Scary. Alright. I've fought the Marines. That officially makes me a wanted criminal, so I'll join you as a pirate. But I'm only going to say this once. Even though I sail under you, I only care about my ambition." "Which is?" Luffy asked, knowing the answer. "To be the greatest swordsman in the world. And if you make me give up my dream for any reason, I'll cut you where you stand. Got it?" Luffy just smiled, remembering this speech before as he nodded. "Got it. And it suits me just fine. King of the pirates should only have the best on his crew." "Heh. You're a cocky one," Zoro said with a smile. "What are you standing around for?" Morgan bellowed. "Kill all of them now." "Zoro. Duck." Luffy said before he pulled his leg back. Zoro did so as Luffy called out, "Gum gum whip." As his legs stretched out and swatted the Marines away. Zoro just stared at him as he asked what he was. "I ate the gum gum fruit," Luffy said, leaving Zoro to stare at him. Morgan narrowed his eyes as he thought of the rumors of the devil fruit. How eating one granted you a power of the sea devil, but made the ocean reject you and took away your ability to swim. Gum fruit. This is insane. One of the Marines said, snapping Morgan out of his thoughts. He listened as the Marines starting saying they were too strong to beat and that didn't stand a chance against the two of them. "This is an order. Those who just spouted weakness, take your guns and shoot yourselves," he shouted. All the Marines stared at him as he went on. "I have no use for cowardly weaklings like you lot. The only weakling I see is you," Luffy said as he glared at Morgan. He smirked as Morgan glared right back as a few veins started sticking out on his face and neck. He seemed to snap as he threw his coat off. "You little shit. I am the great Captain Axe. Hi. I'm Luffy," he said as Zoro sheathed his swords, watching to see what his new captain could do. "Zoro. This is my first order. No matter what happens, don't interfere. Got it?" Zoro nodded, wondering what Luffy would do as Luffy walked towards Morgan. "Hey Morbib." "Morgan." "Right. How about a bet?" Luffy said. This got everyone's attention as Luffy smiled. "You win this fight, we die." "And if you were to somehow win?" Morgan asked, wondering what the scrawny kid would want. "We get a boat and sail away with no problems. And since I'm a fair man, I won't move," he said as he placed his straw hat to his chest before closing his eyes and bowing his head and let you have first crack. Everyone was now gaping at Luffy, thinking he really was insane as Morgan smiled. "Heh. Fine you little brat. Now die." Morgan screamed as he raised his axe. He brought it down towards Luffy with all his strength, ready to kill him then and there. Everything seemed to slow down as Morgan's axe, which was the bane of everyone on the island, connected with Luffy's head before it shattered, stunning everyone. Wide Morgan screamed in horror at the sight of his now destroyed axe. The Marine's jaws hit the ground while Kobe had fainted. Zoro stood there, wide-eyed at the sight. He then noticed that the top of Luffy's head that the axe struck had changed into a grayish-black color before returning to normal. Luffy smiled as he placed his hat back on his head and made a fist. "My turn," he said before delivering a punch to Morgan's gut, making him cough up blood as he was sent crashing into the Marine base, smashing into his son who was looking for them with a gun. Everyone just stared at the hole while Luffy laughed. "I win. One boat please," he said, holding up a finger. The Marines all looked at each other before cheering about Morgan's defeat. Luffy just smiled as Zoro tapped Kobe with his foot to wake him up. Back in the pub, Luffy and Zoro were eating food like there was no tomorrow, while Kobe had already finished. "Ah. That hit the spot," Zolo said. 3 weeks with no food sucked. "If it was me, I'd be dead in 3 days," Luffy managed to say with a full mouth of food. "How can you eat more than me anyway?" Zoro asked. "Please, eat all you want," Rika's mother said with a smile, happy that the town was free from Morgan's reign. "I'm sorry. You're feeding me, even though I wasn't any help," Kobe said. "It's alright," she said. "So Luffy, who else is on our crew?" Zolo asked. "Us. Wait. Just you and me?" he asked, pointing at them both. "Yep. Our ship. Don't know yet," he answered. "Well, this is a great start," Zoro said sarcastically. Before they could discuss more, the Marines arrived. "You two are pirates?" the new leader asked. "Yep. I see. As Marines, we cannot harbor pirates, so we must ask that you leave this island immediately," he said, causing the villagers around them to go into an angry uproar. "You guys were scared too. There are saviors, as well as yours you jerk. However, we will not report you to HQ. Also, for defeating Morgan, as per your bet with him, a vessel has been prepared for you." "Alright," Luffy said before standing up. Let's go, Zoro. He said. He walked towards the door, with Zoro right behind him. And what about you? The Marine asked Kobe. Aren't you their friend? He asked. Kobe just stared at them as he turned back to Luffy. Is this guy your friend? Luffy looked back at him before smirking. Actually, he's a cabin boy. Luffy said. Kobe went wide-eyed as Luffy began to speak about Alvida, wishing for him to shut up or they won't let him in. And Kobe here, well, Luffy said before Kobe punched Luffy. Shut up. He yelled. Zoro smiled as Luffy looked at Kobe with a grin. You bastard. He shouted before he started repeatedly punching Kobe. Enough. Shouted the Marine as Zoro held Luffy back. It's clear that you guys are not friends. Leave this island at once. He shouted. Both of them left while Kobe lay on the floor, realizing that Luffy helped him yet again. He stood up, thinking that he needed Luffy's help in the end, and asked himself if he was helpless. Sir. I wish to join the Marines. Kobe said as he stood up straight and looked the Marine in the eye. Sir, I advise against this. Pirates are known to plant spies in the Marines. I wish to join the Marines to carry out real justice and to stop all criminals. Kobe said with a steel determination. The leader looked at Kobe before tilting his hat down and stood next to him. I've seen many a Marine stronger than you die at the hands of pirates. This life will not be easy. You're in, kid. Kobe smiled, realizing that his dream had finally come true. That was some bad acting. Zoro said as they loaded their stuff onto a small sailboat. Don't worry. He'll be fine. Luffy said. He was untying the boat, waiting for Kobe to appear. Well, they hate us now. Best way to leave. Zoro said. Luffy smiled as they sailed away when he sensed him, Rika, and her mother. Luffy. Kobe shouted before throwing him a salute. Thank you for everything. I will never forget this kindness. Luffy and Zoro smiled before the rest of the Marines showed up and saluted them as well. Kobe looked back at the leader, who looked back. You have some good friends there, kid. He said. Man, what we've done is a complete violation against all we stand for. Therefore, no food for 3 days. He ordered. Yes, sir. See ya. Luffy shouted as he waved them all goodbye. He then turned back to the sea, ready to get on with his adventure. It had been 2 days since Luffy and Zoro left Shell's town. They were sailing onto the next island, both starving. I'm so hungry. Whined Luffy. That's because you ate our food, Dumbus. Grumbled Zoro. Both had talked about a few things. Zoro had asked if Kobe could cut it as a Marine. Luffy just smiled and laughed, saying he would be fine. Luffy knew all too well that Kobe had what it take to be a Marine. They both just lay there with their stomachs grumbling. While Zoro was thinking of food, Luffy was keeping his eyes on the sky. He then felt a presence in the sky and smiled. He and Zoro both looked and saw a giant bird flying above them. A bird. Zoro said. No, lunch. Luffy said as he stretched his arms to grab the top of the mast. Gum gum rocket. Luffy yelled as he flew up at the bird. He flew up and smiled as the bird held his head in his beak. Zoro. I think I'm stuck. He shouted. You Dumbus. How'd you manage to do that? He yelled as he started rowing the boat after them. He yelled out insults at Luffy while he tried to keep up, while Luffy just laughed as he was carried off. Help us. Zoro looked to see 3 guys floating in the ocean, screaming for help. Oh great. I ain't stopping, so if you want to lift you better grab on. What? They all screamed. They all grabbed on as Zoro passed and jumped inside. Oh, you made it. Zoro said. We were gonna leave us to drown. They screamed. They then pulled out their weapons and demanded the boat, stating they were pirates. Zoro just looked at them with a dangerous look in his eyes. The 3 pirates, covered in bumps and bruises, then started rowing the boat for Zoro, stating that they didn't realize who he was. Thanks to you idiots, I lost my friend. Just keep rowing. Zoro said in a bored tone before asking why they were drifting at sea. The 3 then told him how they were coming back from raiding a ship before they spotted another boat with a girl in it. She had offered them the treasure from the chest in her boat in exchange for food and water. They boarded her boat to find it empty, while the girl had taken their boat full of treasure, leaving them at the mercy of a storm that she predicted. She knew a storm was coming, huh? Zoro asked in interest. Yeah, and now we're in big trouble. One of the pirates said. If we return to Captain Buggy empty-handed, we're dead. Buggy? Zoro asked. You mean you've never heard of Captain Buggy, the clown pirate? Another asked. He's a monster who's eat a devil fruit. Is that so? Zoro asked. Luffy was laughing as he looked around from a bird's beak view. The bird was still flying in the sky as it approached an island. Luffy grinned as he looked down, trying to spot Nami. He didn't get to look long before the bird was shot at with a cannonball. The ball exploded, making the bird drop Luffy, who was laughing as he fell. He looked down and saw Nami and 3 other guys carrying weapons who were chasing her. Incoming. Luffy shouted before he crashed into the ground between them. They all stared at the dust cloud from where Luffy landed, thinking he was dead. The dust cleared to show a laughing Luffy standing up and dusting himself off. That was fun. I want to go again. It's that pirate from before. Nami thought as she stared at Luffy. She looked back at the other pirates before grinning. Boss. I'm so glad you're here. She said in a happy tone as she ran up to him and held his hand. Thanks so much for coming to rescue me. I'll leave them to you. She said before she ran off. Luffy just stared at her running away before he looked at his hand. He smiled as that warm feeling came to him. She's getting away. One of the pirates yelled. Who cares? We've got her boss right here. Said another as he approached Luffy. We'll use him to barter for that map she stole. Luffy didn't even look at them, still smiling as he thought of Nami. This irked the pirate as he punched Luffy in the back of the head, stating that the girl stole something from them. That woke Luffy from his thoughts as his straw hat flew off his head. He spun around, punching the pirate square in the jaw before catching his hat and placing it on his head. Do not touch my hat. Luffy said. The other pirates charged him, only to meet the same fist that knocked out their friend. Luffy smiled as he dusted off his clothes before looking up at Nami, who had appeared on a roof ledge to see how the fight went. She didn't expect Luffy to be okay, while the 3 pirates were on the ground unconscious. Whoa. You beat those 3 barehanded? She asked. Yeah. They were pretty weak. He said as he smiled. Nice to see you again, Nami. I had wished they had beaten you senseless. She thought as she glared down at him. Whatever, pirate. She said. She was about to leave, but saw Luffy fall onto his back. Huh? I'm so hungry. Luffy whined as he held his stomach. Nami just glared at him and thought before she sighed. He did save my life. She said as she jumped down next to him. Follow me. I'll get you some food. Luffy jumped to his feet in excitement. Really? Thanks. He said, smiling. He followed her through the streets to an abandoned house. As she started making him some food, he was looking at her up and down. A blush came across his face as he smiled. He pulled his hat down again to hide his face as she came back. Here. She said as she placed the food in front of him, which he immediately started eating as he got himself under control. Nami just stared at Luffy as she wondered how she was going to get Buggy's treasure. Those guys seem to be after you for some reason. Luffy said as he looked at her. What did you do? I took their map. She said as she pulled a map out from under her shirt. With this, I'll be able to get 100 million berries no problem. That's a lot of money. Luffy said with a whistle. He had once heard that it was to buy back her village from Arlong. He frowned as he remembered her on that dirt road, stabbing her tattoo of Arlong's mark after her village went off to fight him, knowing it was a lost cause, but unable to put up with him any longer. Why that much? None of you business. She said in a cold voice. Now that I have this chart of the Grand Line, getting that money will be easy. She said. Grand Line? Luffy asked in fake surprise. You're a navigator. Not to brag, but I'm the best navigator you'll ever find. She said with a small smile. Cool. You should join my crew. No. She said in a harsh tone. I despise pirates. Luffy knew where her anger came from, but he wouldn't give up. Why not? The pirate life is fun. He said with a smile. Pirates are nothing but heartless monsters who take everything one cares about. I only love money and tangerines. She said. Luffy's eyes were covered by his hat as he looked towards her. Pirates are heartless monsters, huh? That's right. Then why did a pirate that came to my hometown years ago risk his life and sacrifice his left arm so that I could live? He asked her, wondering what she could say to that. He looked up at her to see her eyes widen a bit. This had taken her by surprise to hear a pirate risking so much for someone else. The pirate did that? She asked in a quiet voice. Yep. He answered as he pulled off his hat to look at it fondly. He then explained his promise to Shanks about how he would return the hat Shanks gave him after he became king of the pirates. HMPH. Well, look who's the lucky one. She said as she walked over and looked out the window. She just couldn't picture it. A pirate, someone who robs and murders anyone they cross, risking their life for some random person. Did something happen to you? Luffy suddenly asked her, pulling her out of her thoughts. She tensed up as she looked back at him, seeing nothing but a blank face looking back. Her hand slowly went to her shoulder, which was covered by her shirt to hide that tattoo of Arlong's mark. She didn't know what it was about Luffy, but at that moment, her tension faded a little as she looked down. I'd rather not talk about it. She said in a bit of a sad voice. She sighed as she stared out the window. Thoughts of Bellemere came to her as she closed her eyes. She remembered how they were poor, how they would fight, how she started stealing because they had no money. She started to tear up as she also remembered their fight, how she ran off in anger, how her mother sacrificed herself so that she and Nezuko could live. She grasped her shoulder when memories of when Arlong forced her onto his to draw him maps, along with his deal to release her village in exchange for 100 million bears. She missed her mother so much. Nami? Luffy said in a quiet voice. She turned to see that he was standing next to her. His hat shadowed his face, but she could still hear the sad tone in his voice as he continued. Believe it or not, I also know what it's like to lose someone you care for. What? She asked as Luffy undid a few buttons on his vest. He opened his vest up and her eyes widened. She saw the jagged X-shaped scar on his chest. A very powerful person I met a long time ago killed someone I know. He said. He tried to kill me too, but I got away thanks to some help, but not before he left me with this. He said as he pointed at his scar. He left out the parts about who was dead and who was the killer, but he wanted to let her know that he shared her pain of loss. He knew he would keep Ace alive this time, but the memory of it happening would never leave him. Nami stared at his scar, unable to believe that Luffy went through something so similar to her own miserable past. She looked at her shoulder as Luffy buttoned up his vest and sat next to her. She then looked out the window again as she heard some pirates talking about finding her and getting the map back. Hey, you said you wanted to get 100 million berries, right? Yeah, why? She said, wondering what he was thinking. How about this? If I help you get you the money, you help me get to the Grand Line. Deal? He said, holding out his hand. Nami looked at him like he was crazy, but remembered his scar and sighed. I won't be a pirate. She said before smacking his hand with hers. But I'll help you out for a while. She said with a small smile. Luffy just smiled as she got an idea. And I know the perfect plan to steal Buggy's treasure. She said as she pulled some rope out of nowhere. Just need you to hold still. What do you mean you couldn't catch the thief? Buggy screamed at the 3 pirates Luffy beat earlier. Her boss came out of nowhere and. I don't care. You die for this. Buggy screamed, terrifying the 3 pirates. Captain, the thief is here with the map. Said a short clown pirate. Alright, show her here. Wait, what? Buggy said, confused as Nami walked towards him with a tied-up Luffy. When they got close enough, Nami kicked Luffy who fell down at Buggy's feet. I've captured the real thief, Captain Buggy. Here's your map. Nami said as she handed back the chart. I appreciate the return of my map, but why the sudden change of heart? Buggy asked in confusion. My boss is nothing but an idiot, so I thought I'd work for you. She said in a happy tone. Hey, let go. That's not yours, you moron. Yelled one of the pirates. Everyone turned to see that Luffy was now trying to wrestle a piece of meat away from one of the Buggy pirates with his teeth. Most of the crew, including Nami, sweat dropped at the sight. Buggy, however, was laughing his head off. No wonder you're fed up with him. He is an idiot. He laughed before turning to Nami. I like your style, girly. You're in my crew. Men. Time for a party. Everyone cheered and began to celebrate the new addition to the crew while Luffy was thrown into an iron cage. What's your name, woman? Buggy asked. It's Nami. Men. A toast to our new member Nami. Buggy said with a raised mug. Everyone raised a glass with their captain and Nami before returning to their party. Nami downed her drink as she looked at the pirates. Good. Everything's going as planned. She thought as she wiped her mouth. After they've all passed out, I'll steal the chart, the treasure, and get Luffy out of here. While she was drinking, Luffy was trying to stretch his arm out unnoticed towards the buffet that was on a table, but missed again like last time. Shit. I'm hungry. He grumbled. Here. Said Nami as she set some food next to Luffy when the others weren't looking. Thanks. Luffy said as he started eating. As he chewed, he whispered, looks like your plan is working, Nami. SHH. She said. You're gonna blow my cover. Food for the enemy, Nami. Came the voice of Buggy. Nami turned to see Buggy standing over her with his arms crossed. Just a parting gift to say goodbye. She quickly lied, hoping Buggy wouldn't attack. Instead, he just smiled as he raised an eyebrow. A parting gift, huh? He asked. Then I'll give him a parting gift as well. He then ordered his men to bring out his buggy ball. Immediately, a few pirates brought out a huge cannon, while another brought out a big red ball with Buggy's Jolly Roger on it. They then pointed the loaded cannon at the town. A demonstration of my power. Fire. When the fuse disappeared, the cannon fire, sending the buggy ball through a row of houses, demolishing them all instantly. As the smoke cleared, all that was left was a row of rubble and debris. All the pirates were laughing at the sight. How was that? With these buggy bombs and the power of my devil fruit, I'll rule the Grand Line. Buggy shouted, causing his men to cheer. Nami just stared at the sight, feeling sick at the sight of it. Luffy just looked up at Buggy. But I'm the one who's gonna rule the Grand Line. He said. Everyone just stared as he went on. Because I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Are you trying to piss him off? Nami shouted. No wonder you're sick of him, Nami. Men, prepare the cannon again. Buggy shouted. His men prepped the cannon with another buggy ball, then pointed it straight at Luffy. Now for my parting gift. Here, Nami. He said as he gave her a box of matches. To prove your loyalty, I'll give you the honor blasting your boss away. Nami just looked at the matchbox in horror. See, come on, Captain. There's no need for this. Let's get to the party. She said in a nervous tone. Do it, Nami. He said in threatening manner, leaving no room for argument. All the pirates were cheering for her to light the cannon. Her hands were shaking as she stared at Luffy. Hurry it up, Nami. Kill him now. Buggy screamed, which was joined by the rest of his crew. You're shaking, Nami. He said. This is what happens when you face pirates with a weak resolve. What? She asked, now looking at Luffy's face to see him smile. To murder anyone like it's nothing. No. It's to be willing to risk your own life. He said with a determined look on his face. Nami just stared at Luffy, surprised at his answer. Luffy then stared her straight in the eye and said, do it, Nami. What? She asked, thinking she heard wrong. Light the cannon, Nami. He said. Her eyes widened at his request, thinking he'd gone insane. She couldn't believe it, but he was asking her to kill him. He gave her a soft smile as he said, trust me. It'll be okay. She looked ready to yell at him, but his calm demeanor seemed to calm her down. She slowly lit the match, staring at Luffy as if hoping he'd change his mind. Luffy nodded, telling her to do it. Nami trembled again as she brought the match closer to the fuse. I don't know why I'm doing this. She mentally screamed as the fuse was lit. I trust you on this, Luffy. I just hope you're right about this. She then turned away, covering her ears as she shut her eyes. Hey. What are you all doing? Came a voice from the edge of the roof. Everyone looked to see a green-haired man with 3 swords appear. Oh. Hey, Zoro. The cannon had gone off with a blinding light, blowing away everything in front of it. Luffy. Zoro yelled as he stared at the sight. He then noticed Nami near the cannon with the matchbox. He grabbed his sword as he got into an attack stance. You bitch. He shouted. Nami didn't hear him as she slowly looked back to where the cannon fired at. She had a horrified look on her face as the matchbox slipped from her hands. She just seemed to freeze in place. Ha 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 ha. Buggy laughed along with his crew. So his name was Luffy, huh? Well, now we know what to write on his tombstone. He said as he laughed again. What have I done? Nami thought as she felt like breaking down. She stared at the smoke that lingered from the blast. She started to tremble again at the thought of killing someone. Cough. Man, that cannonball has kick. Came a voice from the smoke. Everyone seemed to stop laughing as they heard the voice. Nami's eyes widened as big as Zoro's as they all stared as the smoke started to clear. Everyone's jaw dropped when they saw Luffy standing there, perfectly okay. Shushi. Everything around them seemed to froze as they all stared at him. He looked around at all their faces. What? How on earth are you still alive? They all screamed with enough force to knock Luffy onto his butt. That buggy ball hit you point blank, yet you don't even have a scratch, Buggy screamed with bloodshot eyes. Luffy stared at him before putting his hand to his chin. Because the buggy ball is weak? He asked, laughing on the inside at everyone's reaction. Did I miss something? Zoro asked after finding his voice. Not really. Luffy answered. Anyway, we gotta go, Zoro. He said before he grabbed Nami by the arm and ran off. Bye, big nose. Luffy yelled before kicking Buggy's cannon right at him. Buggy screamed as it collided with him, giving the 3 the time they needed to get away. After some running, all 3 of them rested. Luffy was laughing, while Zoro just lay on the ground, feeling tired from the rowing earlier and the running around trying to find Luffy and escaping. Nami was standing still, unusually quiet with bangs shadowing her eyes. Looks like we got away, guys. Luffy said as he looked at his friends. His smile faded when he noticed Nami. Nami. You okay? He asked. Nami just stood there trembling from head to toe. Luffy got closer, wondering what was wrong. He was a foot away before Nami looked up at him with fury in her eyes before she punched him, smashing head throughout the stone street. You asshole. Do you have any idea what you put me through? She screamed before she grabbed him by his vest and started to shake him violently. I seriously thought you were dead. What kind of person asks another to shoot them with a cannon? She screamed. She was now panting, trying to catch her breath as Luffy hung limply from her hands before looking up at her and smiled. Why are you angry? It blew up the cage and burned the ropes I was tied up in, didn't it? Luffy said, as if everything that happened wasn't something to worry about. She just stared at him, looking ready to pound him again. He smiled as he said, I told you to trust me. Nami seemed to calm down before letting him go to fall onto his back. I cannot believe you lived through that. She said before she sighed. A small smile came back to her face afterwards. But I am glad you're alive, Luffy. So Luffy, who exactly is this? Zoro asked as he pointed at Nami. Oh. Zoro, this is Nami, our navigator for hire. Nami, this is Zoro, my first mate. Luffy said to them both. Zoro? Wait, as in Pirate Hunter Zoro? Nami asked as she looked at Zoro, now noticing his 3 swords. Why is the pirate hunter on a pirate crew? Gave up pirate hunting. So you're our new navigator, huh? Just for a while. So, what's your plan now, Luffy? We still need to get that chart and Buggy's treasure. Nami asked Luffy. Plan B. We beat the shit out of them and take it all by force. He said, smiling, earning him another fist to his face. What kind of a plan is that? She screamed. Sounds good to me. Zoro said with a grin. You're both nuts. She screamed, causing Luffy to laugh again before he noticed a small dog close by. Hey, a doggy. He said, walking over to it, smiling as he remembered it. He sat down in front of it while Zoro and Nami walked over to him as well. What's a dog doing out here? Nami asked. Don't know, don't care. Zoro said in a bored tone as Luffy started poking it, making it bite him in the face. Get off me. Luffy shouted as he tried pulling the dog off his face. Leave Chow Chow alone. Screamed an old man who was wearing makeshift body armor. They all looked at him as he walked over into the building. The dog was in front of him for a moment before coming back out with a bowl of food for Chow Chow. After a brief introduction, they learned that he was the mayor of this town. When they asked where everyone was, he explained that they left in fear of Buggy and his pirates. Only Chow Chow remained despite the danger to guard the store. Why stay for a store? Who owns this place? Zoro asked. A friend of mine, the mayor said as he smoked on his pipe before adding, as well as Chow Chow's owner. He then went on to explain how his friend left for the hospital because of an illness but died 3 months ago. When they asked if he was still waiting for his master to return, the mayor doubted it, saying that Chow Chow was smart enough to know his master was gone. He also told them the reason he stays to guard the store was because it was all he had left of his master. To Chow Chow, this store is his treasure. Zoro couldn't help but admire the dog's courage. Nami gave a sad smile at the thought of losing someone you cared for. Luffy had heard this before but still liked how Chow Chow stayed to fight for his treasure. Everyone stopped talking when they heard the roar of a lion in the distance. Oh no. Cried Mayor Boodle. It's Moji, the beast tamer. We gotta run. He cried as he grabbed Nami's arm and ran away, dragging her along. Luffy and Zoro both stayed to fight off Moji. Before whoever that is gets here, I gotta ask. Zoro said without looking at Luffy. How did you survive that cannonball? And don't say it's because it was weak. I saw what you did before it hit you. Luffy looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Right before that cannon fired, I saw parts of your body turn black. It was the same color your hair turned when Morgan attacked you with his axe before it shattered. What was that? I'll explain later. Luffy said as he looked forward to see a big lion with green fur and a purple mane coming their way. On top of him was Moji the beast tamer. He wasn't going to let him burn down Chow Chow's treasure this time. They both watched as Richie the lion got closer towards them. He stopped a couple yards away while Moji stared down at them both. Well now, look who we have here. He said in a smug tone. The straw hat who insulted my captain and his swordsman friend. How nice to find you both. What's with the weird hat? Zoro asked in a bored tone. That's rude. He yelled as he pointed to his head, which looked like a teddy bear with ears at the top. This is natural. That's just bizarre. Luffy said. Moji went back into his cool demeanor as he got off Richie, explaining who he was and that he could tame any animal out there. He walked up and told Chow Chow to shake, which ended in the dog biting his arm, making him try to wave him off as he screamed in pain. He then acted like nothing happened as he stared at them again. Anyway, tell me where that orange-haired friend of yours is and I'll make your deaths quick. No. They both said, neither of them sounding scared. Fine. Kill them, Richie. Moji ordered as he jumped off of him. They watched as Richie lunged at them, only to be stopped by Zoro's sheathed blade. Richie stumbled back before shaking his head and growling at them both. I got this, Luffy. Zoro said as he walked towards the lion, unsheathing his blade. Moji looked at the swordsman before he saw he had 3 blades. Wait a minute. Are you pirate hunter Zoro? Moji asked. Was. Now I'm a pirate. He said as he tied his bandana around his head. Wait. You both are pirates? He asked before laughing. Just you two. That's rich. Shut up and fight. Zoro said before stick Wado into his mouth and his other blades into his hands, getting ready to fight. Luffy just stood beside Chow Chow to watch. Zoro crouched down into his usual stance. Oni, he said before rushing Richie. Jiri. And just like that, the lion fell down, defeated with slash marks on his belly. Moji quickly stopped laughing and started screaming. Richie. He screamed before he looked at them both in anger. You'll pay for this. He said as he brought out a whip and lashed it towards Zoro. Zoro began to dodge the whip left and right before throwing his arm out for the whip to wrap around. Gotcha. Moji said with a smirk, only for it to be wiped off as Zoro smiled evilly at him. Is that right? He said as he grabbed the whip and pulled hard, pulling Moji toward him. Maji flew at him screaming before he was knocked into a random house by one of Zoro's punches. "Is that all?" he asked in a bored tone. Luffy just smiled as he watched Zoro handle them both. "Nice job, Zoro," he said, knowing that the little dog's treasure was safe now. "Now it's time to deal with the rest of them. But first, we gotta go get Nami." He then started walking off towards where they went but stopped and ordered Zoro to bring along Moji and Rish to make sure they didn't attack the dog. Zoro shrugged as he went back and dragged them along on the ground. "You're alive," screamed Mayor Boodle as he stared at the scene before him. Both Zoro and Luffy were unharmed while Moji and Richie were both on the ground, unconscious. Nami stared as well. If she hadn't have seen Luffy survive that buggy ball, she thought they'd be dead as well. "If I died at the hands of these weaklings, my reputation would never recover," Zoro said as he looked down at them both. "That's good and all," Nami said before screaming, "but why did you bring them here? If they were left alone, they might have attacked that pet store of Chow Chow's," Luffy said. All three of them looked at him as he went on. "You said so yourself that the pet store was all he had left of his master. Right, old man?" "That's right," Boodle replied as he seemed to have calmed down a bit. "It's his treasure. And that's why I won't let anyone destroy it." "What makes you think they were gonna bother the pet store?" Nami asked. "That lion was eyeing the store while his master was flapping his gums," Zoro said in a bored tone. "I'm betting he was hungry." Nami just stared at them both again. All her life, she thought pirates were nothing but scum, yet here were two pirates who fought to save the lives and treasures of people they didn't know. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea, nor could she try as the mayor had started talking. "I'm pathetic. You young kids are fighting for this town while I just sit on my ass and do nothing," he said before he began to explain the origins of the town to them. He told them about how they lost their last town to pirates. How they turned this empty field into the small town that they were standing in and how it and all the citizens were his treasure. "And now, all that we've worked for is getting destroyed once again. I won't stand for it." He then raised his spear into the air. "I am the mayor of this town. I won't run while my treasure is being destroyed," he said. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami smiled at the old man before he declared he would fight. Nami tried to stop him, knowing it was reckless. She let go when she saw him crying and he told her he knew it was reckless. He got a good 30 feet away before he up and collapsed onto the ground. What happened?" Nami asked before she felt a chill. She looked around and saw Luffy glare at the mayor. "Did you do that?" "How? Why?" "He's a good man. He'll die if he fights Buggy, so I'll fight for him," Luffy said with a smile. Nami just looked at him before she sighed. "Fine, but don't forget. I get Buggy's treasure," she said. "But how did you knock him out from here?" "I'll tell you later. Come on, Zoro," Luffy said as he cracked his knuckles. "Right," he said with a smirk as he tied his bandana onto his head. "I've been dying for a fight." "Those bastards," Buggy said in a low threatening tone. He had long since recovered being slammed by his cannon, but he was still seething with rage. His crew were standing around petrified, afraid he would kill them if they so much as made a sound. They watched as Buggy could barely control himself. "They'll all die by my hands. I don't know who that guy with the green hair was, but those other two will pay. How dare Nami run off with them after joining my crew? Fight with my boss, my ass." She didn't laugh after she lit the cannon. His eyes shot open as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "And who was that straw hat bastard calling Big Nose?" "Calm down, Captain," one of his crew pleaded. "First mate Moji went to kill them, so they'll be dead in no time anyway." "Hey, Big Nose." Everyone froze in terror as sweat poured down their faces while Buggy looked ready to kill as he looked in the direction that shout came from. He looked to see Luffy smiling up at him, with Nami yelling at him that it was suicide to call him that. "Who has a big nose, you bastard?" he screamed with bloodshot eyes. He then noticed Moji and Richie, both unconscious and beaten, being dragged by a green-haired man. "What? Moji lost to this trash?" "See, Captain. That man has 3 swords," one of the pirates said in fear. That's the pirate hunter. "Urano is Oro," he screamed, causing the rest of the crew to panic. "Urano is Oro, huh?" Buggy said as he glared at the 3 of them. Zoro looked up at them all with a bored expression. "I think these belong to you," he said before throwing them both up at Buggy and his men, where they landed with a thud right behind them. Buggy looked back at the 3 of them. "You dare to humiliate us like this? Men, fire the buggy ball," he screamed. His men obeyed as they shot the cannonball at the 3. Zoro and Nami ran, while Luffy stayed put with a smile as it got closer. Gum balloon," Luffy said as he deeply inhaled, bloating out as he stopped the cannonball. Everyone besides Zoro stared in shock as Luffy bounced the ball back at Buggy, blasting everyone there as Luffy deflated to normal. "Bullseye. What the heck was that?" Nami screamed. "My gum balloon," Luffy answered smiling. He was having fun watching them all freak out at his abilities a second time. Okay, but how did you do it? She screamed again as Zoro yelled at Luffy to warn them next time. "A devil fruit, huh?" came a voice from the rubble. They all looked up to see that Buggy and another man were holding up two random pirates and Richie to protect themselves from the blast before dropping them. Luffy just looked at Buggy in disgust for using his men as shields, while Nami looked back at Luffy. "Did he say devil fruit?" she asked. Luffy looked at her smiling before he said yes and stretched his cheeks out, surprising her. "Captain, allow me to kill these worms," said the man who was next to Buggy. "Very well then, Kabaji," Buggy said as Kabaji pulled a sword from his mouth and hopped onto a unicycle. He then sped off towards Luffy to skewer him with his sword, only for Zoro to appear in front of him and block it with his blade. "If you're a swordsman, your fight is with me," he said as he glared at Kabaji. "Urano is Zoro," Kabaji said with a smug grin. "Defeating you will boost our reputation." He then pulled down his scarf before breathing fire into his face, causing Zoro to back off. And then their clash started. Kabaji fought with circus tricks and spinning tops, while Zoro just deflected it all, looking bored as the fight went on. "Are you gonna fight or just do tricks all day?" Zoro asked as he got fed up with Kabaji's attacks. While they were fighting, Nami had snuck off to steal Buggy's treasure. "Don't worry. I'll finish you off with my greatest attack," he said. He then sped off towards a building, riding up the side and launching himself high into the air. While he was aiming for Zoro, Buggy then sent his hand flying off towards Zoro, hoping to keep him in place for Kabaji. He screamed in agony though, for Luffy had slammed his foot down onto it, breaking his fingers as he smirked at Buggy. "Hands off Zoro's fight, big nose," Luffy said as Buggy's crushed hand went back to its enraged owner. "Who has a big nose?" he screamed as Zoro stepped out of the way, dodging Kabaji's attack easily before he broke his unicycle out from under him. "Enough games," Zoro said as he got ready to attack. "Fine. I'll finish you off with my swordsmanship," Kabaji yelled as he ran towards Zoro. "Onigiri," Zoro called, slashing Kabaji and ending the fight. "The Buggy pirates lost to this trash," Kabaji managed to say before he fell to the ground and passed out. "We're not trash. We're pirates," Zoro said as he took off his bandana and retied it to his arm. "Enough," Buggy screamed as he pulled out some daggers with his good hand. "I don't care what you are. You're all going to die by my hands. This is my fight, Zoro," Luffy said, making sure Zoro knew not to interfere. Zoro nodded as he sat down on the side of the road to watch as Buggy pointed his hand at Luffy. "Chop chop cannon," he screamed as his hand flew out towards Luffy, ready to slice him with the daggers. "What the?" Zoro said as his eyes widened, clearly not seeing his hand do that before. Just before it struck, Luffy moved out of the way before the hand came back to Buggy. "The chop chop fruit," Buggy said. "It's the devil fruit I ate and now I can never be killed by a sword," he said before laughing. His top half then charged at Luffy, ready to cut him up. Luffy merely smirked as he disappeared. Both Zoro and Buggy just stared before looking around for Luffy. "Up here," Luffy called from a rooftop behind Buggy. Zoro looked up at him, wondering how he moved that fast. Buggy looked too before getting pissed. "Hold still, Straw Hat," he bellowed as he flew towards him again, only to have Luffy disappear again and appear back where Buggy was. Buggy looked around again while Luffy laughed, gaining his attention. Buggy looked ready to shout again, but noticed his straw hat looked familiar. "That hat of yours reminds me that blasted red hair." "You mean Shanks?" Luffy asked, knowing that Buggy was going to badmouth Shanks again. "This is his hat. He gave it to me. I promised to return it to him one day. No wonder seeing that hat pisses me off." Buggy shouted before going into a rant, explaining how he and Shanks used to be crewmates, Buggy getting his powers and losing the treasure map and his ability to swim because of Shanks before Shanks dove in to save him. "Doesn't that mean Shanks saved your ass?" Zoro said as he listened in. "Not my point," Buggy screamed. "The point is, because of Shanks, I'll never get the treasure in the sea, so I'll get all the treasure on the land." Buggy then looked ready to attack again, but noticed someone out of the corner of his eye. His eyes widened in rage when he saw Nami with his treasure over her shoulder. "You dare steal from me, Nami?" he screamed as he charged at her. "Crap. He saw me," she yelled as she started running away. While she did, Buggy was quickly catching up to her, unaware that Luffy was slowly walking towards Buggy's lower half. Buggy was a foot away from Nami before he stopped in midair, his face twisted in pain. Nami slowly opened her eyes to see Buggy had stopped, then looked behind him to see that Luffy had kicked Buggy in the nuts before Buggy fell in pain. Luffy smirked as he turned to Buggy. "Your fight is with me, Buggy," he said with a smile. He made sure not to use all his strength in that kick. They may be enemies, but no man deserved to lose their balls. Ouch. Zoro winced from the sidelines, not feeling sorry for Buggy. Buggy floated into the air again, having lost his patience before splitting his body into different pieces. Time to finish you all off. Chop, chop festival. He screamed as he chased after Nami again to get his treasure back. Luffy looked around on the ground, smiling as he saw Buggy's feet. He picked them both up before squeezing both in a death grip, causing Buggy to scream in pain and turn around. "But my feet do," was all he said before Luffy flung his feet at him, getting one stuck in his mouth before the other foot smashed against his face, sending it flying over into the treasure bag Nami had, spilling the contents everywhere. All of Buggy's pieces went limp as Buggy was knocked out as Luffy started laughing. Nami saw all his pieces around and got an idea. "Looks like this fight's almost over," Zoro said with a smirk when he saw what Nami was doing. Luffy laughed again as Buggy woke up and pried his foot out of his mouth. "Bleh. I think I stepped in something," he said before he glared at Luffy. "You bastard. Chop chop reassemble," Buggy said, calling his body parts back, only to end up with only his head, hands, and feet. "Ahhhhhh. What happened to me?" "Hey, Buggy," Nami called. Everyone looked to see her with her foot keeping Buggy's tied up parts in place. "Missing something?" "My parts. Give them back, you witch." "Alright. Say goodbye, Buggy," Luffy yelled as he stretched his arms back before running towards Buggy. Buggy screamed in terror as Luffy's arm came forward. Gum Goom Bazooka. And like the first time, Buggy was sent flying off into the distance. "Finally. That guy was giving me a headache with all that talking," Zoro said as he walked over to Luffy. Luffy stared off at where Buggy flew, while Nami gathered the treasure in two smaller bags before joining them both before pulling out the Grand Line chart. "Alright. I've got Buggy's treasure and the chart, so we're ready to leave whenever you two," she said as she hugged her treasure close to her. They were about to leave, but were stopped when they heard footsteps behind them. They all turned to see the townspeople had come back, bearing weapons to fight off Buggy and his crew. A few of them had an unconscious Boodle in their arms, holding him up. All of them looked around at the damage before they spotted Luffy's group. "Hey, who are you three?" one of them shouted. "Were you the ones who knocked out Mayor Boodle?" At that question, all the villagers glared at the trio. Nami started to say something, but Luffy answered for her. "Yeah, I knocked him out," he said without hesitation, causing Nami to smack him in the back of his head. All the villagers got angry as one of them asked who they were again, to which Luffy answered. "We're pirates." That caused the villagers to go into a frenzy, leaving the trio no choice but to run. They ducked into an alleyway hoping to escape. They all spotted Chow Chow on the path in the alley and jumped over him before running for the harbor. Chow Chow then started barking at the villagers, keeping them busy while the trio escaped. "Would you tell them we were pirates?" Luffy Nami shouted, angry that Luffy would blurt that out. Luffy just smiled before telling her that they were good people, stating that they loved the mayor and this town and what they were willing to do to defend them. As they neared their boat, they spotted the three pirates Zoro rescued earlier. They saw Nami, but decided to let bygones be bygones when they spotted Zoro and ran for their lives. The three then cast off from the village, ready for their next adventure. They didn't get too far before they heard someone shouting at them and turned to see it was the mayor. "Wait. Young ones," he shouted before smiling at them with tears in his eyes. "Thank you," he shouted. Luffy smiled, but it was quickly wiped off his face when Nami screamed at him. "You left half of Buggy's treasure back there. See?" she shouted, pointing back at the pier at the treasure bag next to Boodle. "How else are they gonna repair their village?" Luffy asked. Nami lost it and tried to drown Luffy, asking what right he had to leave her treasure behind. Though Luffy was screaming for mercy, he was laughing on the inside just as much as Zoro was laughing at them both. He had been reunited with two of his crew and was on his way to meeting the rest of them soon. It had been some time since the trio left Orange Town. Luffy was eating apples, Zoro was resting, and Nami was reading maps and coming to a conclusion. "We cannot sail for the Grand Line like this," she said. "This crew, our provisions, and this ship are way too small." "You're right," Luffy said with an apple in his mouth. "We need to get meat. And some booze," Zoro said. "We need more than that, you morons," Nami screamed before she went back to the maps. "Anyway, we'll stop by a nearby island and try to get a better ship and supplies." "What island?" Luffy asked as he ate more apples. "Let's see," Nami said as she checked some maps. "It's called Gecko Island." "Finally. Some meat. And booze. And Usopp," Luffy thought as well while cracking a big smile. He was gathering his friends up again, one by one, and couldn't wait to go on more adventures with them all. "Would you two shut up about that?" Nami screamed again. It took a while, but they landed at the northern side of the island. Luffy jumped onto the shore before Nami even got the boat onto the sand. Zoro stood up on the shore before stretching. "Nice to be back on land," he said. "Yeah. Now, to find a place with some meat," Luffy said with a smile. Nami just sighed, knowing he wasn't going to stop talking about food. Zoro agreed, stating they needed booze as well, but quickly went for his swords when he heard rustling in the bushes up on the hill. "We've got company," he said with a dark tone. Nami and Luffy looked up at the bushes where Zoro was looking. Luffy smiled before dancing where he stood to dodge whatever flew from the bushes. Nami hid behind the boats while stood his ground. When everything stopped, they all heard a laugh coming from up on the hill. They looked up to see a skinny young man with a long nose staring down at them, with his arms crossed and a confident smile on his face, with many pirate flags sticking up in the bushes behind him, bearing the man's Jolly Roger. Luffy couldn't stop the smile on his face. "I am Usopp, leader of this island and of an invisible fleet of pirates. I am feared across the world as a monster known as Captain Usopp," Usopp yelled out. "You must be fools to have tried to attack this island. If you don't get back into your boats now, my 80 million men will attack," he screamed with his arms out wide. The trio on the shore just stared up at Usopp while he laughed. "That's a lie," Nami said with a calm expression. Usopp looked down at her in fear at those words. "She knows," he yelled. "Well, I do now," she said with a smug smile, causing Usopp to freak out how he was stupid for telling them it was a lie. "Alright, 80 million may have been a bit high, but I do have many men by my side," he yelled as a few flags in the bushes waved around a bit. Nami smiled again as she pointed to the bushes. "You mean those three?" She knows," screamed three little children from the bushes. They then dropped the flags and took off running on the verge of tears while Usopp screamed at them to not run. After they ran, Nami walked away from the boat and picked up one of Usopp's lead stars. "Never seen a pirate who uses a slingshot," she said as Luffy laughed at Usopp's antics. "Be quiet," Usopp shouted as he aimed his slingshot at them. "I'm an expert with this thing." "Now that you've drawn your weapon, will you use it?" Luffy asked in a low tone, giving Usopp a serious look with his hat shadowing his eyes. Usopp just looked at look with fear in his eyes at his words. Zoro decided to have some fun as he flicked his blade out of the sheath a bit so Usopp could see the glint of the sword. "The ones before you are real pirates. Careful, or the next move you make will be your last," he said as he gave a sinister-looking grin towards Usopp. Usopp looked like he was going to wet him as he still had his slingshot aimed at Luffy. His whole body trembled before he dropped his weapon and fell to his knees in defeat as he let out a sigh. "Just like I thought. A real pirate's words have more impact," Usopp said as he looked at Trio with a sad look. "Especially since they can back up their words." Luffy and Zoro looked at each other before laughing. "I stole that," Luffy said as he continued laughing, causing Usopp to look at him confused. "I stole that from Shanks, a pirate I know." "Wait, you mean red-haired Shanks?" Usopp asked. "Yeah. You're Usopp, Yasopp's kid, right?" Luffy asked. "Why, you know my dad?" Usopp asked as he leaned over the edge of the cliff before falling down. He quickly got to his feet before asking if Luffy knew his father again. "Yeah. But first, let's get some food." Usopp led the three of them to a restaurant so that they could eat. While they did, Luffy told Usopp how he met his father. Usopp listened as Luffy told him about how his father went on and on about his kid, which is how he knew who Usopp was. He then went on about how excellent Yasopp's sniping was. How he never missed a shot, or how he said he could hit the antenna of an ant without hurting the rest. Usopp smiled as he listened to every word, glad to have heard something about his father after over a decade. "Hey, Usopp," Nami said after Luffy started eating again. "We weren't hoping to get a better ship. Know anyone who can help us?" "Sorry, but we don't have anyone here who can help," Usopp said with a hint of a nervous tone. "What about whoever's in that mansion on the hill?" Nami asked. "I saw it from earlier." "Do not go there," Usopp yelled as he stood up, shocking Nami and Zoro. Luffy remained calm, knowing who was there and what was going on. Usopp looked at them nervously before he grabbed his bag. "I got somewhere to be. Everyone here knows me, so eat all you want. It's on me," he said as he walked out the door. "Wonder what's wrong with him?" Zoro asked. Luffy just shrugged before they went back to eating. After a few minutes of Luffy gorging himself, they were about to leave before the door burst open. "The Usopp pirates are here," screamed the children who were with Usopp earlier. The trio looked back at them as they approached their table. "Where's our captain, you savages?" screamed the one called Pepper, with Carrot and Onion right behind him. "Ah, that was some good meat," Luffy said as he patted his swollen belly, which caused the kids to look at him in horror. "Them meat? And no way. These guys are cannibals." Luffy smiled as Nami tried to hold in her giggles. Zoro looked at the kids with a dark smile as he leaned on the table. "Their captain," he said as he gave a dark smirk, "was eaten." "Ah. Cannibals," they screamed as they looked at Nami, who screamed back as to why they were looking at her as Luffy, and Zoro laughed. "It's even funnier the second time," Luffy thought as Nami tried to explain it was just a joke. But USS said, one of them said, which Zoro and Luffy laughed again. After a short chat about the food and Usopp with the restaurant owner, they all left toward the mansion, where the children said Usopp would be. As they walked, the children started laughing with Luffy. "You really got us good," they said as they continued to laugh. As they walked, Nami asked why Usopp would be at the mansion, to which they said was to lie. The children went on about how the owner, Kaya, has been sick for about a year when her parents died. How even though she had a lot of money, it didn't make her happy. They then went on about how Usopp went there to tell her stories to lift her spirits, along with what they liked about Usopp. Luffy smiled at that as they arrived at the gate of the mansion. "We're here," Onion said. "The gate's locked though," was all he said before he and his friend screamed at seeing Luffy stretch his arms. Zoro and Nami knew what he was doing as they and the kids grabbed onto Luffy, only to be shot in the air with him. They all flew in the air while everyone screamed in fear or excitement in Luffy's case before they all came crashing down next to a tree on the side of the house. Luffy was laughing at the successful landing as he and Zoro walked away from the crater while Nami grumbled and rubbed her backside. "My word. Are you alright?" came a voice from the window next to the tree. They all looked up to see Usopp in the tree and Kaya in the window. "Don't worry. We're okay," Luffy said with a smile. "Maybe you are," screamed Nami. "Who are you all?" Kaya asked. "Oh them?" Usopp said with a slightly nervous tone. "They're just fans of mine who wanted to join the Usopp pirates." "No. We're here to see you, miss," Luffy said. "Me? For what reason?" "Well, we're hoping that." "What is the meaning of all this?" came another voice. Everyone turned to see Clahater or Kuro walking towards them with a sour expression. "Clahater," Kaya said. "Out with you all. You're trespassing," he said as he adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand. "Clahater, these people are." "Not now, Miss Kaya. We'll talk after this rabble has left," he answered back before she finished. "Now all of you. Leave the grounds unless you have business with me." "We don't have business with you," Luffy said in a calm voice with his hat over his eyes. "We're here to talk to the lady of the house about lending us a ship. She is ill and cannot deal with the likes of you miscreants, so a ship is out of the question," he said as he looked up in the tree and spotted Usopp trying to hide. "Usopp. Crap. He saw me," Usopp said as he looked down at the butler. "What are you doing here? Trying to worm your way into Miss Kaya's good books to get at her fortune," Kuro said with a bored expression. "Clahater," Kaya screamed at him while Usopp tried to get her to calm down. "Of course you would. Only the son of a filthy pirate would make up a scheme like that," he said. Usopp glared down at Clahater. "What did you just say about my father?" he screamed as he used a hook to jump down the tree and glared at him some more while trembling in rage. "Calm down, Usopp," Clahater said with a smug grin as he adjusted his glasses again before going on. "Why not just do what you do best and lie? Tell us how your father is a traveling salesman. Or that you're really adopted. Bastard," Usopp screamed as he slugged Clahater right in the face, knocking him to the ground. Kaya and the kid stared in shock while Luffy just watched the events happen once more. Clahater sat up before spewing out Usopp's savage nature and insulting his father again. "Shut up," Usopp screamed before saying how he was proud of his old man and that he wasn't ashamed to be the son of a pirate. Luffy smiled at that while Clahater only grinned before insulting his father once again. Usopp was ready to punch him again but stopped when Kaya begged him not to hit him anymore. Usopp listened as Clahater ordered them all out and to never come back. Usopp left in a huff, saying it was fine with him. After he left, the kids started yelling at Clahater for what he said about Usopp. Luffy kept quiet as they left after Clahater ordered them to leave again. After they walked out the gate, Luffy ran off to where he remembered where Usopp would be. He slowed down when Usopp was in sight and sat down next to him. "I want to be left alone, Luffy," Usopp said as he looked out at the sea. "Hey, come on, Usopp. Don't let that bastard butler get to you. We both know your dad is a great guy," Luffy said, which got Usopp to smile and say how much he looked up to his old man and wanted to be like him. Luffy smiled before he asked if he would see Kaya again. "I don't know," he said. "That stupid butler doesn't want me anywhere near her." "Why not ask politely? He's right there," Luffy said as he pointed down the cliff they were on. Usopp looked down and spotted Clahater speaking to a strange man wearing heart-shaped glasses. They both listened to them talk about how Clahater was Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. How 3 years ago, he decided to kill Kaya to obtain her fortune after Django hypnotized her to sign a will stating he would get everything should she die. "And no way," Usopp said in a quiet and horrified voice. He couldn't believe what he heard. He also couldn't believe that Luffy had appeared down there next to them when he was at the top of the cliff next to him a moment ago. "Hey," Luffy said, getting both Kuro and Django's attention. "Wha? Who are you?" Django asked. "You're that straw hat kid from before," Kuro said as he adjusted his glasses. "What are you doing here?" Leave Kaya alone. Luffy said in a serious tone. Kuro just narrowed his eyes. So, you heard our conversation? He asked before looking at Django. Django. Right. Django said as he pulled out a ring and started to wave it back and forth in front of Luffy. Watch the ring, kid. When I count 1, 2, Django, you'll walk into the ocean and drown. 1, 2, Django. Was all he said before he fell on his back, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. What? Kuro said in a surprised voice before he felt a chill run up his spine. He looked back at Luffy, but noticed he was gone. He looked around more before he adjusted his glasses again, hoping to calm his nerves. He failed to notice Luffy was back at the top of the hill before Luffy turned and walked off to find his friends. After some walking, Luffy met up Zoro, Nami, and the 3 kids. Luffy? Where'd you go earlier? Nami demanded. Luffy then told them all about what he heard back at the cliffs with Usopp. What? Screamed the kids. They couldn't believe what they had heard. So that butler is an ex-pirate captain, huh? Zoro asked in a bored tone. And he's scheming to kill Kaya and take her fortune? Nami asked. That's what they said. This is terrible. One of the kids screamed. We gotta tell the village. Look. It's Captain Usopp. All of them looked down the road to see Usopp's back to them as he stared at the village. Captain. The kid screamed. Usopp jerked up a bit before he looked back at them smiling. Hey guys. What's going on? He asked as he walked towards them. Captain. We heard everything. Screamed Pepper. That butler is gonna kill Kaya. Yelled Carrot. We gotta warn everyone in the village. Hollered Onion. Usopp had his head down the whole time before looking back up and laughing. Oh that was all lies. He said. The kids just stared as he continued. I was just upset about that butler insulting my father, so I decided to get back at him by making all those lies up. He said with a laugh, which was joined in with the kids as they walked away. They didn't get far before they turned to Usopp and stated how disappointed they were in him and how they thought he was better than that before leaving. Usopp just watched with a sad expression before Nami noticed his arm bleeding. The 4 of them were at the shore where Kuro and Django were talking earlier as Nami applied first aid to Usopp's arm. After she finished, Luffy asked why he lied to them, knowing what he was going to say. And like last time, Usopp told them it was because all he did was lie. Everyone knew him as a liar, so no one believed him when he said pirates were coming as tears formed in his eyes. He then told them that it started off as to help someone he cared about years ago, and he didn't stop since then, and how no one, not even Kaya, believed him, and that one of her butlers shot at him. All I've ever done is lie. Why should they start believing me now? He asked as tears rolled down his face. Because it's the truth. Zoro said. Luffy watched as a new resolve appeared in Usopp's eyes as he stated that this was his home. That even though they chased him and shot at him, he still loved this village and that he would protect it. Zoro grinned at this. Brave of you to send your men off while you fight alone. Just letting you all know, I call dibs on their treasure. Got it. Nami said as Usopp looked at the 3 of them while Luffy cracked his knuckles, asking if Usopp wanted some help. Wah? You'll help me? Usopp asked. Why? Because you said they're bad guys. Luffy said. And you look ready to piss yourself in fear. Zoro said with a smirk. Hey. I'm a brave warrior of the sea, you know. Usopp screamed as his legs shook. He hit his legs before admitting he was scared. They're Kuro's men. Why wouldn't I be scared? Go away if you're helping out of pity. We're not helping out of pity. Zoro said. We're helping because you're a man of honor. We're not gonna stick our necks out because of pity. Luffy said. You guys, Usopp said as he rubbed his tears away with his arm. Alright. We have to get ready. They'll attack at dawn, so we have until they to prepare some traps. They all then walked back up the slope as Usopp said that they would attack from this shore. Luffy kept quiet about the other shore as Usopp spoke, asking what they were good at. Slicing. Stretching. Stealing. Hiding. You're fighting too, you asshole. Zoro and Nami screamed at Usopp, who wheezed out that it was a joke. That's Usopp for ya. Luffy thought with a grin. They came back a bit later with barrels of oil, which they dumped down the slope. I get it. Nami said. Since the slope is narrow, they'll have a hard time getting through with this oil trap. Of course. As long as we can funnel them, taking them out will be easy. Usopp said, feeling pride at his idea. Now all we have to do is wait. Before they get here, there's something I need to ask you, Luffy. Zoro said, getting everyone's attention. How'd you survive that cannonball and that axe? Cannonball? Usopp asked. Axe? Nami asked. I saw it both times. Right before you got hit, something black covered your body. What exactly was that? He asked in a serious tone. Luffy put his hand to his chin and looked up and thought. How should I explain this? And no way. Nami said wide-eyed as Usopp's jaw practically hit the ground. Huh? So that's how you're still alive after those attacks? Zoro said in a slightly impressed tone. Yeah. Luffy continued. And with enough training, you can even infuse that power into your sword, Zoro. This caused Zoro to grin as Luffy looked to Usopp. And even in things like your slingshot attacks. Really? Usopp asked excitedly with stars in his eyes. That's so cool. Wait a minute. Nami interrupted. You said that there were 3 forms of this hockey stuff, right? Yeah. There are 2 more. Luffy said as he held up 2 fingers. Another one is called observation hockey. How does that work? Usopp asked. Simple. Luffy said as he turned his back to them all and closed his eyes. Your turn, Nami. Attack me however you like. What? She asked. Trust me, Nami. Luffy said. All of them stared at him before Nami sighed and got out her staff. Fine. She said as she got ready to attack. A strike to my legs. Luffy said moments before Nami swung at his legs as he jumped to avoid the hit. What? She said as she looked at Luffy. He predicted her attack. Usopp gasped as Zoro stared in surprise. Nami raised her staff to attack again. A strike to the top of my head. He said before he turned slightly so that her staff hit the ground. Again they all stared at him before she brought her staff up again. A strike to my back. He said before doing a backflip to avoid the staff strike a 3rd time. No way, Nami said as she stared at Luffy, who looked back and grinned. From what I've learned, everyone emits a voice while they live. Observation hockey allows one to hear this voice and know what they're planning to do next. Usually, those who give off a killing instinct can be read more easily. But with enough training, you can hear the voice of anyone. That's what observation hockey is. So basically, you could read our minds a moment before we strike. Is that it? Zoro asked. That's it. Luffy grinned. No way. With that kind of power, you can be invisible. Usopp shouted. Not really. Luffy said, even if you can see it coming, what's the point if you can't do anything to stop or evade it? Good point. Zoro said. So what's the 3rd one, Luffy? Usopp asked. I'll show you when the pirates get here. Luffy said as he looked back to the ocean, ending the conversation. Flashback ends. The power to know what your opponent will do beforehand. Zoro thought. And the power to create a suit of armor around oneself. Both with your will alone. Zoro looked at Luffy before finishing his thoughts. Who exactly is this guy that I'm following as captain? Where are they? Luffy asked as dawn had come with no pirates in sight. They should have been here by now. Zoro said in slight annoyance. Everything was quiet until Nami put a hand to her ear. I hear shouting coming from the north. She said. The north? Usopp asked before his eyes widened. Wait a minute. The northern shore. He shouted. Wait. So we're at the wrong shore? Zoro asked. Well, they had their secret meeting here, so I thought they would attack from here as well. Usopp yelled. This oil trap is worthless now. So all we gotta do is get to the north shore, huh? Luffy asked before Nami screamed in panic. Our boats are there. They'll get my treasure. She screamed. Let's go, guys. Which way, Usopp? Luffy asked. It's identical to this shore. Just run north and you'll be there in 3 minutes. He shouted. Alright. Shave. Luffy said before he disappeared right before their eyes. Huh? The 3 said before they blinked and ran off towards the shore. At least, Usopp did. Nami slipped in the oil, but grabbed Zoro's ankle to get herself up a slope, leaving Zoro to slide to the bottom. Sorry, Zoro. She shouted as she ran off. I'm gonna get that bitch for this. Zoro grumbled in a dark tone. At the northern shore, the Black Cat pirates had arrived and were ready to head up the slope to attack the village. While they were going over the plan, Luffy had arrived at the top and sat on the ground, crossing his arms and legs, waiting for his friends to arrive. So that was north, huh? Luffy said to himself. He remembered how he got mixed up last time and used his haki to find the Black Cats. He looked down at them, remembering them and their scum of a captain. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard footsteps behind him. He smiled without turning his head. Looks like your second, Usopp. Whoa. You got here pretty fast. Usopp said as he caught his breath. You vanished just like that. Luffy just smiled. Hey look. Shouted one of the Black Cats at the shore, getting both their attention. Who are those 2? They saw us. Usopp yelled, looking at them all in fear. Luffy just sat there picking his nose with his pinky. So? He asked. Usopp just stared before losing it completely. So they're here to attack the village and kill Kaya. Have you forgotten everything? Usopp yelled. If we beat them, they won't get there. Right? Luffy asked. Well, yeah. Usopp said before he looked back down at them and got scared again. But that's a lot of pirates down there. He screamed as he pointed at them. While they were talking, one of the pirates noticed their boats and took a look, finding a bag of treasure in it. Captain Django. There's treasure here. The pirate yelled, getting everyone's attention. It's probably worth 5, maybe 10 million bears. What? That much? Django screamed. As the black cats looked at the boat, Usopp got an idea. Yeah. That's my treasure. He shouted at them. I'll give it to you all if you leave this island for good. He said before he was looking at the sky as Luffy used his arm to knock Usopp off his feet. Huh? Was all he muttered before his head hit the ground. Usopp? Luffy said in calm voice as Usopp sat back up and rubbed the back of his head. He looked at Luffy whose eyes were shadowed by his hat. That treasure is Nami's. She needs it for something very important. He said. Usopp looked at him as Luffy's head slowly turned. Also, doing something like that with her treasure, he said before looking at him with a terror-filled expression and sweat on his face. Is guaranteed to get you an ass whooping. You got that right, Nami screeched as she came out of nowhere and smashed her staff against the back of Usopp's head, shoving his face into the ground. I heard every word, Usopp. What's the big idea trying to give away my treasure, you asshole? She screamed out. I am sorry. Usopp muttered as he looked up at her, now wondering who was more terrifying. Her or Kuro's men. Hey. Django called, gaining their attention. What nonsense are you spouting? We're pirates, so we'll take your treasure and attack the village. Get him. At his words, the Black Cat pirate stormed up the hill, ready to kill Luffy, Nami, and Usopp before attacking the village. Nami and Usopp freaked, while Luffy just sat there watching. Luffy? Do something. Nami yelled. Why? You guys can take them. He said without looking at her. Are you crazy? She and Usopp yelled. They began to shake him by his vest and yell out reasons why they couldn't as he kept the same expression on his face. While they did that, the Black Cats were halfway up the hill. Better hurry. They're getting closer. Luffy said, making them both look back at the approaching pirates. Shit. Usopp yelled as he reached into his bag of tricks and pulled out some caltrops. Nami saw this and helped him throw them down the path, leaving them everywhere for the pirates to step on. They watched them all howl in pain before they realized that a lot were thrown behind them as well, trapping them there. Usopp turned back to them and starting shooting lead stars at them all, knocking them back one at a time. Nami. Luffy said. If any of them get close, you take them out and cover Usopp. Got it? You're nuts if you think I can. Got it? He said as he looked up at her with a serious expression, leaving no room for argument. Fine. Nami grumbled as she pulled out her staff and stood next to Usopp, reluctantly ready to fight. As good a shot Usopp was, their numbers were too great as some managed to get close. When they did though, Nami fought them off as best she could with her staff. They were almost outnumbered until. Usopp. Nami. Duck. Luffy yelled out. They looked back before freaking and ducking, letting an enraged Zoro swat the entire crew away like flies, all the way back down the hill. Everyone looked up to see an oil-covered Zoro breathing hard. He finally caught his breath before glaring down at Nami. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't cut you to pieces. He growled out at her. Hey, it's not my fault. I tripped, you fell. She said. Bullshit. Hey Zoro. What took you so long? Luffy asked, getting a death glare from his first mate. Not now, Luffy. He growled out. This is nuts. One of the pirates said as they were all picking themselves up from Zoro's attack. No one said anything about monsters being in this village. What do we do, Captain Django? While they were all asking Django what to do, Luffy and his friends were chatting at the top of the hill. Why didn't you fight Luffy? Nami demanded. You could have used that hockey or whatever and taken them all out with no problem. She's right. Usopp said. All you did was sit there and pick your nose. They both glared at Luffy, while Zoro remained silent as Luffy looked at them all. Nami, Luffy said as he looked her in the eye. You want to go to the Grand Line for certain reasons. Right? He asked, keeping her reason for money to himself. Why yeah. She said before Luffy looked at Usopp. Usopp. This is your village and you want to protect it. Correct? Of course I do. He answered back. Well, to do that, you both need to get stronger. He said in a calm voice. I'm strong, but that doesn't mean you need to count of me to do everything. Both of them just looked at him as his words sank in before he continued. No matter how good you guys are at using tricks or deception, sometimes fighting is the only answer, no matter how much you try to avoid it. He's right. Zoro said, gaining their attention. Whether fighting for your ambitions, your home, or for some other reason, without strength there's nothing you can do. He said as he unsheathed his white blade. And the only way to do that is either through training or fighting others. Both just let their words sink in before they sighed and turned back to the pirates down the hill. Hey, what's he doing down there? Usopp asked, noticing Django swinging a ring back and forth in front of everyone else. It's hypnosis. Nami said. He's trying to hypnotize them all. While the ring swung, Luffy pulled his hat over his eyes, remembering that he went all out last time he stared at the ring. If that happened now, he doubted that the island would still be left after he was done. 1-2 Django. Django said. A moment later, all the pirates gave out a loud battle cry, ignoring their wounds from earlier, as one smashed the side of the cliff with his bare hands. What the fuck, Zoro yelled. He smashed the side of the cliff. Nami gasped. And now all of them are that strong. Usopp muttered in horror. Maybe I'll help this once. Luffy said as Django ordered them all to attack again. As they charged up the hill, Luffy stood up, his hat covering his eyes as a grin appeared on his face. You guys asked about that third form of Hawkeye, right? Now's not the time, Luffy. Nami screamed at Luffy. Zoro was getting his other swords out but stopped when Luffy held up his hand. I got this, Zoro. He said as the pirates were nearly upon them. They were a few feet away before Luffy looked up at them all. And then, before anyone knew what had happened, Luffy had let out a controlled blast of Hawkeye at all the pirates. Time seemed to slow down as all the pirates, besides Django, stumbled and fell, every one of them unconscious. Luffy just smirked while the others felt their breath catch in their throats as they stared at Luffy wide-eyed. Boy Luffy. Zoro managed to say. What was that? Nami said as Usopp's jaw hit the ground. That, Luffy said, is Conqueror's Hawkeye. Conqueror's Hawkeye? They all asked. It's very rare and said that only 1 in a million can use it. Luffy explained. It's basically my willpower against theirs. Since my will was stronger, that happened. He said as he pointed his finger down at the unconscious pirates. No way. Usopp said as he, Nami, and Zoro stared at the scene before them. That's impressive. Zoro said. Nami was stunned speechless as she glanced back and forth between Luffy and the pirates. No way. Maybe she thought before shaking her head. No. I almost have enough. I won't risk their lives. Besides they're still pirates. This can't be happening. Django gasped out. How did this happen? He screamed. If Captain Kuro sees this, he'll kill us all. He began to sweat before he heard 2 voices coming from the ship and got an idea. Since it's come down to this, Nyanban brothers. He shouted. At his words, 2 figures leapt from the ship and landed right behind Django. Sham here, Captain Django. Said a skinny man with a hunch and green hair. Bucci here. What's going on, Captain? Said a fat man with a large bell around his neck. Both of them had clawed gloves and cat-like features. Those kids up there are keeping us from our job. Django said as he pointed at the 4 on the hill. Deal with them. What? Sham said as he shook in fear. But we're just the watchmen. No way we can take them on. Bucci said as he cowered next to Sham. Shut up and attack already. Django ordered. What's wrong with those 2? Nami asked. They look ready to piss themselves. Zoro said as he walked forward a bit. So who deals with who? You can have them all to yourself, Zoro. Usopp smiled as he waved a bit. Yeah, have it, Zoro. Nami said, smiling as much as Usopp. Zoro just grunted as Sham came running towards him, waving his claws in the air. He was sounding like a scared kid trying to act tough to a bully as he got closer. Zoro just watched with a bored expression as Sham got closer. Keep your guard up, Zoro. Luffy said as he watched everything happening in front of him. Alright. Zoro said as went for his other swords, but blocked as Sham's cowardly farce faded and attacked him. Zoro. Nami and Usopp shouted as Sham jumped back away from Zoro. Zoro noticed he was missing 2 of his blades, which were on Sham's back. Sham took his swords and tossed them down the hill. Zoro went to attack Sham, slicing his side before running for his swords, only for Sham to jump onto his back and hold him to the ground for Bucci to jump into the air and stomp his head into the ground. Zoro managed to evade in time before using his 1 sword to block Sham and Bucci's relentless attack. There'll be a scratching post soon. Usopp said as he loaded his slingshot and aimed at the brothers, but was stopped by Luffy. Those 2 will kill you if you do that. He said. If you want to help, get Zoro his swords. I'll get them. Nami said as she made her way past the Zoro and the Nyanban brothers and ran for his swords, not noticing Django walking up the hill with his ring out. Django stepped on the blade just as Nami grabbed the blade. She looked up just in time to see the ring coming towards her, but stopped just as it pierced the fabric of her shirt on her shoulder. That was too close. Came Luffy's voice. Nami looked up to see that Luffy had grabbed Django's arm, preventing Django from hurting her. Hey. Let go, you bastard. Django yelled as he tried pulling away from Luffy before he turned blue and gasped. Nami just stared before she heard Sham and Bucci gasp in horror. She, Zoro, and Usopp all looked at where they were looking, while Luffy didn't budge as he knew who was there. CC Captain Kuro. Django managed to squeak out. It's past the appointed time to attack. Kuro said in a calm voice from on top of the hill. Yet, everyone is unconscious or being held off by children. He adjusted his glasses before bellowing out, what the fuck is going on? Ah, Captain Kuro. Django gasped, terrified at the sight of his former captain glaring down at him. He was sweating bullets as Kuro adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand. Well, Django? He asked in a low tone. Care to explain all this? I don't know. All that punk in the straw hat did was glare at them and they passed out. Django screamed in panic. While he was screaming, many of the pirates began to stir and awake from Luffy's haki. Some looked around, wondering why they felt so cold before they saw Kuro and felt colder. Captain Kuro. One of them screamed, getting everyone else's attention. All of them began to sweat in fear at their former captain, who glared at them all. I told you all not to call me that name. Kuro said as he eyed Luffy. To make an entire pirate crew of this size to collapse with a glare. He thought. He's not normal, that's for certain. However, he will not disrupt my plans. Oh man. He's angry. Sham said as he cowered next to Bucci. This is disgraceful. To think that the Black Cat pirates could be beaten by mere children. Have you all really gotten that weak? Kuro asked in a bored tone. Weak, Bucci screamed as he and his brother looked outraged before charging towards him. You're the one who spent 3 years as a butler while we've been sailing the seas. Sham screamed before they both cried out, we'll show you who's weak. Kuro remained motionless as they attacked but disappeared a split second before their claws hit him. There it is. Django said, his arm still in Luffy's grasp. His steel foot technique. Everyone looked around to find Kuro except Luffy, who hadn't moved at all. He looked down to see Nami looking around as well. Nami. He said, getting hers and Django's attention. Zoro needs his swords, he said before a small smile came to his lips. And you've got some treasure to steal, right? He asked before throwing Django back away from the both of them. Nami smiled at the mention of treasure. Right. She said as she grabbed Zoro's swords and threw them towards him. Zoro. Catch. Zoro turned his head slightly to see his swords flying towards him before he caught them both effortlessly as Kuro appeared behind Sham and Bucci, his cat claws spread out and aimed at them both. It seems I have gotten a bit slower these past few years. He said in a low tone as Bucci and Sham started crying. I'm giving you all just 5 minutes to kill these pests. He said as he withdrew his claws and stepped back. If you don't, then you all die by my hand. 5 minutes. One of the black cats said as they all started to tremble. We can't do it in 5 minutes. These guys are monsters. They said. Bucci and Sham however went to attack only to be defeated by Zoro's three-sword style. All the pirates went a little blue at seeing the Nyanban brothers beaten in one move. While all this was happening, Nami slipped away to steal their treasure. Usopp just stared at all this but snapped out of it to point his weapon at Kuro. Hey butler. Usopp screamed as he shook in fear and rage. This is your last warning. Leave this island or my 8,000 men will destroy you. One more minute and counting. Kuro said, ignoring Usopp. At his words, Django hypnotized Bucci to grow stronger, who then went after Zoro again. You alright Zoro? Luffy asked as if asking what the weather was like. I'm good. He grunted as he fought with Bucci. While they fought, the black cats attacked Luffy. Luffy smirked as he easily dodged and sidestepped them all. Usopp had sent a lead star towards Kuro, who used his stealth foot move to avoid it. Time's up. He said as he flexed his claws but grew angry at footsteps behind him. Never is it a good idea, he said as he turned around to strike. To sneak up on me. Look out. Usopp screamed as he tackled Kaya to the ground before Kuro's claws got her. Kaya. What are you doing here? You were supposed to hide. Usopp. She said in a quiet voice. Mary told me everything. Clahater's nothing but a pirate. You were telling the truth and yet she trailed off as tears fell from her eyes. This Kaya. This is no place for one in your condition. Kuro said in a calm voice. You should return to the mansion where it's safe. This only seemed to infuriate Kaya, who stood between him and Usopp and offered him her fortune if he left the island for good. He told her he wanted her money, but also peace. That when she died, money and peace would be his at last. Kaya then pulled out a pistol and aimed at Kuro. Kuro removed a claw before reminding her of their time together for the past 3 years. All the times together they shared before he grabbed the pistol from her doubting hands, stating that it all made him sick. That after she died, his plan of 3 years would be complete as he dropped the pistol. You bastard. Usopp said as he grabbed the pistol. Kuro. He screamed as he shot at him, only to miss as Kuro vanished and reappeared, surrounding Usopp's head with his claws. I still need to repay you for hitting me Usopp. He said. That hurt you know. Before he could attack however, the blades on the hand pointed at Usopp were snapped in the blink of an eye. Then you're in for a bad day. Luffy said as he appeared next to Kuro with his hand where the claws snapped, shocking everyone. What? Captain Kuro? How'd you get there? Kuro just sneered at Luffy before he was hit in the back of the head with what appeared to be a spade. The Usopp pirates are here. The 3 kids yelled as they appeared and attacked Kuro with their weapons. No. Get away from him. Usopp screamed, but they ignored him as they attacked before they said they'd let him off with a warning. Why are you 3 here? Usopp screamed. Would you lie to us, Captain? They screamed back before they shut up at Kuro glaring at them all, then screamed in terror. Enough of this nonsense. Django, take of Kaya and these urchins. He said as he turned back to Luffy. I will take care of this boy. Yes, Captain Kuro. Django said. Do not call me that name, Django. That name died a long time ago. He bellowed before he lunged at Luffy. He slashed at him, only to hit air. Sorry, Kuro. Luffy said with a laugh as he appeared behind them all. But you're too slow. No way. One of the pirates said. There's no way he can be faster. But he dodged him so easily. Another said before a cry of pain filled the air. Everyone turned to see that Zoro had defeated Bucci. Django. Hypnotize Miss Kaya to sign the will, then kill her. Kuro shouted, getting his subordinate's attention. Yes, Captain. He said before a lead star hit him in the forehead, knocking him off his feet. Usopp pirates. Usopp shouted. Take Kaya and run. No way. We can't leave our. There's no time to debate this. Your job is to protect Kaya. Usopp screamed. Isn't this why we became pirates, to protect what we care about? The kids looked at him with tears as he screamed, now go. That's an order. Yes, Captain. They yelled as they ran off with Kaya into the woods. Django, who had gotten to his feet, chased after them. Hold it. Usopp yelled before Kuro kicked him away. It's useless, you know. Kuro said. All of you will die here. That's what you think. Luffy said with a smirk. HMPH. Kuro said before he started swaying. No, Captain Kuro. Not that move. Some of the pirates screamed in terror. I told you before that Kuro is dead. He said as he glared at his crew. Along with anyone who knows me. Wait. You're going to kill us. One of them said. That has been the plan from the start. Kuro will die here and now. He said. Out of the bag attack. He said as he vanished with purple smoke traveling down the hill. This is all the treasure they have. Nami complained as she walked onto the bow of the ship. She then noticed all the pirates with horrified expressions on their faces. What's going on? She looked on as no one moved, petrified with fear. She looked up to see Luffy standing still as well, his eyes shadowed by his hat. Luffy. Shave. He said as he disappeared as well. Suddenly, they could hear the sounds of metal clashing against something all around them. As this happened, a few slash marks wound up on the rocks of the hillside, with only minor cuts hitting the pirates. What the heck? One said as a light slash hit his chest. Captain Kuro's attack isn't killing anyone. Just then, a slash mark appeared in front of Usopp's feet, spooking him as he fell on his ass. Hey, Usopp. Zoro called as he ran up the hill. I don't know what's happening, but that girl's in trouble. Let's go. Alright. He said as they both ran after Django and Kaya. What's going on? Nami said as some of the pirates were either freaking out or looking confused. Finally, both Luffy and Kuro appeared out of nowhere as Luffy kept Kuro's claws at bay with his bare hand. Kuro looked up at him in surprise and fury. To keep up the speed of my technique and deflect my attacks. He growled. Who are you, boy? Monkey D. Luffy. He said as he grinned at Kuro before they leapt away from each other. Kuro adjusted his glasses again. And why exactly are you defending this village anyway? There's a guy in that village I don't want to die. That's why. Luffy said. Time to end this. Indeed. Kuro said as he vanished again, but was punched by Luffy, who appeared right next to him. Kuro skid across the ground before he got up, only to meet Luffy's elbow with his ribs. As he coughed up some blood, Luffy kicked him away with the heel of his foot. No way. He's beating the captain. Some of the pirates said before they started cheering Luffy on. Luffy shut them up by using a gum whip to smash them into the cliffside. You have no right to cheer for me. He screamed as Kuro managed to stand up. No. He thought. My perfect plan will not fail to this trash. He said as he vanished again and appeared behind Luffy, ready to strike. Luffy. Watch out. Nami screamed. Luffy smiled before he appeared right behind Kuro with his arms held out. He then smashed both his fists against the sides of Kuro's head, knocking the ex-butler out for good. He let Kuro fall to the ground as some of the pirates asked who he was. I told you. Monkey D. Luffy. I'm the man who will be king of the pirates. He said as he threw Kuro at them. Now leave and never come back. And take that guy with you. The pirates collected Kuro and left after Nami got off the ship. You took that guy down without a scratch. Nami said as she looked at Luffy. How'd you move that fast anyway? And why did you save them? Shishi. I'll tell you later. And I wasn't saving them, but he was moving everywhere, so he might have hurt you, Zoro and Usopp. He laughed before he looked at her shoulder. He didn't hurt you, right? Huh? She said as she looked at her shoulder. Nah. He just got my shirt. I'm fine. She said as she held up a bag of treasure and smiled. And some treasure too. That's good to hear. Luffy sighed in relief. I'm glad you're not hurt, Nami. Come on, let's go join the others. Right. She said as she walked up the hill in front of him. As he followed, he started looking at her up and down slowly. He started from her neck down to her hips and then at her legs. As he did, his heart beat faster as he blushed. It's that mystery feeling again. He thought with a small smile. I still like it. Hey. Came Usopp's voice, snapping Luffy out of his thoughts as his blush went as fast as it came. They looked to see Zoro and Usopp running back, stating that Django was beaten and that Kaya and the kids were alright. That's good. Luffy said as Usopp stared out at the ocean. After a few days, the trio were eating at the restaurant from before. As they got up to leave, Kaya came in looking much better. Hey miss. You're looking better. Luffy said as he finished his meal. I can't stay in bed forever. She said. Thanks to Usopp's friendship, I'm finally able to start recovering. She explained that her illness was due to the shock of losing both her parents as she went for the door. I wish to repay you all for your kindness. Please follow me. She said before she left. Wonder what she wants to give us. Zoro said. As he and Nami stood up, both noticed Luffy was trembling slightly. Luffy? Nami asked. Shush. Luffy laughed before he hopped over to the door. He knew what it was and couldn't wait to see an old friend again. The trio followed her towards the shore where they met another butler named Mary who was bandaged up a bit after Kuro attacked him. They all followed until they were at the shore where a ship was resting comfortably near it. It was none other than the Going Merry. The Caravel. Nami said with a smile as Luffy jumped high into the air with joy. This is for us? Luffy asked, knowing the answer already. Yes. She's yours now. Kaya said smile. She's an older model, but I designed her myself and she sails beautifully. Mary said. Her name Going Merry. While he explained how to control the ship to Nami, Luffy had jumped on board and started running around, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Luffy, will you stop goofing around? Nami yelled. Before he could answer, they heard screaming coming from up the hill. They all looked to see Usopp rolling down the hill with a boulder-sized backpack on his back. Someone help me. He screamed. That looks like fun. Luffy said as he jumped next to Zoro. Fun or not, he's on a collision course with the ship. He said in a bored tone. Usopp? Kaya said in surprise as Zoro and Luffy both raised their feet, stopping Usopp from hitting the ship as his face smashed against them both. Thanks I think. Usopp mumbled. You're welcome. Luffy said. As the trio got on their new ship, Usopp was saying his goodbyes to Kaya, saying he'd return one day with more stories. She smiled and said she'd be waiting before he turned to the trio. So long guys. May our paths cross again. Usopp waved. Why? Luffy asked. Why? What's wrong with you? I'm heading off on a journey and I hope we meet again someday. Usopp said. Stop yapping and get on already. Zoro said pointing at the ship. Huh? We're friends now right? So get on. Luffy said with a smile. Usopp just stared before he jumped and threw his fist into the air. I'm a real pirate captain now. He screamed. No. That's what I am Usopp. Luffy yelled back as they all laughed. After they hauled him and his stuff on board, Usopp waved goodbye to Kaya, Mary, and the 3 kids who showed up to see them off. After that, they got out some booze to celebrate. To our new ship and our new crewmate. Luffy yelled. Cheers. They yelled with smiles on their faces. Mary. Luffy thought. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you. It's hard that we can't bring you into the new world, even with your full strength. But this time, we'll take better care of you. That's a promise. It had been some time since they left on their new ship. Zoro was napping, Nami was looking over maps, Usopp was pretending to fight something by swinging a pole around, and Luffy was working on something in the corner. Usopp looked at them all relaxing. Aren't you guys a little too relaxed? He asked. Done. Luffy yelled, getting everyone's attention. With what? Zoro asked as he woke from his nap. Our mark. Luffy said as he held up a Jolly Roger. The other 3 looked at it in confusion and horror. It looked just the same as when Luffy first painted it. Bent and disfigured. This is our mark? They asked as Luffy smiled. Yeah. Pretty cool huh? Luffy asked. Usopp sighed before he stepped forward. Shouldn't our mark strike fear to our enemies? Zoro asked. Here. Let the artist show you how it's done. Usopp said before he painted a new symbol on the black flag before holding it up. It was better, though it looked like one for Usopp. Just like last time. Luffy thought as he gave an annoyed look before he and Zoro hit him. Rejected. He and Zoro said before Usopp redrew it. How about this? Usopp asked as he held up the one that Luffy knew. The one with a skull and crossbones wearing a straw hat. That's very good. Nami said. That's the one. Draw it on the sails too Usopp. Luffy said as he pointed at the sails. Usopp did so before lying on the deck tired. Luffy looked up at the sails and smiled. Now the pirate ship Going Merry has everything she needs. He said before it started clouding up. Oh yeah. And this is our first adventure. Luffy thought. After their adventure with Gaiman on the island of rare animals, they sailed on a bit more. Luffy was looking around until he spotted a rock off in the distance. He smiled as he aimed the cannon and fired at it, missing it a bit. "What are you doing?" Zoro yelled to him. "Cannon practice." Luffy answered. "I missed though." "Hang on. Let the pro show you how it's done." Usopp said as he came over and readjusted the cannon before firing, blasting the rock to pieces. "Nice shot, Usopp," Luffy said with a grin. Usopp just looked on in surprise. "I hit it?" he asked before he gave a confident look at them all. "I mean, of course I did." Impressed. "That settles it. You're the sniper, Usopp," Luffy said. "Huh? I'm not the captain?" he asked. "No. I am the captain," Luffy stated as they walked into the cabin and sat at the table with the others. "Alright. But you chicken out on something, I'm captain," Usopp said. "Hat chance," Luffy said with a laugh as they sat around the table. Luffy looked at the three of them as they talked. He then looked around the room, remembering everything that they've been through. He couldn't help but smile under his hat at the memories. He was brought out of his thoughts when they all heard crashing coming from outside. "Come on out, you stinkin' pirates," shouted a voice. Luffy ran outside, remembering who it was. "Hey, who are you?" Luffy asked, getting his attention. "It doesn't matter, pirate," he screamed as he charged at Luffy. "You'll pay for trying to kill me, friend." He swung his sword at Luffy, only to be stopped by Luffy grabbing the blade with his fingers. "What?" "Knock it off," Luffy said as he threw Johnny over his shoulder, letting him slam against the cabin. Johnny slid down a bit before muttering. "You got lucky." Nami and Usopp peeked out the window while Zoro walked outside to see what was going on. He peeked down to see Johnny lying there in pain. "Johnny? Is that you?" he asked in mild surprise. "Who's saying my name like we're friends?" Johnny shouted before he looked up and saw Zoro. "Big bro Zoro. What are you doing on a pirate ship?" "That's my line," Zoro said before looking around. "Where's Yusaku?" he asked, which caused Johnny to cry as he pointed over to the railing. "Over there," he said. Everyone looked over to see a pale and bleeding Yusaku lying in a small boat. "What happened to him?" Zoro asked as Luffy brought him up to the deck. Johnny explained how he was fine one day, then started getting tired, losing teeth, and his old wound opened. He said he was letting him rest at a nearby rock before some moron blew it up with a cannon. Usopp turned blue at that and bowed with Luffy, who stayed calm and apologized for what they did. "You think an apology is gonna fix this?" he yelled, causing Usopp to turn even bluer. He then turned to Zoro. "Don't sugarcoat it, bro. Will Yusaku die?" Zoro had a grim look on his face, unable to answer since he didn't know. While they were talking, Nami knelt down to Yusaku before examining his face. Johnny started yelling at her, spitting on her as well, claiming that she was mocking his death. She pushed him away before telling them all it was scurvy. "Luffy, Usopp, there are some limes in storage. Get them," she ordered. Both nodded before they ran off, then came back shortly with a lot of limes. They then started squeezing lime juice into his mouth. "Scurvy's caused by a lack of vitamin C," Nami explained. She then explained how sailors used to succumb to scurvy often until they learned to store fruits and vegetables. "He'll need some rest, but he'll be okay now." "Really big sis," Johnny yelled happily, spitting on Nami more before she pushed him away. She told him not to call her that again as Luffy and Usopp shoved limes into Yusaku's mouth. "That's smart, Nami," Luffy said. "Are you a doctor as well?" he asked, knowing what was coming. "Every sailor should know about scurvy," she screamed before Yusaku coughed up the limes and sat up. He looked dazed for a moment before he and Johnny started dancing around. "I'm cured." "He's cured." "Hooray. You don't recover that fast," Nami screamed. Both stopped before they looked at them all. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Johnny." "And I'm Yusaku. We're pirate hunters," they both said. "Big bro Zoro here once traveled with us," Johnny said. "Nice to meet you all," Yusaku said. "Never thought we'd meet again," Zoro said. "And we never thought that you," Johnny started. "End up being a pirate," Yusaku finished as he and Johnny went to shake Zoro's hand before Yusaku went pale and fell down. "Partner," Johnny yelled. They helped Yusaku up to a room to rest as they all gathered in the lounge to eat. "You should learn from this," Nami said as she wrote in the logbook. "You have to be prepared when going out on the seas," Zoro said. "Yeah," Usopp said. "Without the right amount of nutrition, you'll die out here." "Like a chef," Luffy said as he ate some bread. "That's what we need on our ship." "If it's a chef you're after, I know the perfect place," Johnny said before he looked at Zoro. "But be warned. It's close to the Grand Line and there have been some rumors about that place. Some of which include a certain Hawkeye man is around there as well." Zoro looked up with a grin as he held his sword. Johnny then pointed his finger outward. "Then our heading is clear." north by northeast. The sea restaurant, Berati. Luffy smiled wide at hearing their next destination as his stomach roared with hunger. Finally. Sanji's cooking's the best. He thought. Some time had passed as they sailed towards the restaurant. Yusaku had woken up from his rest and was talking with the others as Luffy listened. "So you guys are pirate hunters like Zoro used to be?" Usopp asked. "That's right." Johnny said as he pulled out some wanted posters from his jacket and placed them on the table. "The higher the bounty, the better the pay. After we take out all these guys, we'll go after the bigger fish." Yusaku said as the group looked at the wanted posters. Everyone was looking at the wanted posters with different reactions. Johnny and Yusaku were confident. Usopp looked a little frightened at some of the pictures. Zoro looked at them with a bored expression. Luffy, however, didn't pay any attention to them. He was watching Nami out of the corner of his eye as she picked up one of the posters. She started trembling a bit before she walked towards the door. "Where you going, big sis?" Yusaku asked before Johnny clapped his hands over his mouth. "Just to get some air," she said as she walked out of the cabin. Everyone stared at the door with a bit of confusion. "Wonder what's up with her?" Usopp asked as he looked at the others. "She took a wanted poster with her," Zoro said. "Maybe big sis is aiming for the bounty on that guy," Yusaku said. "What do you think, big bro Luffy?" he asked. He didn't get an answer though as Luffy had left the cabin as well. Nami had walked to the stern of the ship with her bangs covering her eyes. She was looking at the wanted poster she picked up earlier as her body trembled some more as she scrunched the wanted poster up. "Something wrong, Nami?" came Luffy's voice from behind her. She tensed at his voice before she put on a fake smile and looked at him, hiding the poster under her shirt. "And nothing. Nothing's wrong, Luffy," she said as she laughed a bit. Luffy just looked at her with a blank stare. He knew she was lying through her teeth. "Nami?" Luffy said in a calm tone as he stared at her. Nami just gave Luffy a nervous look as she held her hands up. "Don't worry. Nothing's wrong at all. I'm Aoi. I saw the wanted poster," Luffy said, stopping her in mid-sentence. She tensed up as he walked closer. "Nami, please. What's wrong?" Nami stared at him before she looked down. She started trembling again as Luffy stood in front of her, waiting for an answer. It felt like forever before she let out a sigh and looked up at him. She had a sad look in her eyes as she slowly pulled the sleeve up on her left shoulder, revealing Arlong's mark. "You remember that 100 million bears I'm trying to get?" she asked in a low, calm tone. "Yeah. It's for my village," she said. She started telling him what happened to her 8 years ago. How Arlong and his crew came to her island and took over, killing anyone who didn't pay a tax. She told him how her mother sacrificed herself so that she and her sister could live. Luffy noticed her eyes were welling up as she went on about how Arlong saw one of her maps and decided to force her to work for him. She was close to breaking down when she finished telling him about the deal they made. "So you need that money to pay that Arlong guy to buy your village's freedom?" he asked. "That's right," she said as a few tears fell from her eyes. She rubbed them away as she looked back at him. "After 8 long years, I've almost collected enough bears. Just one more trip and I'll have enough." "Is that so?" Luffy asked. "And what about the rest of your island?" "There's nothing I can do about that," Nami said in a sad tone. "It was just for my village. After I buy it from Arlong, he'll leave and never come back to the village. Everywhere else on the island," was all she said. She couldn't stomach the idea any further. No one should have to suffer like she did. "Why don't I help you?" Luffy asked, pulling her out of her thoughts. "What? I thought you were helping me get enough money," she said. "I meant with the rest of the island. It's clear this Arlong fishman isn't gonna stop," Luffy said as he crossed his arms. "What are you saying, Luffy?" "I'm saying that after we get a chef, we go to your island and I kick Arlong's ass," he said with a grin. Nami's eyes widened in horror at his idea. "What? No way. He'll kill you," she screamed. She was about to say something else but stopped when Luffy put a hand on her shoulder. "You've seen how strong I am, Nami," he said with a smile. "I can beat him." Nami just stared at him. She had seen Luffy fight. But she had also seen Arlong and his goons plow through everyone who went to gaze at them when they first arrived. She backed away from Luffy a few steps before shaking her head. "It doesn't matter how strong you are," she said. "No one can beat Arlong." Luffy looked at her as she gazed at the ground with a sad look in her eyes. He sighed before he smiled at her. "We're here," they heard Johnny shouting. Nami wiped her eyes as she and Luffy walked towards the front of the ship. They all saw the floating restaurant Berati as Johnny looked back at them all. "What do you think?" "It's amazing," Nami said. "That's so awesome," Usopp cried out. "I told you guys." "Right," Johnny said before they heard a bunch of noise coming off the side of the ship. They all turned to see a marine vessel sail next to them. "Marines," Johnny said before he and Yusaku hid behind the door. "You think they'll fire at us?" Usopp asked in fear. Great. Zoro mumbled just what we needed. When did they show up? Nami asked as someone came out onto the deck of the marine ship. He looked at the pirate ship with a bored expression. I've never seen that flag before. He said before he held up his hand at them. I'm Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody. Who is your captain? I am. My name's Luffy. Luffy said. I'm Usopp. Got it. Usopp said, which annoyed Luffy all over again. We got our pirate mark yesterday. Luffy continued. And I am the one who painted it. Usopp said before Luffy looked at him. Usopp. Luffy said as he pointed at the flag. See the flag? He asked as he pointed at his hat. See my hat? What part of I'm the captain don't you understand? As they talked, Fullbody spotted Johnny and Yasaku. You too? He called. Aren't you those bounty hunters that go after small game? He asked before he chuckled. Caught by no-name pirates huh? What? They screamed in outrage. They began shouting at him, which he ignored before he held his thumb down. That bastard ignored us. Yasaku said before Usopp shouted that they were aiming a cannon at them. Everyone looked to see a cannonball fly towards them. I got it. Luffy said as he held his hands up to catch the cannonball. Johnny and Yasaku stared at him as their jaws hit the deck. Luffy looked at the ball before he looked back at the marine ship, then to Zoro with a smile. Zoro grinned as Luffy pulled his arm back and threw the cannonball right back at them, causing a bit of an explosion on deck. Fire on my ship will you? As the marines ran around to put the fire out, the Straw Hats tied their ship up and entered the restaurant. Welcome to the Betrayal, you darn crooks. Name's Patty. Said Patty in a happy tune. 6 in your party. Food. Luffy screamed, getting everyone's attention. I'll take that as a yes. Patty said as he led them to a table. What'll you have? Like I said. Food. Luffy said with a laugh as the others ordered some food. Patty started walking away before Fullbody burst into the restaurant looking pissed. He glared around until he saw Luffy and his group before he stomped towards them. You filthy, no-name pirates. In the name of the Marines, I'm arresting you for attacking my ship. He bellowed before a blonde man in a suit stood in front of him. Luffy looked and smiled, knowing exactly who it was. If you want to arrest them, Sanji said as he breathed some cigarette smoke out. Wait until after we've fed them. Alright. Who are you? Fullbody asked in an annoyed voice. Like I care if they're customers. They're pirates. They're not getting any food for WH was all he said before receiving a kick to the jaw. As long as they're in here, they eat. He said with a dark look on his face. What's going on here? Shouted a voice from the stairs. Everyone looked to see Chef Zeph walking down the stairs to see why everyone was yelling. Sanji's beating up customers again. Patty yelled. This joker here tried to prevent some customers from eating. What am I supposed to do, geezer? Sanji said as he looked at Zeph with a bored expression. Zeph walked over before kicking Sanji in the face with his left foot. Quit picking fights with the customers, Sanji. He said before he turned to Fullbody and kicked him towards the door. And you, get out of my restaurant. Everyone watched as Fullbody landed like a ragdoll near the door as a marine burst through with a scared look on his face. Lieutenant Fullbody. That Krieg pirate has escaped. What? How can that be? He was on the verge of starvation when we found him 3 days ago. We haven't fed him yet, so how can he still be moving? Fullbody screamed as the other customers were muttering in fear about Don Krieg. He escaped while we were busy with the fur, he said before a gunshot went off. The marine fell to the ground, revealing a thin and tired Jin standing in the doorway. Everyone looked at him with expressions ranging from fear to blank as Jin stood there. Luffy looked at Jin as memories of what Jin did to keep Sanji alive came to his mind as he smiled. Yeah. Not a day goes by that there isn't a fight or argument going on here. It's gotten so bad that the waiters bailed on us. Sanji continued. So, you in or what? Luffy asked. I'll pass. I can't leave this restaurant. Sanji said. Really? What reason? Luffy asked. Sanji blew out some smoke before saying that it wasn't important. Luffy just stared before he smiled. I see. Sorry, but I don't accept. Don't accept? What don't you accept? Sanji asked in annoyance. Your refusal. I need a cook for my pirate ship and I pick you. Luffy said as he crossed his arms. What? Sanji yelled. Didn't you hear me? I said no, you straw hat bastard. I'll kick your ass if you make fun of my hat. Luffy yelled. He had this conversation before, but he still didn't like anyone to trash talk his hat. Hate to interrupt, Jin said after eating his meal. What? They both shouted. My name's Jin, a pirate of Don Krieg's fleet. You said you're a pirate, kid? He asked. Yeah. Luffy replied, still a little steamed at Sanji. What are you after? He asked. One Piece. Luffy said with a smile. I'm heading to the Grand Line soon to go after it. He looked on as Jin looked back in utter terror. You can't have been searching that long. He said. If you don't have a cook, your crew can't be that big. He's the fifth member. Luffy said as he pointed at Sanji. No, I'm not. Sanji yelled. Let me give you some advice, kid. Stay away from the Grand Line. There are plenty of other places that you can go to. Jin said. I know, but One Piece is in the Grand Line, so that's where I'm going. Luffy said. You sound like you've been there. Jin grew quiet as he stared at the ground while shaking. Once. He muttered. That place makes no sense. It was nothing but one horror after another there. Is that so? Sanji said. Man, this food is great. Usopp said as he, Zoro, and Nami were eating inside the restaurant while Johnny and Yusaku ate their meals on the Going Merry so others wouldn't think they were pirates. I really hope we get a chef from here to join us. Yeah. It'd be great. Nami said in a quiet voice. Both of them looked at her as she stood up and left the table. Where are you going? Zoro asked. To get some air. She said without even looking back at them. She walked out the doors and went to the back before leaning onto the rails. She sighed as she thought about her home. She remembered how Luffy offered to beat Arlong and save her island and smiled at that. She was truly touched that someone would do something like that for her. She heard sails unfurling as she looked to the left to see Jin, bowing his head at Sanji as the tiny boat he was on sailed away. Sanji, bellowed Zeph. Get back to work. He said before he went back into the restaurant. Shitty old geezer. Sanji mumbled. While they walked toward the door, Luffy sensed Nami and looked to his left to see her looking back at him. Oh. Hey Nami. Luffy called. Who? Sanji asked as he was about to walk into the door. He looked over to see Nami as well. Nami? She's my navigator and friend and where'd you go? Luffy said before he looked back to see Sanji presenting a rose to Nami. It must be fate that we meet like this, miss. Sanji said. Oh hello. She said in quiet voice before she turned to Luffy. Friend of yours? He's our new cook. Luffy said with a grin as he walked towards. I'm not your cook. Sanji said before something clicked. Wait. Our? As in, she's in your crew? Yep. Luffy said. Sanji looked back at her before he closed his eyes. Fate is a cruel mistress. To be so close, yet so far. Sanji said. What is he talking about, Luffy? Nami asked. He doesn't want to leave the restaurant, but I refused his refusal. That doesn't make any sense. Nami said. Sanji. Bellowed Zeph's voice from inside the restaurant, snapping Sanji out of his daze. Shitty, geezer. Sanji mumbled as he walked back into the restaurant. Both Nami and Luffy watched him leave before looking at each other. I don't think he'll leave, Luffy. Luffy only grinned. He will, because we're not leaving until he comes with us. It was a while after Jin left and Luffy hadn't given up. He would ask Sanji to join, and Sanji would refuse. Nami's mood brightened a bit watching Luffy annoy Sanji. Sanji was giving free meals to Nami after she charmed them out of him, which caused the other chefs to yell at him. Zeph and Sanji even got into a fight after Sanji refused to listen to Zeph, who told him to get out of his restaurant. Sanji told him that he wouldn't leave no matter what. This kept happening until a ship appeared on the horizon. Don Krieg. Somebody shouted. Everybody looked out to see a huge galleon bearing Don Krieg's Jolly Roger. Everyone was terrified despite the fact that the galleon looked like it went through a hurricane. The galleon pulled up next to the restaurant as everything seemed to grow quiet. Footsteps could be heard as a huge man was approaching the door. The doors opened to reveal Don Krieg being held up by Jin. Please, I need food. Krieg said before he collapsed. Jin was asking them to bring Krieg food and that he had money this time. However, most of the chefs laughed, stating that they knew about his reputation. Krieg was bowing his head, begging for food as Jin cried for him to stop. Move, Patty. Sanji said as he kicked Patty out of his way before placing some food and drink in front of Krieg, shocking the chefs. As Krieg ate, another chef named Karn told everyone what he knew about Krieg before Krieg finished his food and slammed his drink onto the floor. Sanji. Duck. Yelled Luffy. Sanji looked confused but did anyway, leaving Krieg to swing his arm over Sanji, missing him completely before he stood up. Everyone looked back at Krieg before the customers ran out of the restaurant as Krieg looked at Luffy and Sanji. Nice reflexes, cook. He said. Don Krieg. Why did you attack him? Jin asked in shock before Krieg hurt his shoulder and dropped him to the floor as he eyed the restaurant. This is a nice ship. I'll take it. Krieg said with a grin. My old ship is on the verge of sinking, so I'll be needing a new one. As for you cooks, get my men some food. I've got 100 men starving over there, so hop to it. Sanji started walking towards the kitchen, only for all the other chefs to block his path. Eddie knocked Sanji to the ground before pulling out a shellfish-looking cannon and shot at Krieg, asking if he wanted dessert. The smoke cleared, showing a pissed-off Krieg before he stated that the dessert was terrible. He then pulled out a bunch of weapons from under his woot steel armor and fired on the cooks. After he was finished, he began to rant about how his weapons and manpower made him the strongest. The strongest, huh? Luffy asked as he was shoving his face with food that the customers left in their panic. Everyone looked at him as some sweat dropped. How can you eat when Don Krieg is threatening to kill everyone here? One of the cooks shouted. Luffy just looked at them all with his cheeks puffed out with food. Simple. Luffy said before swallowing. It's because I'm not scared of Krieg or his crew. Everyone froze as stiff as statues for what felt like forever. Yeah, came from almost everyone on the ship. Krieg, however, looked pissed at his statement. He was about to show Luffy why he should fear him, but was stopped when a big bag was placed in front of him by Zeph. That's 100 meals worth of food. Zeph said. Take it and leave. This caused the chefs to ask why Zeph gave him food. Your red leg, Zeph, Krieg said in quiet shock as Zeph turned and walked away. The other chefs asked why he did when that would give them the strength to fight. Maybe, but will it give them the will to fight? He asked before he looked back at Krieg. Well, did your will survive defeat? Krieg just stared at him as the other chefs realized what he said. Not even he could do it. Karn said in disbelief. A fleet of 50 ships couldn't get through the Grand Line. Krieg's eyes widened and became bloodshot in realization that Zeph was alive. Zeph said that was correct, but he chose the life of a cook. Krieg laughed before he explained what he knew about Zeph. How his kicks turned bedrock to dust or left footprints in solid steel. How he got the name Red Leg or Red Foot due to his enemy's blood coating his shoes. He then said it was a pity that Zeph couldn't fight anymore since he lost his leg. I don't need to fight. I'm a cook. As long as I have my 2 hands, I'll be fine. Enough talking. What is it that you want? Zeph said. Krieg stated his desire. Zeph's logbook. Luffy asked if Zeph sailed on the Grand Line, which he knew the answer was yes. Zeph confirmed Luffy and Krieg's questions, saying that he did have a logbook of his time on the Grand Line. He also refused to give it to Krieg, stating that it was the pride of the crew he sailed with and too important to give to him. Krieg didn't like this answer at all. Then I'll take it by force. Krieg stated. He went to tell them how the Grand Line did beat him, but he wouldn't give up. That he lost due to lack of knowledge about the Grand Line. That with Zeph's logbook, he'll have the information to find the One Piece and conquer the Grand Line. No way. Luffy said as he walked between them all and declared loudly. The one who will be king of the pirates is me. Everyone was looking at him with mixed reactions. Hey, back off before you make things worse, kid. Patty yelled. Not a chance. Luffy said with a grin. What did you say, kid? Krieg asked annoyed. I'm not in the mood for your idiocy. I don't care. I'm just telling you the truth. Luffy said without a trace of doubt. This isn't a game. Krieg said. I know it isn't. I'm dead serious about conquering the Grand Line. Luffy said, finally causing Krieg to lose his patience. Enough. He shouted. I lost 50 ships and almost all 5,000 of my crew after only 7 days. That sea is a nightmare. What? 1 week, Patty screamed. I'm tired of hearing you spout nonsense, boy. Krieg said. If you want, I'll kill you on the spot. Luffy remained quiet as Krieg bared his hidden weapons again. Krieg then spotted Zoro and Usopp before laughing about how small his crew is. I've got 2 other members. Luffy said, causing Sanji to yell that he wasn't a part of his crew. Instead of attacking, Krieg left to feed his men, stating that he would take the ship when he did and that if they valued their lives, they better leave. After he did, Jin began to apologize to Sanji, saying that he didn't think Krieg would do this. You've got no reason to apologize, sailor. Zeph said, shocking the cooks. Every cook here did what they thought was right. The other cooks started asking why he was taking Sanji's side and how it was Sanji's fault that Krieg was after the restaurant. You fools don't know what you're talking about. Zeph shouted. He then went on to say how they didn't know what kind of horrible pain it is to starve. The difference between you all and Sanji is that Sanji knows. The chefs began to wonder what he meant before Zeph spoke again. If complaining is all you'll do, then get out. All the chefs went silent for a moment before claiming that they would stay and fight. That the Baratie was the only place they had left. Jin was asking if they lost their minds, only for Sanji to reply that now that they've been fed, he had no problem killing them. While Sanji was speaking to the other cooks, Luffy turned to Jin. What happened out there, Jin? He asked, getting Jin's attention. On the Grand Line. Jin just stared at the floor as he told them what he saw. On the 7th day of their voyage, they came across a single man who, one by one, sunk Krieg's entire fleet. Needless to say, everyone was freaking out at this news. Jin then explained it was only due to a freak storm did their flagship escape. His eyes sharp and murderous were like that of a hawk. Jin said. Luffy heard Zoro react to those words as Zeph said that it could only be Hawkeye. Hawkeye, Mihawk. Zoro gasped. Sounds strong. Luffy said. Is that someone you know, Zoro? Zoro calmed down a bit to tell them that Hawkeye was the man he was looking for. While everyone was talking, Luffy thought back to when Zoro and Hawkeye fought, which ended with Zoro losing badly. He then remembered how Hawkeye nearly killed him at Marineford and how good with the blade he really was. He was brought out of his thoughts when Usopp asked if they really had to go to the Grand Line. He looked back at him with a grin. "Of course we're going," he said as Zoro said that he would finally fight his rival. Sanji just told them all that they're stupid and that idiots like them that wind up dead. While Zoro told them off, Luffy was cracking his knuckles and walking out toward the galleon. "Hey, where are you going, kid?" Jin asked. "To fight Krieg. What else?" Luffy said. "Are you crazy?" Jin yelled. "Have you not seen how strong Don Krieg is?" "I have," Luffy said. "But he hasn't seen how strong I am." He then looked Jin straight in the eye. "Besides, I told you before, didn't I? I'm not afraid of any Krieg pirate." Jin just stared in shock while Zeph smirked at Luffy's confidence. Everyone looked back at the galleon as they heard Krieg's men roar to life with energy. They were about to attack, only for Krieg's ship to be cut in half. Everyone was freaking out as Krieg shouted out his disbelief at what was happening. Zeph ordered someone to raise the anchor before they sunk with it. While this happened, Zoro and Usopp came out to check up on the ship, only to see Yasaku and Johnny floating in the water and crying. "What happened?" Zoro asked. "Where's the ship?" "I'm sorry, big bro," Johnny said. "Big sis Nami. She took the ship and treasure and sailed away," Yasaku yelled. While Zoro and Usopp yelled out in disbelief and anger at Nami, Luffy just stared off at the ship in the distance, faintly picking up on Nami with his haki. "Nami," Luffy muttered with a sigh. He knew why she did it, so he couldn't get angry at her. He turned to Johnny and asked where his and Yasaku's boat is. "It's moored to the restaurant." "Zoro, you and Usopp go after her," Luffy ordered. "Why? Let her keep the ship. It's not worth it to keep that witch," Zoro said in annoyance. Luffy calmly stared at the far-off Mary. "She has her reasons," he said in a calm voice. Zoro just looked at him like was crazy, but agreed. "Fine. But what about you?" Zoro asked. "I'm gonna stay and fight these guys," Luffy said. "I like Pops here, so I'm gonna help them out." Before they could set sail, some of the Krieg pirates were freaking out. "Don Krieg. That man is back. He's come back to finish the job." "What? He followed us," Krieg shouted. Everyone turned towards the sea to see a tiny raft with 2 candles, each burning with an eerily green flame, sailing towards them. Even Zeph looked surprised at the sight of him as everyone saw his eyes. Yellow, cold, and murderous. "It's him," Zoro said in shock. "He's here, Hawkeye." Everyone was speechless, nay, petrified at the sight of Mihawk's tiny vessel. As it came closer, one of the Krieg pirates asked what they did to him to deserve this. "Just killing time," Mihawk answered. "Bastard," yelled a pirate as he aimed his pistols and shot at Mihawk. Mihawk simply pulled out his black sword and, with almost no effort, deflected the bullets with the tip of his blade before resheathing it. "What? I missed. How?" "He changed their course with the tip of his blade," Zoro said as he appeared behind the pirates. He walked forward while they eyed his 3 swords. "3 swords? You can't be. Never have I seen a sword handled so gently or with such grace," Zoro said. Mihawk didn't move but turned his eyes to Zoro. "Brute force isn't true strength and swordplay," Mihawk said. "That same sword was used to cut this ship?" Zoro asked. "Correct," Mihawk replied. "Then it's true. You're the best," Zoro said. "I set out to sea for one purpose only. To meet you," he said as he untied the bandana from his arm. "For what reason?" Mihawk asked. "To defeat you," he said as he tied his bandana to his head. "How foolish," Mihawk said with a smirk. Zoro unsheated Wado and pointed it at Hawkeye. "You're not doing anything now. Let's go," he said. By now, all the pirates knew who he was. "The pirate hunter, eh?" Krieg said. "He's a what?" Sanji asked, looking a bit surprised. "You're a weak fool," Mihawk said before he leapt over to the floating piece of ship that Zoro was standing on. "If you're a competent swordsman, you should understand the difference between us even before you drew your blade. Why do you challenge me? Bravery or stupidity?" "My dream," Zoro said as he placed Wado between his teeth and drew his 2 other swords. "That, and a promise I plan to fulfill." Paddy began to speak about the clash between them, while Yasaku and Johnny cheered on about how Zoro was unbeatable and already the strongest. Luffy remained quiet as he knew how this would turn out. Mihawk then took the tiny golden cross from his neck and unsheathed the tiny blade inside, angering Zoro. "What do you plan to do with that?" Zoro asked. "This is more than enough. After all, you wouldn't kill a fly with a cannon, would you?" Hawkeye said before apologizing that he didn't have any blade smaller than that. "You're gonna regret that," Zoro said as he ran toward Hawkeye. "Die. You have no idea how big the world is," Mihawk said as Zoro charged. Onigiri. He shouted as he brought his blades to strike. Luffy didn't react at all as Mihawk stopped all of Zoro's blades in mid-strike. What Zoro said through clenched teeth. He and everyone around were stunned at the sight. Big bro Zoro's attack was stopped by Mihawk. Johnny shouted. No way. Yusaku yelled. That attack's never failed before. No way. Zoro thought. I can't move my blades. How is this possible? He thought before he screamed out, I am not that far behind the best. And just like last time, he swung his swords wildly at Hawkeye, who parried and dodged at each and every strike. Luffy watched as Johnny and Yusaku yelled out to him. You're just messing with him? Right, big bro? Yusaku asked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Big bro. Johnny called out in tears. You cannot be that much better than me. Zoro yelled as he attacked again. Such violent swordsmanship. Mihawk said as he blocked another attack. This continued on before Mihawk dodged an attack and, with the side of his hand, hit Zoro in the back of the neck, nearly rendering him unconscious. Zoro struggled to stay in the fight, even though he could barely see. He fumbled toward Mihawk in an attempt to attack, only for Mihawk to step out of the way for Zoro to fall. He lay there, gasping for breath, as Mihawk looked at him with a slightly curious gaze. What weight do you carry upon your shoulders, weakling? Weakling, Johnny and Yusaku shouted as they went for their swords, saying they'd teach him a lesson for speaking about Zoro that way. They were about to jump, but noticed a hand on their shoulders, keeping them from moving. They looked back to see it was Luffy keeping them in place. This is Zoro's fight. Luffy said as he kept a hardened stare at Zoro's fight. Stay right where you are. I refuse, Zoro said as he stood up. To be defeated. He then readied his swords again as the world around him seemed to fade. All he could hear was his heartbeat. At that moment, Luffy's words played out in his head. Greatest swordsman, huh? Got it. And it suits me just fine. King of the pirates should only have the best on his crew. Tiger, Zoro shouted before Hawkeye lunged forward, piercing Zoro's chest right above his heart. Zoro's arms fell as blood trickled out of his mouth. You've lost, yet you won't step back. Why? Mihawk asked. Oh no. Zoro said. But I will not run. If I took so much as one step back, then I'd lose everything that made me what I am right now, including my pride. Without that, I'm nothing. That is defeat. I refuse defeat. Then you get death. I prefer death. Zoro said without hesitation. Such strong conviction. Mihawk thought before he pulled his knife from Zoro's chest and resheathed it. State your name. My name Murano Zoro. Zoro said as he pulled his swords up to make some sort of triangle. I'll remember it. Mihawk said as he pulled out his black sword. It's been some time since someone as strong as you faced me. As a swordsman courtesy, I lend you with the world's strongest black blade. I appreciate it. Zoro said as Johnny and Yusaku begged him to stop, which he ignored. This is it. He thought. The greatest or death. He then began to spin his swords around in front of him. Three-sword style. Secret technique. Fall. Mihawk said as he dashed towards him. 3,000 worlds. Zoro said as Mihawk ran past him. Both stayed motionless for a moment until the swords in Zoro's hand shattered and a slash came across his chest as he fell to his knees. Big bro. Screamed Johnny and Yusaku. I lost. Zoro thought as he took his white sword from his mouth and resheathed it. So this is the strength of the best. He turned to face Mihawk and held his arms out wide. Mihawk said in confusion. Zoro merely looked up with a smile. Wounds on the back are a swordsman's shame. Fine. Mihawk said with a smirk before he slashed at Zoro. All was calm, then blood erupted from Zoro's chest as he fell to the sea. Zuruo. Luffy screamed as some of his haki escaped from him, causing a few around them to faint, while the rest felt shivers down their spines. However, everyone thought it was from seeing the infamous Zoro being slashed open. Hawkeye could feel Luffy's haki though as he motionlessly eyed Luffy. That power, something is strange about that kid. Mihawk thought before he said that Zoro shouldn't rush these things. Usopp, Johnny, and Yusaku screamed Zoro's name. Johnny and Yusaku dived for Zoro as Sanji stared. Why would he do something that stupid? Sanji thought. He should have known he was outclassed. Why didn't he run? Don't be a fool. Stop dreaming and live. He shouted. You bastard. Luffy said in a low tone as he shook. He knew this would happen, but the sight of Zoro being hurt brought back horrible memories of losing his friend to the Marines all over again. He vanished before appearing next to Hawkeye with a deadly look in his eye. Everyone just stared at Luffy's reappearing trick. Conqueror's haki from a man in the East Blue? Thought Mihawk. Most definitely not an ordinary man. Are you the young warrior's comrade? He asked Luffy. I'm impressed with you for not interfering. Fear not, your friend is alive. Luffy calmed down at those words as he turned to look and see Johnny and Yusaku fish Zoro out of the water. Zoro. Luffy called. Zoro coughed up blood as Johnny and Yusaku pulled him to a boat with Usopp waiting with some medicine. "It is still far too early for you to die," Mihawk said. "My name is Dracula Mihawk. You're strong, but you still have a long way to go. No matter the years, I'll hold this title as the greatest swordsman and wait for you. Hone your skills until that day, then seek me out, Rurano Zoro." Everyone stared as Zeph said that not just anyone could earn Hawkeye's regards. Mihawk then turned to Luffy. "What is your goal, boy?" "To be the king," Luffy said without hesitation. "That's quite a goal," Mihawk said with a smile. "One even more challenging than defeating me." "Let me worry about that," Luffy said as he stuck his tongue out at him like before. He turned to the boat again as Usopp shouted that Zoro is alive and was just out cold. Johnny and Yusaku were yelling at him to say something. "Zoro," Luffy yelled. He then saw Zoro's white sword being pointed into the air. "Luffy, can you hear me?" Zoro said in a pained gasp. "Yeah. I'm sorry for disappointing you," he said. "I know you need nothing but the best swordsman in the world. I've let you down. Please forgive me." Luffy just stared in surprise. Even though he heard it before, Zoro's vow had the same impact as before. "Until the day comes when I beat that man and take his title," Zoro continued, with Mihawk smiling at the sound of a challenge. "I vow to never be defeated by anyone ever again. Is that okay with you?" Zoro screamed as tears fell from his eyes. "King of the pirates." Luffy smiled at all that. "Yep. You're a very good team," Mihawk said as he walked toward his boat. "I hope our paths cross again one day." "Hey Mihawk," Krieg shouted with a cocky grin. "I thought you were here for my head. Weren't you here to kill Don Krieg, ruler of the East Blue?" "It crossed my mind," Mihawk said without looking back. "But I've had enough fun for one day. I'm going home to rest." "Funny," Krieg said as he cracked his neck. "I haven't had enough." His men were shouting at him to reconsider, but he ignored it as he pulled out his arsenal from his armor and attacked Mihawk. "Die. You don't learn, do you?" Mihawk asked as he grabbed his sword. He took a final look at Luffy before the explosion from the attack sent a pillar of water into the air. "That boy," he thought as he disappeared from the area. "Quite dangerous indeed." "Ist," Krieg said with a grin. Luffy was on the Bereti with all the cooks as his crew was on the small boat. "Usopp," Luffy shouted. "Go on ahead. I'll leave Nami to you." "You got it," Usopp yelled as he waved his hands around. "Zoro and I will get her back, so don't worry. Just get that cook to join us. Then, we can all set sail for the Grand Line." "Got it," Luffy said as Usopp and company sailed off after Nami. The Krieg pirates were getting ready to attack as Zeph looked at Luffy. "Not going with your friends, boy?" he asked. "I've got unfinished business here," Luffy said with a grin. "So, you said you aim to be king of the pirates?" Zeph asked. "That's right," Luffy said. "I've seen many pirates in my day," Zeph said with a smirk. "But you're the first to state your desire with a doubt." "Yeah. I heard you were once a great pirate. Did you aim for One Piece as well?" "I tend to not think of the past," Zeph said as he looked to the sky. "I'm the owner of the Bereti now, and that's good enough for me." Luffy smiled at that before he turned to the Krieg pirates. "Pirates. Attack," Krieg shouted. His men then charged toward the restaurant. Luffy flung them all back like last time with his gum giant scythe attack, freaking everyone out. Luffy hung onto a mast as he looked down at them all. "Attacking the ones who fed you? That's rude of you guys," Luffy said as Sanji told a chef to do something. The chef ran into the restaurant before the whole place shook. Just then, something came out of the water, freaking the pirates out. After a moment, they saw that it was the fins, a giant wooden deck, for them to fight on. "We won't let you pirates take this restaurant," Sanji shouted as the other cooks cheered behind him. "You won't even set foot inside." Krieg was smiling though. "Actually, this is perfect. I don't want any damage to come to my new ship," Krieg said. Just then, the fish head on the restaurant separated from the rest and starting swimming towards Krieg as it shot cannon fire from its mouth. Paddy and Karn were aiming to take Krieg out with their weapon, but it proved futile. Krieg, using his strength alone, heaved and tossed the fish towards the cooks. Sanji jumped and kicked it away from the restaurant, leaving it to crash into the fins. Paddy and Karn jumped out of the wreckage before yelling at Sanji for almost killing them. The Krieg pirates jumped onto the fins and brawled with the chefs. The chefs lost due to overwhelming numbers. "We're the Krieg pirates. No way we'd lose to a bunch of stupid cooks," one of them said before being knocked out by Paddy. He and Karn began to take out the pirates but were stopped by another man who came out of the water. "I am Pearl, the invisible shield," he said as another Krieg pirate tried to take Paddy's knife, enraging Sanji into kicking him away. "The chef's knife is his soul," Sanji said before giving the knife back to Paddy. The pirates then rushed Sanji, who took care of them all with his kicking fighting style. Pearl mocked him for fighting like that. The chef is nothing without his hands, so I'll use my feet to deal with you. Sanji said as he raised a leg. Is that so? Pearl said with mock interest. I've fought in 61 battles and have won each without a scratch. Not one drop of my blood has been spilled. While he rambled on, Krieg attacked Luffy with a giant spiked ball. Luffy got hit but wasn't hurt and smacked into Pearl, giving him a noseblood. Phew, that was close. Luffy said as Pearl stared at the blood. Blood my blood. Pearl whispered. These guys are nuts. Pearl, calm down. It's just a nosebleed. One of the pirates said as others tried to keep Pearl calm. He's crying over a nosebleed. Sanji said in a bored tone as Luffy picked his nose. Weirdo. Danger. Danger. Pearl shouted as he started banging the shields in his hands together before setting himself on fire. Tangier. A wall of fire surrounded him, keeping others away as his own men were trying to put the fire out on their limbs. While that happened, Sanji had jumped over the wall of fire, spooking Pearl. What? But this fire scares everyone away. Pearl cried. If I was afraid of fire, I couldn't be a cook. Sanji said with a smirk. Pearl. Calm down. You're gonna burn my new ship. Krieg yelled. Pearl shot some fire pearls towards the Baratie, but they were snuffed out when Zeph used his peg leg to kick up a gust of wind at them. He put those fire pearls out with a kick. One of the Krieg pirates yelled. Krieg pulled out his ball and chain again and flung it at Pearl and Sanji to get Pearl's flames to die down. Sanji and Pearl looked horrified but were saved when Luffy jumped up toward it and knocked it away, hitting another mast, which came down on Pearl's head, knocking him and the flames out. That was close. Luffy said as he dusted himself off. Knocking that spiked ball back, Sanji said as slight awe. How strong are you, kid? Stronger than you think. Luffy said with a smile. It vanished however when they both heard Zeph grunt and looked to see him pinned to the floor with Jin pointing a gun at his head. Move and he dies. Jin said. Everyone saw this as the Krieg pirates cheered. You should have just left the ship. Why wouldn't you go? Sanji only stared down at Zeph. What are you doing down there, geezer? Sanji said. He and Zeph insulted each other before Sanji looked at Jin. Point that at me, Jin. Leave Zeph out of this. I can't do that, Sanji. Jin said. I'm sorry, but this is how we fight. Precisely. Pearl said as he woke from his nap and stared at Sanji and Luffy. Now, I think it's time for a little payback. Krieg was laughing from his destroyed galleon at the scene. Jin, if they fight back, kill Zeph. Krieg yelled. Jin nodded but kept his eyes on Sanji and Luffy. Please, Sanji. Just let us take the ship. Jin thought. I don't want to have to kill Zeph. Pearl was getting ready to attack Sanji, but Luffy pushed him out of the way. You're gonna need your full strength, Sanji. Luffy thought as he stood to take Pearl's attack. It doesn't matter which one I hit. You're both going to die. He yelled as he brought his shielded hand toward Luffy. It hit Luffy straight in the head, but to everyone's shock, Luffy stood still as the shield broke into pieces. Iron body. Luffy whispered to himself. What? The Krieg pirates yelled. He was hit by Pearl but didn't even flinch. How'd that happen? My shield. Pearl screamed with bloodshot eyes. He then glared at Luffy in anger. You monster. He shouted as he hit Luffy with his other shield, only for it to shatter as well. Krieg was grinding his teeth while Jin just looked on in shock. That kid's beating Pearl and not even lifting a finger. Jin thought. Jin. Blow Zeph's head off right now. Krieg yelled, snapping him out of his thoughts. Jin looked down. At dawn they gave us food when we were starving. I said kill him. Krieg bellowed. Jin. Aim that gun at me. Sanji shouted. Why couldn't you just leave, Sanji? Jin asked, unable to do anything as he fought between obeying his captain and sparing the man who feed his crewmates. It's nothing but a ship. This ship is everything to that old man. Sanji yelled. It's all he has left. I won't let anything else be taken from him. Sanji then explained how he met Zeph. How that storm stranded them on that rock in the middle of nowhere. How Zeph gave Sanji all the food they had, which lasted about 20 days, and how they were left there for months on end, and how Zeph sacrificed his leg to save him. If I don't risk my life, I can never repay that old man. Enough. Shouted Luffy as he raised his leg to the sky. Everyone saw this as Luffy brought it back down. No. He'll kill Zeph. Boom battle axe. Luffy shouted as he shouted to Finn. Everyone just stared at what Luffy had done. One of the fins was now broken up and floating in the sea. Luffy just stood there smiling while everyone was looking at him in shock. Krieg was the first to react. What are you waiting for, Jin? He yelled. Kill Zeph already. Jin however seemed reluctant to. As Jin struggled with himself, Sanji came up to Luffy with an angered look. What are you doing? He yelled. Why are you attacking the restaurant? Why are you angry? All I broke was the fin. Luffy said before he grinned. But I'll sink the restaurant next. What? Everyone but Zeph said. No way. You will not sink this restaurant. Sanji yelled. I owe everything to her. It's all Zeph is left. So you're going to die for a dumb restaurant? Are you stupid? Luffy asked. Getting killed is how you repay the old man for all he's done. The old man didn't save you to kill yourself. He saved you so you could do something with your life. Not die like a fool. So you're helping them out, Sanji yelled back. Before he could go on, a banging noise got everyone's attention as Pearl had taken the shields from his knees and were now hitting them together. I've had enough of you too. He screamed as he set himself on fire again. This time, I'll burn you both until not even ashes remain. He then charged at the both of them. Luffy was ready to take him out again, but stopped when Jin ran in front of him and smashed Pearl's shield, taking him out for good. Move it, Pearl. Jin said as Pearl fell to the deck. Everyone stared in shock at Jin for taking out his own crewmate. Luffy just gave a blank stare as Krieg snarled. What is the meaning of this, Jin? Krieg shouted. First you disobey my orders and now you're taking out your own shipmates. Have you lost your mind? I know the Don. I'm sorry. Jin said. But Sanji saved my life. The least I can do is take him out myself. I owe him that much. Please, Don. Krieg stared at Jin before he sat down on the wreckage of his ship. Fine. Krieg said. You take out that cook and the kid in the straw hat. The Krieg pirates then started yelling about how Jin was chief commander of Krieg's armada. How he was a strong, cold-hearted monster. Look, Sanji, I didn't want the ship damaged, but it's too late for that. All I'm doing is following orders. I see. Sanji said before he lit a cigarette. But if you want this restaurant, then you're gonna have to kill me first. Sounds fair. Jin said. It'll be an honor, my friend. Thanks, you bastard. Sanji said as he blew out some smoke. Jin then looked at Luffy. You too, kid. Jin said. Luffy only smiled as he crossed his arms. What makes you think you can kill me? He asked. Jin narrowed his eyes as the Krieg pirates started yelling insults. How dare you talk like that to us? Crush him into dust, Jin. Show him why we Krieg pirates are the strongest in the East Blue. Luffy just looked at them all. Only because you outnumber everyone else. He said. All the Krieg pirates wanted to object but knew they couldn't deny the truth. They look angry. Sanji said with a smirk. So what? Luffy said. How are they getting stronger if all they do is add more crewmates? Jin raised an eyebrow at this while the other Krieg pirates started rushing in to attack Luffy. Stop right there. Krieg shouted. All the pirates stopped as Krieg told them it was pathetic to get riled up at a few words. He then ordered Jin to kill them. Yes, Don. Jin said before looking back at Sanji. He began to swing his tonfa around before he and Sanji began to fight. He missed Sanji, smashing his weapon into the deck while Sanji aimed a kick at his side. He dodged it before slamming his tonfa down on Sanji's neck, pinning him to the floor. Nothing personal, Sanji. Die. He then attacked, but Sanji spat his cigarette in his face before sliding away and kicking Jin in the head. Jin held onto his weapon as he smashed it into Sanji's side. Sanji was flung away by the attack but got back to his feet before they went at each other again. While this happened, Luffy was calmly walking along the fallen mast towards Krieg. Krieg saw him before he smirked. Where do you think you're going, brat? He asked. Sanji can handle Jin. Luffy said as he looked at Krieg. So I'm gonna kick your ass, Krieg. Big words from a wimp like you. Krieg said. Jin. Sanji. Both Luffy and Krieg looked back to see both fighters bleeding and breathing heavily. Looks like Sanji's holding his own against Jin. Luffy thought. Without Pearl attacking Sanji like last time, he stood a better chance. Jin started swinging his tonfa again before he attacked again. He missed as Sanji did a handstand and kicked Jin in the back. Jin stumbled forward a bit but held his ground as he looked back at Sanji. He tightened his grip on his weapons as he narrowed his eyes before spinning them again. He charged and aimed his ball tonfa at Sanji's head. Sanji jumped back but found out too late that it was a ruse as Jin used the momentum to aim his other tonfa at Sanji's side, nailing his in the ribs. Sanji was coughing up blood but managed to stay on his feet. Sanji. Luffy yelled. Shit. Thought Sanji. Another attack like that and I'm screwed. Why couldn't you just stay down, Sanji? Jin thought. If you had, I wouldn't have to kill you. He sighed before he spun his weapon again, determined to end this. Finish him off, Jin. Krieg ordered. Jin's eyes were covered in shadow before he charged at Sanji. He swung downward, aiming for Sanji's legs to secure victory. Luffy looked at the fight to see how it ended. Jin attacked but missed and left himself open to Sanji. Everyone was shocked except Luffy, who just smiled under his hat. At the last second, Jin twisted his hand slightly and deliberately missed. Sanji took this chance to swing around and put everything he had into one final kick into the back of Jin's head. Jin's head smacked into the deck before his eyes turned white and blood spurt from his mouth. Jin thought as he slowly fell to the deck. I'm sorry, no one ever showed me any kindness. I can't do it. I can't kill him. He then fell to the deck, half conscious and bleeding as his weapons fell from his hands. He struggled to get back up but only succeeded in turning over and lying on his back. Everyone was stunned by Jin's defeat while Jin had tears falling down his face. Not for losing, but because he couldn't live with himself if he killed Sanji. No way. A pirate mumbled. Jin lost? Another asked. It was silent for a moment but that ended when the chefs cheered. Ha! See that, pirates? Paddy yelled. This is our restaurant. Karn added. Luffy smiled while the Krieg pirates couldn't help but stare on in shock. Krieg eyes were shadowed as veins started sticking out of his neck and on his forehead. What are you doing, Jin? Krieg bellowed, shutting everyone up. Jin turned an eye toward Krieg from where he lay. Losing to a cook, how dare you humiliate us like this? Other pirates were yelling as well. Come on, Jin. Get up. You can't lose to that cook. Don. Jin muttered as his sight blurred in and out of focus on his captain. He then looked over at Sanji, who was also bloody but standing over him. His then looked at Luffy, who was smiling. You're second in command of the Krieg pirates. How could one guy beat you? A pirate shouted out. Jin's eyes shot open at that statement but not from anger. He stared, wide-eyed at the sky, for a few moments as the others finally stopped yelling. Well, Krieg shouted. What do you have to say for yourself? Everyone was quiet, waiting to hear what Jin had to say. It felt like forever before a sound came from Jin as he trembled. It was faint at first, but slowly the sound grew. Jin was laughing. Everyone stared, completely gobsmacked, at hearing Jin laugh as he lay defeated. Is he laughing? A chef asked. Sanji must have kicked him too hard. Luffy asked, just as stunned as everyone else. Krieg was grinding his teeth at this act. What's so funny, Jin? He shouted. Jin's laughter died down, but a smile was left on his face as he stared at the sky. I'm sorry. He said. It's just that I asked myself the same question. Everyone looked at him confused before he continued. When Hawkeye destroyed the fleet, I asked myself how could one man beat all of us? I didn't understand it at first, but now it's all so clear. What's so clear? Krieg asked in annoyance. Everything. Jin said as he struggled but finally managed to sit up. Why we lost as bad as we did to Hawkeye. He looked at Luffy. Why that kid doesn't fear us. He then looked at Sanji. And why Sanji here beat me. Everyone looked at each other, totally lost at what Jin was saying. What was it then? Luffy asked from the mast. Jin looked to the sky again before he sighed. Because we're weak. Jin said. Krieg's eyes widened and were bloodshot while all the pirates had their mouths hanging open in pure shock. The chefs were equally stunned except Zeph, who smirked. Luffy smiled as well, while some of the pirates found their voices. What do you mean we're weak, Jin? How hard did that cook kick you? We're the Krieg pirates. We're the strongest in the East Blue. How dare you? Krieg shouted so loud that he was on the verge of tearing his own throat. What exactly makes us weak then? Tell me, Jin. It's like that kid said. Jin said. How are we getting stronger if all we do is add more to the crew? Luffy smiled as Jin gave him an answer. The answer? We're not. Everyone looked at him in confusion. If we just keep adding more crewmates, the ones we have won't get any stronger. Right, kid? Shishi. That's it. Luffy said. Everyone was lost as Krieg had finally had enough. Silence. He said. Did you forget who we are? We're the Krieg pirates. All we'll need is that logbook of Zeph's and the Grand Line is in the bag. No. Jin said. His smile dropped as he stared at Krieg. Even with that logbook, nothing will change. All we'll know is what's out there. We'll still be too weak to do anything about it. The other pirates couldn't believe what they were hearing. The most loyal of their crew was disagreeing with their captain. You little son of a bitch. Krieg said as he took one of his shoulder plates and aimed it at them. If you've lost faith in us, then you're not my chief commander anymore. Pirates, out of the way. The face on the shoulder plate opened its mouth at them all. Not the gas. Jin gasped. He's gonna use MH5. One of the pirates shouted. All the pirates then fished out masks and placed them on their faces. Jin pulled out his own as well. Drop that mask. Krieg shouted. You're not one of us anymore. The chefs panicked while Krieg went on. The only thing that matters in battle is who wins, even if more have to die. Poison gas is just a means to an end. Victory decides what's right and wrong. No one will hear you complain if you're dead. No, you don't. Luffy said as he ran down the mast towards Krieg. You're wasting your time, kid. Krieg yelled as he punched the mast, making Luffy lose his footing. Krieg then shot long yellow and green striped spikes at him, but Luffy uses his iron body to avoid taking any damage as the spikes bent and dented on impact. Luffy landed next to Jin and Sanji before he looked back at Jin. "Don't listen to him, Jin," he said. "Someone like him isn't worth dying for." Jin looked at Luffy with a blank expression before he looked back at his mask. "I said drop that mask, Jin," Krieg shouted. Jin kept his head down as his eyes were covered in shadows. You up," Jin mumbled. "Are you defying me, Jin?" "I said shut up," Jin roared as he raised his head. Everyone stared as he struggled to get up. "Up till now I've obeyed every order without question because I truly believed that you could do it. I respected and admired you because I thought you were the strongest. But now I see I was wrong." The other pirate stared wide-eyed at Jin as he narrowed his eyes at Krieg. "If all you think it takes is information and a lot of shipmates, then all you'll be doing is leading us to a slaughter." Jin looked like he was struggling as he tried saying something else, but found his voice caught in his throat. The memories of their loss on the Grand Line and of what had happened today were racing through his head. "Jin. Stop," screamed the pirates. "Have you lost your mind? If that's all that you're going to do," Jin croaked out before his eyes shot open, and he roared, "then I'm through listening to a complete dumbass like you." Everyone froze as Jin put his mask on. The pirates in terror, the cooks in shock, and Sanji and Luffy in surprise. Krieg, however, had a calm face. "Fine," he said. "But when I'm through with you, you're gonna wish you died from the poison. Fire the gas. MH5. He shouted before he shot out the poison gas bomb. Everyone panicked as the MH5 flew toward Luffy, Jin, and Sanji. Paddy and Karn grabbed Zeph and ran into the restaurant while the other cooks and pirates dove under the water. "Sanji, grab this," Luffy said as he grabbed a pirate's mask and threw it to Sanji. "Thanks," Sanji said as he put it on and looked at Luffy before gasping. "Hold it. What about you?" "I'll get Luffy said as he noticed that no one else was there, so all the masks were taken. "Oh well." "Oh well," Jin said in horror. "That's poison gas. What exactly do you plan to do?" Luffy only smiled as he looked back at the gas bomb heading towards him. "Time to die, Straw Hat," Krieg yelled from behind his mask as the gas was almost there. Just before the bomb hit, Luffy ran toward the edge of the broken deck and jumped in front of the bomb. He then did something that made everyone's jaws hit the deck. "Hhhh," Luffy said as he opened his mouth and caught the bomb in his mouth. "What? Kid? He ate it?" Luffy kept his hands over his mouth as he turned into an oversized balloon, roughly the size of the Bereti, as everyone seemed unable to understand why he did that. Luffy fumbled around on his feet before he looked back at Krieg, who started laughing. "What was that? You have a death wish or something? That gas will kill you within the hour," Krieg said as he laughed again. "Wanna bet?" Luffy squeaked out. Then, aiming at Krieg, he exhaled the poison gas right back at Krieg with as much force as a small gale. Krieg held his ground but was now blinded by the cloud of poison gas all around him. The gas blew away from him, giving him back his sight. He stared at Luffy, gaping really, to see Luffy perfectly okay. Luffy was looking over himself before smiling. "How are you perfectly fine?" All three of them screamed out. The chefs who were watching from the Bereti windows, along with the Krieg pirates with masks, were equally stunned. "Well, I can't remember when it happened," Luffy said before he hit his chest with his hand. "But somewhere along my life, I became immune to poison," he said before he thought to himself. Phil was right. Even my immunity is still intact. Everyone was staring at Luffy as if he was something that shouldn't exist, yet did. Luffy continued to laugh until it slowed to a stop and he got a serious look in his eyes. "Anyway, time to kick your ass, Krieg," Luffy said. He then jumped onto the mast again before running toward Krieg. "Sorry kid, but your luck has run out," Krieg said as he threw some bombs into the water. They exploded, causing a column of water to shoot upwards between Luffy and Krieg. Krieg then shot more spikes at Luffy through the water, hoping to kill him. He stopped his onslaught of spikes as the water came down, showing an unharmed Luffy who was holding one spike in his hand that was less than an inch from his head. "What? My luck has run out, huh?" Luffy asked with a smile as he flung the spike back at Krieg, nicking his cheek as blood fell. Luffy then started running toward Krieg and stretched his arm out. "Gum. Go ahead and try," Krieg shouted as he brought out a spiked cape. He smiled, thinking that Luffy couldn't hurt him. He was proven wrong when Luffy's fist collided through the cape and smashed into his face. "What?" Many of the spectators screamed as everyone was now holding onto their hands at the sight of it. Luffy stood there as Krieg fell to the deck. He punched him through those iron spikes. A chef yelled. "Yeah, but look," another chef said as he pointed at Luffy. His hand's not even scratched. "How'd he pull that off?" "I think you have it the other way around, Krieg," Luffy said as he stood over Krieg, who was starting to get up. "It's your luck that's run out." "That kid's crazy," Sanji said from the Bereti. While Krieg was getting up, he remembered something Zeph told him before the battle started. To watch Luffy fight from start to finish. He then looked back at Jin, who watched in awe. He may not be a Krieg pirate anymore, but to see Krieg get hit so easily, he just couldn't fathom it. Is that so? Krieg said before he jammed his shoulder plate into Luffy's chest and fired a cannon at point-blank range. Die. Luffy didn't even bother moving as the smoke cleared, showing Luffy with his right arm raised over towards his left shoulder. No thanks. Luffy said before smacking Krieg down with the back of his hand. Krieg lay there in a slight daze as his crew stared in awe and horror. He's literally smacking Don Krieg around. One of them said. This can't be happening. You don't think that kid is stronger, do you? One asked, which irked Krieg immensely. Shut up, you insects. Krieg shouted as he stood up. There's no one stronger than me. He then put his shoulder plates together and turned them into what the Krieg pirates shouted as his ultimate weapon. He brought out the great battle spear. One cheered as the others followed. That thing's dangerous. Jin said as he narrowed his eyes. It explodes upon impact and gets stronger depending on how hard you swing it. This worried Sanji, but Zeph remained neutral. That kid's toast. Sanji said. Nope. Zeph said. Krieg can bring as many weapons as he wants, yet that kid won't fall, for he doesn't know fear. Both looked confused at what he said. Time to die, you little shit. Krieg shouted as he ran toward Luffy and swung towards Luffy's head. A split second before impact, Luffy used his iron body and remained still as an explosion went off. The smoke cleared to show Luffy burned black, but okay. Frustrated, Krieg kept swinging and hitting Luffy with all his strength. Stand or fall, Zeph went on. Life or death, with your very existence on the line, even the smallest hint of fear means death. Sanji and Jin just stared back at Luffy, who hadn't moved an inch. When that kid fights, not even death scares him. Is it instinct? Or a plan? We'll know if he lives. Why won't you die? Krieg screamed between swings. He swung again and set off another explosion. Though smoke covered around Luffy, Krieg looked like he was struggling to move. The smoke cleared to show that Luffy had grabbed the tip of the spear with his bare hands and was keeping it completely still, shocking all but Zeph. What the let go, you turd. I've had enough of this, Krieg. Luffy said as he tightened his hold on the spear tip, smashing it with ease. My great battle spear. He broke it, Jin said in shock. I'm ending this. Luffy said before he shot his arm back, stretching it out far over the ocean before it stopped and pumped, making Luffy's body go red and steam up a bit. What the fuck? Someone screamed as Luffy used Hawkeye on his arm and brought it back at a blinding speed. Luffy said quietly as his fist burst into flames. Fire. Some of them shouted. Finish it, Krieg shouted as he raised his spearless bomb stick into the air. Fool. I am the strongest. He then brought it down towards Luffy's head. Red Hawk. Luffy screamed as his and Krieg's attacks hit in unison, creating a massive explosion on impact. Don Krieg. Straw Hat. Smoke billowed from the side as everyone watched, wondering what the outcome was. After what felt like hours, the smoke cleared. Krieg's spear had been completely destroyed as he hung over Luffy. His eyes were white, his wood steel armor shattered, scorch marks on his back, and Luffy's fist in his gut. Luffy pulled his fist back and stepped away as Krieg fell to his knees, staring blankly into the sky. Luffy put his straw hat back on his head as he walked away from Krieg. Just as he was about to stretch over to the others, he stopped when he heard a gurgling sound coming from behind him. Don Krieg. The Krieg pirate shouted as Krieg struggled back onto his feet. His eyes were still wide as he slowly walked towards Luffy, one step at a time. You fool. He grunted through clenched teeth as he grabbed Luffy's shoulder with his right hand. I am Don Krieg, I am invincible, was all he said before blood poured out of his mouth and he collapsed before Luffy. Everyone was quiet as they stared at what happened. He won, the kid won. A chef said. A few seconds was all it took to sink in before all the chefs cheered. That kid beat down Don Krieg. The terror of the East Blue's been defeated. All the chefs cheered as the Krieg pirates looked on in horror. This is a nightmare. One of pirates yelled. Hey. Luffy yelled, getting everyone's attention. If you guys still want to try and take the restaurant, then step up. Luffy said with a grin, as if daring them to try. All the pirates turned different shades of blue before shouting. We surrender. Moments later, all the Krieg pirates and Don Krieg himself were floating next to the restaurant. So Jin, what do you plan on doing now? Sanji asked as he stood there with the other chefs, Zeph and Luffy stood between them all in the restaurant. Who knows? Jin said as he stared out at the ocean. Maybe head to the Grand Line. The Grand Line? Luffy asked. Yeah. Jin said as he looked over his shoulder at Luffy. I don't know why, but after seeing you put everything on the line, I've decided to as well. And this time, I'm not gonna run. Luffy smiled. Yep, Patty yelled. But know one thing, you bastard. You ever come here again, we'll kick your ass. Yeah? Screamed the other chefs. Jin just smirked before he turned back to the boat. Hey Jin. Luffy said before Jin got on. If you're going to the Grand Line, why not come with me? This got everyone's attention as they all stared at him. Huh? They all said. You still plan on being a pirate, right? If you're heading to the Grand Line, why not join my crew? Whoa. Hold on, kid. Karn yelled. After all the crap he put us through, you want him to join your crew just like that? Yeah. Luffy said, causing all the chefs to fall over. You're asking me to join you? Jin said in equal shock. Sure. You're strong, and I need crewmates. What do you say? Luffy asked. Jin just stared at him before he looked back at the boat. Luffy kept a blank face as the wind gently blew through. Jin placed a foot onto the edge of the boat before a smile crept onto his face, and he kicked it off to sail out without him. You know what, kid? Jin asked before he looked back at him. Why not? What have I got to lose? Shush. Luffy laughed as everyone just stared before they heard a growling sound. I'm hungry. He said, causing almost everyone to fall over. Zeph was laughing, however. Then come on in. You saved our asses and this restaurant. What better way to pay you back than letting you stuff yourself? Yahoo! Luffy yelled as he practically broke the door down to find a table. What have I gotten myself into? Jin asked as a few beads of sweat fell down his face. After eating his fill, Luffy and Jin went to find Sanji, who was looking out at sea from a balcony. Hey, Sanji. No. I'm not leaving. I'm staying until Zeph recognizes me as a chef. Sanji said without looking at him. Fine, I give up. Luffy said as he grabbed Sanji by the collar. Sanji shook him off and looked back at him. I can't leave yet, but someday I will. That's a promise. Sanji said. How about right now? Luffy asked as Jin just watched them go back and forth. It's not the right time, not yet. Sanji said. They all looked out at sea for some time before Sanji mumbled, there is one place. He then turned to the both of them with a wide smile. Either of you ever heard of the All Blue? The All Blue? They asked. Luffy heard it before, but hearing a friend's dream was still nice. You've never heard of it? Sanji asked, still smiling. Both Jin and Luffy listened as Sanji told them about this miracle sea that has fish from all the blues in it. That it was somewhere on the Grand Line and that he'd find it one day. While he talked, Zeph was looking at them all from above with a smile on his face. Sanji kept going on about the All Blue, but stopped when Patty shouted that lunch was served. Don't know how they still have food here. Jin said since he saw Luffy eat everything inside earlier. Forget it. Let's eat. Luffy said as the trio left for the kitchen. They walked in, only to find that there were no seats available. They got themselves some food and sat on the floor before starting to eat. As they did, someone asked who made the soup. I did. Sanji said. Good huh? But this slop is good. Patty yelled. I'd be amazed if the customers didn't vomit from one taste. What did you say? Sanji asked with a dark look on his face, which got worse as other chefs said that his soup was horrible. It really got bad when Zeph agreed with the chefs, which caused Sanji to lose it and to start screaming at the geezer. Zeph shocked them when he finally used his hands to strike Sanji, who left in a huff. What are you all talking about? Luffy asked in mock surprise. The soup's delicious. Can't argue with you there, Captain. Jin said. It just felt strange calling someone else Captain. Of course it is. Zeph said. Sanji's a great chef. Everyone here does. All the chefs were then saying how great his cooking is. But no matter what we say, that kid's too thick-headed to listen. Luffy ate more soup as Jin listened. Hey kid. You said you needed a cook for your ship, right? I wouldn't ask anyone for this, but can you take that kid with you? To the Grand Line. He smiled as he said that it was Sanji's dream. Man boss. Patty said. You sure made us put up quite the act. I thought we were found out because of your bad acting. Karn said. My acting? Patty laughed. Did you hear how bad you were acting? No way. Luffy said. Some of the chefs fell over at that, while Jin had starting choking on his food in surprise. What? Zeph said, now sounding angry. You said you wanted him to be your ship's cook earlier. What, he not good enough for you? Oh, he's good. Luffy said. But he wants to stay here and cook for this restaurant. I want him to join, but I won't force him. Luffy then started eating again before slapping Jin's back, making him cough up his food and breathe. Zeph was playing with his mustache as he spoke. So unless he agrees to come with, you won't take him, huh? Zeph asked. Right. More food please. Luffy said. Fair enough. But who knows if that hard-headed twerp will agree to join you? Zeph said. Luffy asked for more food as his hockey picked up on Sanji hanging outside the door. Sanji was trying to light up a cigarette but failed as he sat with his arms on his knees and his head down. I can hear you all, you bastards. Sanji said in a quiet tone. Meanwhile, Luffy, Jin, and the chefs were eating but were interrupted by something crashing through the wall. Everyone looked to see Yusaku stuck in the mouth of a panshark with Sanji underneath them both. "It's Yusaku," Luffy said in a calm voice. "You come for the food, Yusaku?" Luffy asked with a smile. "You even noticed the panshark that has him in his mouth?" Jin asked with a few sweat drops. Everyone pried Yusaku out of its mouth before they sent the fish away and gave Yusaku a blanket and some food. "What are you doing here, Yusaku?" Luffy asked. "Weren't you going after Nami?" "Actually, big bro, we couldn't catch up to Nami," Yusaku said. "But we did know where she was going. If it's that island, we're gonna need your strength, big bro Luffy. Where we're going could mean death." "I know where she's going, Yusaku," Luffy said, stunning him a bit. "I also know why she did what she did." You do?" Yusaku asked. "Yeah, but it's something she doesn't like to talk about or have in the open," Luffy said, knowing how touchy a subject this was. "Then we should get going," Yusaku said before he noticed Jin. Big bro Luffy. He's part of my crew now," Luffy explained. "Anyway, let's go." All three were heading out to leave but were stopped by Sanji, who was leaning against the rails. "Your dream's crazy, kid," he said. "But so is mine. Guess now's the best time to go. Why not start looking right now?" They all looked at him as he turned to them. "Sanji?" Luffy asked. "I'll join you on your journey to be king of the pirates," Sanji said as he looked at him. "I wanna be the cook for your ship, okay? That alright?" "Yeah, of course," Luffy yelled with a grin before he and Yusaku started dancing and singing. Jin just stared in utter confusion. How can a guy that strong act so childish? He asked himself. Sanji turned to the chefs behind them all. "You all happy now?" He asked grumpily, but he smirked at their faces. "Sorry. I'll go now. And sorry that you had to do some shitty acting." "You knew," Patty yelled. "I heard everything, assholes," Sanji said as he looked at Zeph. "Stomping on my pride, huh? Was that all you could think of to get me to leave, you shitty geezer? You wanna fight, Sanji?" Patty yelled before Zeph stopped him. "I've always hated children," he said. "I've always regretted letting a brat like you live, Sanji." "DCH. Fine. Have fun with your crappy life, you stupid old man," Sanji said before he turned to the three of them. "I'm gonna get my stuff. Wait for me by the ship." As they got ready to leave, Luffy was packing food for the trip when Zeph approached him, offering him his logbook. "Thanks, but no thanks, Pops. That's your adventure in there. I'm going out there to make my own adventure," Luffy said. Zeph smirked before leaving as Luffy was still packing. After some time, all the chefs were outside on the patched-up fin as the trio were in the boat, waiting for Sanji so they could depart. Finally, Sanji stood in the doorway with his gear, taking a last look around before walking towards the ship. Patty and Karn attacked him as a last goodbye, to which Sanji took them both out with 2 kicks and kept walking till he got to the edge of the fin. "Let's go," he said. "No goodbyes?" Luffy asked. "Nah," Sanji said as he was about to get on the boat. "Sanji," Zeph called from the balcony, stopping him in his tracks. "Be careful out there, kid." Sanji just froze as tears came to his eyes. Luffy gave a soft smile as he remembered what happened next. "Chef Zeef," Sanji yelled before spinning around and bowing till his head hit the Baraty's deck. "Thank you for all you've done for me. And for all your kindness. I owe my life to you, old man. Thank you." Sanji stayed there on the deck crying, which was soon followed by Zeph and all the chefs on the Baraty. "Why Patty yelled out, getting Sanji's attention. "This is sad. Really sad." Karn yelled out as well, both with tears in their eyes. "We're gonna miss you, Sanji. This place won't be the same without you." Everyone was saying how they'd miss him as Sanji smiled through his tears. "Rotten words," Zeph said with bloodshot eyes. "Real men should part ways without words, let alone tears." Sanji finally got in the boat after regaining some control. "Let's go. Set sail," Luffy shouted as they unfurled the sails and sailed off. Sanji was still crying as he waved back to them all. "I'll see you all again," he shouted before smiling. "It's a promise, you crazy bastards." He didn't stop until they couldn't see the Baraty anymore. "The weather's nice," Nami said as she sailed towards her home island. As she stared ahead on the bow of the Going Merry, her mind wandered to her friends that she had just stolen from. Luffy, everyone. She chalked out as tears started falling from her eyes. "Maybe one day they'll let me be with them again." She started trembling as she hugged herself. "If I ever meet them again, Belmere. Why don't I help you?" Nami froze. Time felt like it stopped as she stared on at the ocean. "You've seen how strong I am, Nami." Nami fell to her knees as bottom lip quivered. "I can beat him." Luffy was all she said before she cried her heart out to the heavens. "Say what?" Jin said in surprise. "Since when does the world government approve of pirates? They give them a portion of their treasure and in return are left alone. Other pirates refer to them as government dogs. Yusaku explained. You've already met one of them. Hawkeye, Mihawk. They sound strong. Luffy said. He had met each of them and knew from experience. Sanji just looked on with slight curiosity. Jin however was tensing up as sweat formed on his forehead. That Hawkeye decimated a 50-ship fleet like it was nothing. He thought. And there are 6 more people as strong as him, this is insanity. Do these warlords have anything to do with where we're going? Sanji asked, snapping Jin out of his thoughts. Yeah. One of the warlords is Jinbei, leader of the Fishman Pirates. In exchange for him being a warlord, he released a monster into the East Blue. Arlong. Yusaku said. Since coming here, he's taking over 20 villages and resides in a place called Arlong Park. He's insanely strong, easily stronger than even Don Krieg. He's devastating. Why would Nami go there? Sanji asked before a blush came to his face as he thought about her as a mermaid. Anyway, I'm hungry. Sanji, make me some food. Luffy said. Yusaku and Jin nodded at the thought of food as well, even though Yusaku thought that he was being naive. Right. Sanji said. I'm on it. There's the Mary. Usopp said as he spotted her on the shore. Yeah, but what's it doing over there? Johnny asked. He looked at a map to find that it was anchored between Kokoyashi and Gosa village. Either way, we know she's here. So let's get ready to fight. Zoro said as he flicked his white sword from its sheath a bit. Are you crazy? Both Usopp and Johnny shouted. Luffy's orders were to bring Nami back. Zoro said as he placed one foot on the bow of the ship. And that's what I'm going to do. He didn't get a chance to do anything though as Johnny and Usopp knocked him out with hammers. Pull up alongside the Mary. Usopp said as he stood up with confidence. You seem more eager now that we're avoiding Arlong Park. Johnny said. Hey. Untie me, you bastards. Zoro yelled as he was tied to the cabin of the ship. Now Zoro. You're still hurt. Usopp said as he patted Zoro's chest, shooting pain throughout Zoro's body. See, you still need to rest. Usopp then stood up, declaring that this would be his grand adventure until he spotted 3 fishermen on the shore. Full speed ahead. Usopp yelled as they passed them all by. What are you doing? Zoro yelled. SHHHH. Johnny and Usopp said. They're fishmen. We can't fight them. Usopp said. Hey, that's a ship. One of the fishmen said before 2 swam towards the boat. Seeing this, Usopp and Johnny jumped overboard, leaving Zoro screaming at them to untie him. What happened to you? Asked a fishman. You exiled or something? Those must be battle scars then. Another said. I'm gonna kill them for this. Zoro thought as Johnny and Usopp swam towards the shore. When they saw the village, they couldn't believe their eyes. It's like a ghost town here. Johnny said. All the houses have been turned upside down. Usopp said before he saw Johnny take off. Where are you going? Looks like I found you. Said a figure behind Usopp. You must be that exile's friend. Yeah. Screamed Usopp before he took off running. Phew. Sorry big bro Usopp. Johnny said from a hiding place. I'm gonna hold down the fort until our backup arrives. As Usopp ran, he kept a good distance away from the fishman but was tripped by a little boy who wanted to kill him, thinking he was a fishman. He was stopped by a lavender-haired woman with heavy tattoos on her chest and her right shoulder. You know what happens if you attack the fishman? She said before she looked at Usopp. This guy's a human anyway. Barely though. Barely Usopp yelled before they heard the fishman approaching. I'll deal with this guy. Usopp said as he stood up and aimed at him with his slingshot. Special attack. Don't attack the fishman. Nijiko said as she knocked Usopp out from behind. Where am I? Usopp asked as he woke up from his nap. About time you woke up. Nijiko said from a table in the room. Usopp looked to see her and the kid from before. After a brief introduction, Usopp learned that the woman's name was Nijiko and she and Nami are foster sisters and that the house they were in was theirs growing up. She then explained that their mother was long dead and only she lived there with Nami stopping in now and then and that she worked for Arlong. Wait. She's working for Arlong? Usopp asked in disbelief. Usopp then asked about their ship, to which Nijiko pointed out the window to show it was there on the shore. Nijiko explained that she joined up with Arlong and betrayed her own village. I can't believe it. She even turned on her whole village. Exactly. Nijiko said. DCH. I can't believe it. Usopp said. Did Luffy know about this? He asked himself. Know about what? Nijiko asked overhearing him. Usopp looked back at the ship out the window. When Nami took the ship, Luffy said she had her reasons. I bet Luffy didn't know that this was one of them. Even though she helped save my village and was smiling and laughing, she planned to stab us in the back this whole time. Smiling and laughing. Her? Nijiko asked. They went on about how he came here to get back the ship and her, but since she betrayed them, he came for the ship. His jaw then hit the floor as he started sweating. What's wrong with you? I left a friend on our ship when we got here. He's probably caught by the fishmen now. I'm only going to ask one more time. Arlong said as he looked down at a tied-up Zoro. Why are you here? I told you half-fish fucker. I'm looking for a girl. Watch your tongue. Arlong said with sinister grin on his face. We fishmen are evolved humans who can breathe on both land and in the water. That makes us the lords of creation, and defying us is going against nature. I'm getting tired of hearing you spout that crap, Arlong. Nami said as she walked out of the doorway behind him, stunning Zoro. All but you, Nami. You're above them all, my trusted navigator. What the? Why are you acting all friendly with them, Nami? Zoro asked. You know this guy? Arlong asked. He's just another idiot who I got friendly with to steal his treasure. Nami said as she approached Zoro and sat down until she was eye level with him. When she did, Zoro got a look at the tattoo on her arm, which looked exactly like Arlong's Jolly Roger. That tattoo? He said in shock. That's right. I'm a part of Arlong's crew. She said with a grin. Everything we've been through has been nothing but an act. Zoro just glared at her. Did Luffy know? He asked. What? Nami said, her smile fading. When you stole the ship, Luffy defended you by saying you had your reasons and nothing else. Did he know that you would steal from us? Nami froze for a moment, but remained calm. HMPH. He's just an idiot as well. She said. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed. This is the real Nami. Nothing but a cold-hearted money lover. Not even the death of her mother shook her up. Arlong said. Zoro watched as Nami's eyes widened in pain at that before he smirked and leapt back into the water. Huh? Most of the fishmen there said. Is he trying to swim away? Even if he tried, that human can't do anything tied up like that. Just leave him to drown. Arlong said. That idiot. Nami thought before she jumped in after him, making all the fishmen watch in disbelief. She surfaced with him moments later, both coughing a bit for air. Would you do that? She asked. I could ask you the same question. Heartless, huh? Zoro said with a smirk. Nami only scowled before punching his wounds, making him double over. Tie him up. I'll deal with him later. Nami said. Arlong? Screamed a fishman. What is it, my brother? Arlong asked. There was another human with a long nose. He got away and I think he's hiding in Kokoyashi village. Said the fishman. Usopp? Zoro thought. That moron was found out. Kokoyashi, huh? Arlong said with a grin. What a coincidence. I have business there as well. Later in Kokoyashi village, Arlong and some of his crew came and surrounded a heavily scarred man with a pinwheel in his hat. You're the one that was found with weapons, huh? Arlong asked. That's right. Genzo said. It's just a hobby of mine to collect them. That's against the rules. Weapons are forbidden in my town. Arlong said. As they were talking, Usopp and Najiko were looking from a safe distance. That's Arlong, Usopp whispered. That's him. Najiko said. He's got 20 villages under his control. She explained about the tribute that they needed to pay to keep their lives. If even one person doesn't pay the monthly tribute, he turns that town into another Gosa. That's insane. Usopp said. Najiko explained that those were the rules and that they wouldn't think twice about killing a human. She stopped when she heard a yell, knowing who it came from. Genzo. She yelled as she ran to confront Arlong, who was holding a beaten Genzo up in the air with one hand. What are you doing? We've been paying the tribute. No one here has any intent to rebel. Let him go. This human had weapons. Arlong said. Even having them is a sign of rebellion. To show you all that it will not be tolerated, he dies. Everyone began to protest but stopped at Genzo's orders. You all must live or the last 8 years will be for nothing. Genzo said. All the villagers stopped at that while Arlong laughed before raising him into the air. Let this be a lesson to you all. He screamed before he brought Genzo's head toward the ground. Exploding star. Usopp yelled as he shot at Arlong. The explosion caused him to release Genzo and everyone to look up at him. Who are you? One of them asked. I am Captain Usopp. Usopp shouted as he stood dramatically with his legs shaking. I am a man feared around the world. I have 8,000 men under my control. Leave now and I may spare you fishmen. You can bring 100,000 men. Arlong said in a low voice. I'll tear them to pieces. Even though you're just a scrawny human, he said before looking at him in a crazed manner. You dare attack me, you human filth. My threats and attacks didn't faze him at all, Usopp screamed in his head as Arlong picked up the building he was standing on. Usopp screamed as Arlong's crew begged him to calm down and stop. If you destroy the village, our funds decrease. Then we'll take over a different one. Arlong said before he threw the building into another one, smashing both as the villagers cried out for their village. Usopp appeared from the wreckage with almost no damage before he took off, with Arlong being held back by his crew and taken to Arlong Park to cool off. The other half of the crew chased after Usopp while the villagers gathered around Genzo, asking that he go and get treated for his injuries. Hi everyone. came a voice. Everyone turned to see it was Nami holding some flowers. Everyone turned away and ignored her as she walked through. She looked at the damage with a sad look. This looks like Arlong's doing. That's right. Nijiko said. They talked for a bit before Nami went to a lone grave which consisted of a small wooden cross on a hill. She placed the flowers next to it before sitting down and staring out at sea. Only 7 million bearers left. She said. As infamous as ever. Nijiko said as she watched her sit there. I'm a pirate, but Arlong knows better. He knows that money is best, so I only have a little to go to keep up our bargain. Soon, I'll buy the village from him. Nami said with a smile. Nijiko smiled as she sat down next to her. They both stared out before curiosity got the better of Nijiko. Hey Nami. Does the name Luffy mean anything to you? She asked. Nami sat up straight but kept her gaze at the sea. Luffy? She asked. Why do you ask? Someone mentioned his name as CPT. Usopp. She said. Nami rolled her eyes at CPT. Usopp but kept listening. Is Luffy the owner of that ship you came here on? Yeah. Nami said as she lowered her head. So he's a pirate, huh? Right. And you stole from him like any other pirate. Is this going somewhere? Nami asked as she finally looked at her sister. That long-nosed visitor said that the only one who didn't get angry when you took their ship and treasure was this Luffy guy. Nijiko said. Nami just stared at her as her eyes widened a bit. Really? Yeah. He said something about Luffy knowing why you did it. Now how would he have known about that? She asked as she leaned her head into her hand. Nami only looked back out to the sea before she got a gloomy look on her face. I told him. She said in a low voice. I don't know why, but something about Luffy just made me feel safe to tell him. First time I've ever heard you trusting someone else besides me and Genzo. Nijiko said. Nami sighed before a small smile crept onto her face. You know what he said when I told him? Nami asked before she looked at her sister. What? He offered to kick Arlong's ass for me. Nami said. He what? Nijiko said as her eyes widened. He does know who Arlong is, right? He does. Nami said before she looked back at the grave. Even so, he said he'd do it. That's why I stole the ship when I had the chance. Nami placed her knees to her chest with her arms and head in her knees. Nami? Nijiko asked before she noticed Nami trembling a bit. You okay? I'm fine. It's just, Nami said. Memories of Luffy came to her as tears filled her eyes. Even though it's suicide to fight Arlong, just knowing that he wanted to fight him, Nami said, unable to continue as her tears fell. Nijiko just put a caring hand on her shoulder as Nami cried as she looked at the ocean. For Nami to trust someone with something so painful. Nijiko thought. I don't know who you are, Luffy, but thank you for caring for Nami. She can tell me to leave all she likes. Zoro said as he sat in Arlong's seat. I'm not leaving until Luffy says otherwise. He stared around at the unconscious fishman who tried to take him out a moment ago until the sound of a trumpet got his attention. He walked over and hung off the wall to see an octopus fishman holding up a roasted pig. You blowing a trumpet or something? He asked. Whoa. Who are you? My name's Hachi. Are you a guest? Hachi said quickly. A guest? Something like that. Zoro said. Oh, well, Arlong's not here right now. If you want, I can give you a lift to Kokoyashi village, where he is now. Hachi said as he pointed at a pot. Sure, why not? Zoro said as he jumped into the pot. Hachi then jumped into the sea and took the pot to Kokoyashi village. What happened? Arlong screamed as he saw his fellow fishermen scattered about in Arlong Park. My brethren. Arlong yelled. Was it Zoro who did this? No. Gasped the fishman that was lying in front of Arlong. That green-haired man, that was Zoro. What? Arlong said before another fishman named Chu came in dragging Usopp by his nose. I caught him, Arlong, Chu, but I let him live so you could kill him. Chu said as he dropped Usopp to the ground. Ah. Usopp screamed before he tried to say that what he did was how his people say hello. Arlong then decided to use him as bait to get Zoro to come back. Well, Usopp tried to get out of it by talking. Hachi came back to see the damage. What happened? He screamed. Hachi? Arlong said. Where were you? I was giving a guest of yours a lift to Kokoyashi village. That's where you said you were. But what's with all this? He said as his 6 arms pointed at all the damage. The pirate hunter's Zoro, that's what. Arlong said. Curse that Zoro. Hachi said. If I had seen him, none of this would have happened. What guest were you talking about? A fishman named Karubi asked. The lone swordsman with green hair. Hachi said before his eyes shot open wide. Was that him? Who else, Dumbus? The other fishman shouted. This could be Nami's doing. Karubi said. She could have brought him here to come after you. She is a deceitful woman after all. Other fishermen were starting to agree until Nami spoke up. Enough. Nami shouted. I swore on this tattoo to serve under you until I got enough money. I almost have enough, so why would I do something stupid now? Heh. You're right. Arlong said. Sorry for doubting you. But now, all we need to do is wait for Zoro to arrive to pick up his little friend. He said as he had a dagger placed into the ground almost cutting Usopp's nose. He got caught. Zoro said. Yeah, and they took him to Arlong Park. One of the citizens in Kokoyashi village said. Usopp, you dumbass. Zoro thought before he took off towards Arlong Park. Back with the four in the boat, they were enjoying their food before Mamu, a giant sea cow that listens to Arlong, rose up next to their boat. Yusaku freaked out at seeing it, Sanji and Luffy stared at it, and Jin froze with a fork halfway between his plate and his mouth. Sea monster. Yusaku yelled as Mamu sniffed the air around them, clearly smelling their food. What does it want? It's probably just hungry. Sanji said. Then give it the food already. Yusaku yelled. Before they could do anything, Luffy stepped up to the side of the ship as Mamu lowered himself towards their boat. Luffy placed a hand up before looking Mamu in the eye and activated his Conqueror's Haki. Mamu looked frightened as he lowered himself under Luffy. As this happened, the others in the boat only stared in shock. Hey Luffy. Sanji said. What did you do? Jin asked in a quiet voice as Yusaku just stared with wide eyes. Luffy then gave a small explanation before picking up some food. I'm in a good mood cow, so I'll give you some food. Luffy said before he glared at Mamu. But you try to take my arm off and I'll rip that nose ring off your face. Got it? Mamu slowly nodded, causing Luffy to smile and throw some food at him. Mamu ate the food and mooed happily as Luffy took some rope and tied it around Mamu's horns. Okay cow, take us to Arlong Park. As Mamu took off, the other three stared at him. He just aimed that Sea King like it was a puppy. Yusaku thought. Who is this guy? All three of them thought as Luffy laughed. Back at Arlong Park, with all the fishmen distracted, Usopp tried to take his slingshot out but was stopped when Nami smacked him with her staff. He flew away a bit before skidding to a stop. It's not a good idea to attack the fishmen. She said as she picked up a knife. Usopp looked up at her before spitting some blood away. So this is the real you, huh Nami? He asked as he got up. Just a witch that gets close to pirates and then robs them blind. That's right. And since you're interfering with my business, I realize it was a mistake to let you guys follow me. Nami said as she held up the knife with a dead look in her eyes. Time to die Usopp. Oh man. She's not kidding around. Usopp thought. Only got one chance to run. He then pulled out his slingshot and shot a smoke star at the ground, covering the whole area. Good. I'm out of here. Sorry Usopp. Came Nami's voice from the smoke before a stabbing sound was heard. Nami why? Usopp squeaked as blood fell on the ground. As the smoke cleared everyone saw what looked like Nami stabbing Usopp. She pulled the knife out as Usopp slowly fell into the water. All the fishmen cheered as Johnny cried a safe distance away, thinking the worst had happened. This can't be. He whispered before he ran off. Heh. Guess I was wrong about you. You're one of us. Karubi said. Whatever. Nami said as she walked out of Arlong Park. Pastor cow. Luffy yelled from the bow of the ship as the sea cow pulled them toward an island in the distance. Is that where we're going? Sanji asked. That's the place. Yusaku shouted as he saw a giant building beyond a steel gate in the water. That's Arlong Park. So what now? Jin asked. We charge in like reckless idiots. First we find the others. Luffy said. Then we charge in. He then pulled the ropes to the right as they neared the island. That way cow. What are you doing? Sanji shouted. Hold on guys. Luffy shouted as he stretched his arms out and grabbed Mamu's horns. He then shoved his feet into the wood of the bow before rocketing them all through the air. Yahoo. It's like we're flying. We are flying moron. Sanji yelled as he and the other two hung on for dear life. Would you do that anyway? Because one of our crew is this way. He answered calmly as the ship hit the ground but kept plowing through the trees. What's that sound? Zoro asked himself as he looked to his left. He got his answer when a boat came flying out of the trees right at him. His mouth fell open before the boat ran him over. It kept going until it crashed into some wetlands. That was fun. Luffy laughed as he walked out of the wreckage. No, it wasn't. Sanji groaned as he and the others were under the wreckage. What are you doing? Zoro yelled as they all finally got out of the remains of the ship. Sorry about that. Hey Zoro. Luffy said with a smile. Where's Nami, Johnny, and Usopp? Usopp Zoro said before he ran off. Usopp got caught. We gotta go help him. Too late. Johnny said as he slowly walked towards them all with tears in his eyes. He's already gone. Gone? Yusaku asked. I saw the whole thing. Johnny said through his tears. Big bro Usopp was murdered by big sis Nami. He screamed. All but Luffy looked at him in shock. He's alive. Luffy said in a calm voice. But I saw it. Johnny said as the tears fell again. I know what I saw. Nami's nothing but a cold-hearted woman," he said before he started ranting on and on. Luffy finally sighed before he took a deep breath. "Will you shut up already?" he shouted, causing all of them to freeze. Everyone looked at him as Luffy just stared at the sky. "Usopp's alive. I can sense him." "You mean with that hockey of yours, Luffy?" Zoro asked. "Yeah. I don't know what you saw, Johnny, but Usopp's alive. As for Nami, she's not one to take someone's life, especially her friends," Luffy said. "Friend huh?" came a voice behind them all. Everyone looked to see Nami walking towards them all with a bandage around her left hand. She looked at them all like they were nothing but utter pests. Her face softened when she saw Luffy, who looked right back at her. She closed her eyes as she gave a soft sigh. "Why did you all come here?" "To get you back, of course," Luffy said with a small smile. "I saw what you did," Johnny shouted as he pointed wildly at Nami. "What happened to Big Bro Usopp?" Nami just looked at them all with her eyes now hidden by her bangs. "Don't worry. He's alive," she said. "He is? Really?" Johnny said. "Hi Nami," Sanji said in love mode. "Remember me? Let's fly away together." "Wait a minute," Johnny shouted. "What about all the blood I saw?" "That was mine," she said as she held up her bandaged hand. "See guys?" Luffy said with his arms crossed and a big smile on his face. "She's not a bad person." Nami just stared at Luffy as she felt her eyes well up a bit. She turned away from them all before she spoke again. "I'm sorry I stole from you all. If you want your ship back, it's docked near my house. I'll bring it to you guys later. But for now, don't cause any trouble on this island and stay out of our affairs." "Alright," Luffy said as he fell down to the ground. "Captain?" Jin asked. "I'm gonna take a nap," he said. Nami couldn't help but smile to herself at Luffy's carefree attitude. "Idiot," she thought before she walked off. "So what now?" Zoro asked. "We sit back and relax. We're not leaving unless she comes with us, and that's final," Luffy said before he put his hat on his face and dozed off. "Is that really all we're doing?" Jin asked in disbelief. "Captain's orders," Zoro said as he sat in the middle of the road. Jin only sighed as he walked off and sat down in the grass. Sanji sat down in the shade of a tree smoking a cigarette. "These guys are too laid back," Johnny and Yusaku thought. Somewhere else on the island, Usopp was running down the road with a cloak around him. He was thinking back to when Nami pretended to stab him but stabbed her hand instead. As he did, he saw his crew up ahead and ran towards them with his cloak falling off. He didn't hear Sanji shouting at Zoro in defense of Nami and unknowingly ran between a kick and a hard fist. "Usopp?" Sanji said. "He's alive," Zoro said. "Well maybe." Usopp," Luffy shouted. He wanted to wake up and prevent this from happening like last time but was too sleepy to wake up. "How'd this happen?" "Sorry. It was mine and Zoro's fault," Sanji said as he pointed his finger at Zoro. "No, just your fault," Zoro said as Usopp looked up at Luffy. "Luffy, you're here?" "Yep. I sure am," he said with a smile. "I'm here too," Sanji said. Usopp got up and in his face as he started threatening to kill him. "Hey, a full recovery." "Shut up," Usopp shouted. "By the way, we heard Nami faked your death," Zoro said in a bored tone. "Huh?" Usopp said as he blinked at that. "Oh yeah. Something strange is happening on this isle. What's he doing here?" Usopp said he now noticed and pointed at Jin. "Finally realized I was here huh?" Jin said. "Now that you mention it, why are you here?" Zoro asked. "I asked him to join us," Luffy said, earning confused looks from both of them. After a quick explanation, they both still stared. "So you asked him to join?" Usopp said. "Yeah. He's heading to the Grand Line as well, so why not?" Luffy said. "Getting back to the matter at hand," Zoro said. "What are we going to do about Nami? She doesn't seem to want to leave for some reason." "Why is she working for some fishmen anyway?" Yusaku asked. "Not that it's any of your business," someone said. Everyone looked up the hill to see Nezuko looking at them all. "But Nami's got a good reason as to why she's working for them." "Who's that?" Johnny asked. "Nezuko," Usopp said. "Who?" "Nami's big sister. No wonder she's hot," Sanji said with hearts in his eyes. Nezuko looked at them all with slight annoyance and curiosity. "Which one of you is Luffy?" she asked. "I'm Luffy. Hi," he said. "So that's Luffy huh?" Nezuko thought. "He doesn't look like he can fight, but he is cute." "What do you want with us?" Jin asked. "Hey. Have a little grace when addressing a lady," Sanji said as he took a puff of his smoke. "But he does have a point," Zoro said. "Is there something you need?" "I need you all to leave Nami alone," Nezuko said. "If you're curious about why she's working for them, I'll tell you. But if that doesn't get you to leave, I don't know what will." Well, some were curious, Luffy already knew. I know why, so I'll pass. He said as he walked up the hill. Where are you going? Usopp shouted. Just a walk. He answered back as he kept walking. As he did, Nezuko explained to the others about Nami's past, why she acts the way she does, and her deal with Arlong. To buy the village from him with one payment of 100 million beris. As they talked, Luffy kept on walking until he spotted 3 fishmen walking his way. He was ready to say hi to Hachi, but saw that he was with Karubi and Chu, each with smug smiles on their faces. Oh yeah, he's still a bad guy here. He said before he kept walking right past them. Hey you. Hachi shouted. Me? Luffy asked after he took a few more steps. Yeah you. Who are you and why are you here? Why do you care? He asked. It's oh well we don't get many visitors. Hachi said after thinking a bit. I'm Luffy. I'm just going for a walk. A walk Hachi said before he pulled out 6 hankies and waved them at Luffy. Well, have a nice walk then. Hey asshole. Where you going? Karubi barked. Don't know. Just a walk. Luffy said before he went walking again. While the fishmen were talking about how he wasn't afraid of them, Nezuko finished her story. Do you understand now? She asked. So that's why she did all that? Usopp said. Sanji was all for kicking the fishmen's asses, but was knocked to the ground by Nezuko. No. If you attack them, they'll kill us. If Arlong thinks you're friends with Nami, then they'll get suspicious of her and everything she's done will have been for nothing. Please, just leave the island. Nothing is more difficult for Nami than for others to call her friend. Back in Kokoyashi village, a group of marines were walking through being led by a marine captain. Excuse me, I'm Captain Izumi, head of the Marine 16th branch. Said the rat-looking captain. My name is Genzo. Are you in need of our assistance? Genzo asked. Yes. I need you to take me to see a woman named Nami. The captain said with a smile. Just 7 million more beris. Nami said. Then I can buy the village from Arlong. Then everyone can finally smile from the heart again. She sighed with a smile as she looked outside before chuckling. Maybe Luffy might help. She couldn't help but have her mind wander to that rubber idiot. Luffy was walking through Kokoyashi village until he spotted Genzo leading a group of marines through the village. You mind telling me what your business is with Nami? Genzo asked. That need not concern you. Just take me there. Nezumi said as they walked right past Luffy and into a space between some houses. Luffy watched as they all left. That pinwheel is still cool. He said. He was about to continue on, but stopped in mid-step. Wait, didn't something happen afterwards? He thought for a moment before it dawned on him. Oh yeah. Those marines was all he said before he disappeared. Well, time to go on one last voyage. Nami said as she walked outside her home. She stopped when she saw Genzo and a group of marines approach her. What? I'm Nezumi. Captain of the Marine 16th branch. I'm here about your thievery. Thievery? Nami said before she crossed her arms. Well, I am a pirate, but I'm with Arlong's crew. Try anything here and Arlong won't let it slide. Well, this is news to me. Nezumi said. I've received no information of you with pirates. I'm here on other business. Hi Nami. Luffy said from behind the group. Everyone looked to see him grinning and waving. Nice tangerine grove. Who are you? Nezumi asked. Luffy? Nami said. What are you doing here? I was taking a walk and followed these guys. That's all. Luffy said. Anyway, back to business. Nezumi said. I heard that you've been stealing from pirates. Since the victims are pirates, I won't hold any charges against you. However, stealing is stealing. As such, it is our job as Marines to return all stolen articles to their rightful owner. Wait, what? Nami said in shock. In short, all the money you've stolen is to be handed over to me immediately. Nezumi said with a creepy grin. Search the house. Yes, sir. Replied the Marines as they went into Nami's house, despite her protests. Arlong has killed many people and taken over many towns, yet you ignore him and come after one petty thief, Nami screamed. Is that any way a petty thief should talk to a Marine officer? Nezumi said. Sir, nothing in the house, but these orchards look suspicious. One of the Marines said. Dig up the fields. Nezumi ordered. Stay away from Bellemere's tangerine trees. Nami shouted as she attacked some Marines with her staff. That money isn't for you. It's to save all our lives here at the village. Genzo finished for Nami, startling her. You knew Genzo? She asked. Everyone knew Nami. After you joined Arlong, none of us could believe it. So we asked Nezuko and she told us about your deal. Then why didn't you say anything? Nami said. If you knew that we knew, we feared it would be too much to take. We thought you'd feel too obligated to help us in case you wanted to run, so we kept our mouths shut about everything. Genzo? Nami said in a quiet voice. If that's true, then should I arrest the whole village for harboring a thief? Nezumi asked with a grin. We decided to fight for ourselves since it was useless to put our hopes on you clowns. Nijiko said as she appeared. If you're not here to arrest Arlong, then get lost. Pretty bold to be talking to me like that. Nezumi said as he turned to his men. What's taking so long to find it? It's 100 million bears for crying out loud. This shocked Nami, Genzo, and Nijiko. How did you know it was that much? Genzo shouted. The amount? Lucky guess. Nezumi said. Nami froze as Arlong's horrible laugh came to her mind. Arlong? She thought. Arlong sent you here, didn't he? She screamed. Arlong? What makes you say that? Nezumi said with a sinister grin that said all that was needed. Before anyone could say anything else, all the marines except Nezumi fell to the ground out cold. Wow, what happened? Nezumi said as he looked at all his fallen men. What are you all doing was what he said before a fist was shoved into his gut. Nezumi was stunned before he fell to his knees and passed out. That guy was getting on my nerves. Luffy said as he turned to the stunned three. Who are you? Genzo said. Monkey D. Luffy. Pirate. Luffy said with a grin. While Genzo and Nijiko just stared at the scene before them, Nami was trembling where she stood before she took off. Arlong. 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 Ah, my trusted navigator. Something wrong? Arlong asked. The Marines just came to my house to steal my money. What's going on? She said as she walked up to him. The Marines, huh? That's a shame. Hut the crap. She said as she grabbed him by his shirt. What about our deal? You said you'd rather die than break a deal involving money, didn't you? That's right. And have I broken my promise? He asked. Don't lie to me. You sent Nami said before Arlong grabbed her face, covering her mouth with his hand as he glared at her with a grin. Have I broken my promise? He said. If the Marines took your money, that's too bad. Until you pay me the full sum in one go, I won't let you or your village go. You monster. Nami thought as tears ran down her face. What's wrong, Nami? Thinking of running away? Of course, if you try that, I'll kill everyone in the village. He said with a laugh as he let her go. Nami just glared at him before she ran off with tears in her eyes. Nice plan, Arlong. Chu said. Of course. I'm not letting her go until she makes a map of everywhere. Arlong said. Too bad it'll take decades. Chu said before they all started laughing. While this was happening, Joni and Yusaku were walking towards Arlong Park. They heard Nami's story and were ready to fight Arlong for her. There it is. Johnny said as he spotted the Arlong Park in the distance. Time to kick that fishman's ass. Right behind you, partner. Yusaku said. They both glared at the building before he stopped. By the way, he said. What? Johnny asked when he noticed Yusaku stopped walking. Yusaku kept his eyes on the ground before he looked back at Johnny. On the way here to this island, big bro Luffy asked something crazy. He said. Flashback. Lamu was still pulling the boat in the direction of the island as Luffy, Jin, Sanji, and Yusaku were holding on. Hey, Yusaku. Luffy said. Yeah, big bro. You and Johnny want to join my crew? He asked. Yusaku said as he stared at Luffy like he grew an extra head. I'm looking for crewmates, and you and Johnny are cool. So what do you say? Flashback ends. He asked if we wanted to join his crew. Johnny asked in disbelief. Doesn't he know we're pirate hunters? He does, but he still wants us to join. Crazy, huh? Yusaku said. I'll say. Johnny said before they both laughed until they were just outside the gate. We're here. Right. Yusaku said. He and Johnny both had their swords out before they both took a deep breath. We've come for the head of Arlong. Back at the village, everyone saw Genzo and Nijiko, both with pure anger across their faces. Hey Genzo, what's wrong? One of the villagers asked. Genzo was trembling with rage as he looked at everyone. Those Marines from earlier. He hissed. Oh no. Someone said. Did Arlong kill them? No. Nijiko said. Arlong sent them. Everyone just looked at her confused. Those Marines were acting on Arlong's orders to steal Nami's money. Genzo said. Everyone just stared as his words sunk in. Then that means. They lied to Nami. Even though they failed to get their hands on her money, I doubt Arlong will give up. Genzo said before he got a determined look in his eyes. Spread word to the whole village. Tell everyone to meet here and to gather whatever weapon they have. Nami was running back towards her village as fast as she could. Genzo, Nijiko, everyone. Please, don't do anything rash. She said. Everyone gathered in the village with makeshift weapons in hand, each scared but determined. 8 years ago, Genzo said. We made a vow to live our lives, despite what Arlong threw at us. That as long as Nami fought, we would endure until Nami honored her deal with Arlong. But it was all for nothing. He screamed out, getting everyone angry. Those bastards never intended to keep their promise. They never intend to let this village or Nami free. But now, we're going to make them pay for all the years they tricked a kind little girl. Who's with me? "Iya," roared the whole village. "Let's do this. We'll teach those rotten fishmen." "Stop," someone shouted. Everyone looked to see Nami walking towards them with a smile on her face. "Wait everyone. There's no need to fight them. They didn't get any of my money, so it'll only be one more trip and I'll have enough. Don't worry about it. Calm down everyone." Everyone watched her as she tried to keep them calm, but Genzo walked up to her and held her in a tight hug. "Enough Nami," he said in a calm voice. Nami just stood there as tears threatened to fall from her eyes. "There's no point. Even though they failed this time, Arlong will try something else to keep you from buying our freedom. There's no doubt about that." "Genzo," Nami said in a choked up voice. "Set yourself free Nami," Genzo said, shocking her. "What?" she said. "Do it Nami," Nijiko said with a smile. "Nijiko?" she said. She looked around to see the whole village agreed. "You're a smart girl and you have a dream." "Everyone stop," she said as she pulled out a knife. "Stay where you are. I won't let you go to the fishmen," she said as she started trembling. "You'll all die." "We know," the village doctor said. Genzo walked up to her and grabbed the knife with his bare hands, causing them to bleed. "Out of the way," he screamed at her. He then looked back at the crowd with his sword drawn. "Move out. Let's show those fishmen what we're made of." Someone screamed as they all ran off to fight the fishmen. Nami just stood there before the knife fell from her hands as she fell to her knees. All she could hear was Arlong's horrible laughter as her eyes darted towards the tattoo on her left shoulder. She placed her fingers on it, looking ready to rip it right off her shoulder. "Arlong," she thought before she grabbed the knife and stabbed her shoulder, screaming out Arlong's name. Over and over she stabbed, each time speaking his name as blood fell from her shoulder. She kept going until she felt another hand grab her wrist. She looked up to see a familiar face under a straw hat. "Luffy," she said before she dropped the knife. She looked back to the ground with her head down. She was quiet for some time as the tears continued to fall from her eyes. "They left." "Yeah. I saw. They'll be killed. All of them," she said. "Even though I'm almost there, they still ran off to fight them." She sat there trembling as the thought of everyone she loved dying at the fishman's hands went through her mind. "I was so close." "You know, the offer still stands Nami," Luffy said. Nami just sat there for a moment before she raised her head. "Luffy help me," she said as she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Luffy had a blank look as he took off his straw hat and placed it on her head. Just like last time, he took a few steps away before taking a deep breath. "Darn right I will," he screamed. "Do not touch my hat," Nami remembered as she stared at Luffy. He was leaving his treasured hat in her care. She couldn't stop the tears as Luffy walked off towards his crew, who were all waiting for his orders. "Let's go." "Right," they all said. All 5 then made their way to Arlong Park. "Whoa. What happened? Did Arlong do this to you guys?" All the villagers were outside the gate to Arlong Park, where they saw a beaten-up Johnny and Yasaku leaning against the gate. "Step aside," Genzo said as Johnny looked up at them. "We've come to see the fishmen. After we heard the truth about Big Sis Nami, there was only one thing we could think to do. Beat Arlong," Johnny said. "With that in mind, we came here to do that. But as you can see, he thrashed us easily." Yasaku finished. "Sorry, but we're not moving for you guys. Especially since you have no chance of victory," Johnny said. "What?" Genzo said. "Be patient. We're waiting for those guys to show up," Yasaku said. Everyone just looked at them in confusion. "Those guys?" Genzo asked. "I bet my life on it. Those guys will show up soon," Yasaku said. After a moment, both he and Johnny stood up with smiles on their faces. "There," they both said. Everyone looked behind them to see 5 people walking side by side towards them all. Jin, Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp. "Those guys?" Nijiko asked. "Why would they help us?" Genzo asked. "If they can't beat Arlong, then not only this island, but the whole East Blue is finished," Yasaku said. "Etch those 5 into your minds. They're the men who'll change fate itself," Johnny said. Soon all 5 were near the crowd. "Move," Luffy said as they approached. As they did, Arlong's laugh could be heard inside. Luffy's eyes narrowed at that laugh. All the pain he made Nami go through was about to thrown back at him 100-fold. Everyone moved away from the gate as Luffy balled his hands into fists. He then punched the gate a few times before it exploded. All the fishmen inside were staring with disbelief as the smoke cleared, showing one pissed off Luffy. "What the?" Arlong said with bloodshot eyes. Luffy stood up with a fist in the air as he glared at them all. "Which one of you is Arlong?" he asked. Though he knew, he wanted them to know he wasn't messing around. "Arlong?" Arlong asked as he lay in his chair looking at Luffy with a bored but annoyed expression. I'm Arlong. Good. I'm Luffy. Luffy said as he started walking towards Arlong. Luffy? What are you supposed to be? He asked. A pirate. Hey, wait a minute. You're that guy that likes to go on walks. Hachi shouted. Where do you think you're going? Asked a fishman as he and another fishman blocked Luffy's path. You want to talk to the boss, you gotta talk to us Vi. Faster than anyone could blink, Luffy punched both fishermen into the air. They both flew so high that they couldn't be seen anymore. Whoa, one of the villagers said as everyone stared in awe. What do you want, pirate? Arlong asked, looking quite pissed at seeing his fellow fishermen beaten like that. Luffy stood still for a moment before he appeared next to Arlong, punching him with blinding speed so that he flew through the wall on the other side of the park, leaving a hole looking like Arlong in the wall. All the villagers and other fishermen gaped at that as Luffy had steam coming out of his nose. That's for making our navigator cry. Luffy shouted. Everyone stared in shock before some fishermen went to attack Luffy. Back off. You're not worth the trouble. Sanji said as he kicked them all away. He then turned to Luffy and started scolding him for running in like that. I'm not worried. I can handle them. Luffy said with a grin. I don't care about that. You're gonna hog all the action. He yelled. Don't worry about me guys. Usopp said. Take all of them if you like. Ready to go as always, eh Usopp? Zoro said as he rolled his eyes. Can you even fight Long Nose? Jin asked. All the villagers just stared at the scene in front of them. He blasted Arlong through the wall. One of them asked in disbelief. No way. They're actually beating the fishmen. Soon all the villagers felt their hope of gaining their freedom rise. Hey. I remember you. You tricked me Urano Zoro. Hachi yelled while flailing his 6 arms wildly. He then screamed in fear at the sight of Usopp. It's that long-nosed guy. How's he still alive? TCH. If he's alive, then the only reason is that bitch Nami let him live. I knew she was a traitor. Kurubi snarled. Everyone went silent as Arlong's laugh could be heard from the other side of the wall before he walked out of the hole of himself. The pirate huh? He laughed. Now it's starting to make sense. You want her to navigate your ship. Sorry, but she's mine. He declared. After those words, Hachi laughed. You punks aren't worth Arlong's time. He said. We know how to take care of you. He then began making trumpet-like sounds with his mouth. After a few moments, Mamu rose up from the water inside Arlong Park. All the villagers screamed as Mamu got closer to Hachi, stopping only when he spotted Luffy. Oh, it's the sea cow again. Luffy said as he looked at Mamu. I was wondering what happened to him. Sanji said. Mamu just stared at them both before looking a little sad. He remembered them giving him food and didn't want to hurt them, so he turned to leave, confusing the fishmen. Mamu stopped when Arlong called out to him, then seemed to get angry when Arlong finished speaking before turning to attack Luffy and his crew. Luffy sighed before holding a hand up and releasing a wave of haki at Mamu. Mamu stopped again, stunning everyone but Sanji, Jin, and Yusaku. He stopped that Sea King with just a wave of his hand. A lot of the villagers screamed. That haki again. Zoro thought. Sorry Mamu. Luffy said before he pulled his fist back and slammed it into Mamu's head, knocking the Sea King out cold. Mamu. Hachi screamed before looking at Luffy and his crew with rage in his eyes. Why you rotten humans. I'll teach you to treat our brethren like this. Alright you inferior human. Arlong said in a low tone. I've had about all I can tolerate from the likes of you. Calm down Arlong. Kurubi said. You'll destroy Arlong Park if you go crazy. We're more than enough to beat these punks down. Chu said as all the fishmen were ready to fight. Let us kill these weaklings. Hachi yelled. Luffy frowned at hearing Hachi speak like that. Alright. Arlong said as he grinned. Jin. Luffy said. You're up. Jin only grinned back as he brought out his tonfa and began to swing it around in circles. Heh. One human against all of us. A fishman said in a cocky tone. I'll take care of him. He then lunged at Jin, ready to take him out. Right as he swung his fist, Jin ducked to avoid the attack before swinging his tonfa around, smashing his head into the concrete. Everyone stared as he raised a bloody tonfa up with a dissatisfied frown as he looked at the villagers. These guys are a threat. He asked as he slowly swung his tonfa around again before grinning. Don't make me laugh. The villagers just stared while the fishmen looked ready to kill. Human trash. Some of them shouted as they all charged at Jin. Jin just smiled as he began to fight them off, all the while grinning at them all. Two lunged at his back, only for Jin to backflip behind them. He then smashed their heads together with his tonfa, but was caught in a death grip by a third fishman. Gotcha. The fishman said as another was charging Jin from the front for the kill. Jin's eyes narrowed before he spun his tonfa in his hand, resting the heavy ball against his elbow before raising it to smash it into his grappler's ribs. The attack caused the fishman behind him to let go just in time for Jin to dodge, causing the charging fishman to attack his comrade. As he stared at what he did, Jin spun around and smashed his tonfa into his head, sending both fishmen flying into the wall. He's beating them up like they're nothing. The doctor said as Kurubi slowly walked towards Jin. Seems it'll take more to do away with you. He said. After I get rid of you, that bitch Nami is next. Hold it right there. Sanji said as he walked between Kurubi and Jin. I won't stand by and let some fish freak insult a beautiful lady. The lady? Kurubi asked skeptically. Ha. You'd die for some stupid girl. That's a laugh. Sanji got pissed as he removed his cigarette and glared at Kurubi. One more insult and you're sushi, asshole. He said in a dangerous tone. You hear me? Your skills are good for a human, but isn't chivalry from a pirate a little fake? Kurubi said with a grin. I'm dead good at what I do. He said as he put his cigarette back in his mouth. And there's nothing fake about wanting to help a beautiful lady in need. Soon, both were facing off as Hachi glared at Zoro. You tricked me earlier, Roronoa Zoro. He shouted. How dare you attack my brethren and then con me into giving you a lift to Kokoyashi. That's old news, Octo Freak. Zoro said as he grabbed the hilt of his blade with his hand. I don't care why you want me dead, but the tables have turned. He said as he slowly unsheathed his sword for everyone to see the glint of his blade. You're not the hunters anymore, fish freak. You're the hunted. As Hachi ran off to get his blades, Jin screamed in pain as he fell to his knees. The villagers looked to see him bleeding from the back of his right shoulder and left leg. While he had his back turned, Chu had fired 2 water shots from his mouth at Jin to cripple him. Bullseye. He said as he wiped his mouth. You're finished. Screamed the last 2 fishmen as they both charged at Jin. Shit. My arm's in bad shape and I can't move. He thought as they were nearly upon him. Exploding star. Usopp yelled as he fired 2 exploding pellets at the fishmen, sending them flying back and away from Jin. Take that, you rotten fish. Usopp yelled as his legs shook in fear. You're that long-nosed human that attacked Arlong before. Chu said as Usopp slowly turned to him with sweat and snot on his face. This time when we kill you, he said as he ran towards him. It'll be for good. Hey Usopp shrieked as he ran past the villagers. Chu saw them all before stopping. Weapons, huh? Chu asked. Seems you all intend to rebel against us. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to kill you. He got ready to strike, but stopped when a flaming star hit him. Did you think it was that easy? Usopp yelled from a distance with his slingshot out. I'm your opponent. Chu glared at him before declaring he would die, which caused Usopp to turn and run with Chu in pursuit. Who is that guy? Genzo asked. Brave one moment, then cowardly the next. The doctor said as they all turned back to see Zoro face off against Hachi and Sanji against Kurubi. Arlong stood up with a dark look on his face with a frown. I've had enough games. He said as he glared at Luffy. Luffy just glared right back as his crew fought against the fishmen. Do you not understand my anger? My brethren are laid about, broken and bruised. I swear I'll kill every one of you inferior humans. Nami was back at her home, dressing the stab wound she gave herself. She tied a bandage around her shoulder before she left. I've cried and complained long enough. Everyone's fighting for their freedom. She thought. I will too. The villagers watched from the broken gate, which was guarded by Johnny and Yusaku to keep them from getting themselves killed. While Jin was among the crowd having his wounds taken care of by the doctor, Hachi returned with a blade in each hand as he and Zoro were about to fight. Behold Roronoa Zoro. Hachi yelled. Aside from another on Fishman Island, I am the strongest swordsman. You cannot hope to beat my 6-sword style. As he yelled, Zoro tied his bandana around his head and placed his white blade in his mouth. What's so great about that? Zoro asked. Johnny. Yusaku. Lend me your blades. Right, big bro. They both shouted as they threw their swords towards Zoro. Catch. Ha! Behold the power of my 6-sword style. Octopus miracle swords. Hachi yelled as he waved his swords around while charging towards Zoro. Zoro didn't even budge. Big bro. Our swords are coming at you. Johnny yelled. Didn't you say you wanted them? Screamed Yusaku. Just before Hachi struck, Zoro grabbed both blades and began to swerve and deflect all of Hachi's blades. 3-sword style, Zoro said as he appeared behind Hachi. Bleeding the wolf. Both stood there for a moment before Hachi was slashed and blood dripped from his chest. Nayu, how dare you? Hachi yelled as he turned to face Zoro. Nayu. He said as he noticed Zoro wobble around a bit and sweating a lot. His wound from Hawkeye hasn't healed yet. Yusaku said. It'd probably take half a year for it to finish healing, yet he's moving around like it's nothing. Said Johnny. That idiot. Why didn't he? Sanji said before Kurubi's fist knocked him through the wall of the fence surrounding Arlong Park. You shouldn't take your eyes off your opponent. Kurubi said. I'm a level 40 master of fishman karate. Brother Cook. Johnny and Yasaku screamed. Sanji just lay there in a daze with blood slipping out of his mouth. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed. Did you humans really think you had a chance? He asked, grinning at the sight of Zoro and Sanji either down or on their last legs. Why don't you join them? He shouted as he lunged at Luffy. Luffy merely stepped to the side, avoiding the attack before grabbing Arlong's head and shoving his face into the concrete. Shut up and watch. Luffy said as he looked back at the fight. Everyone gaped at the sight of Arlong being thrown to the ground so easily. They then turned back to Sanji, who was slowly getting up and was lighting a cigarette. Level 40 huh? He asked as he breathed out some smoke. Then the geezer's kicks must have been level 400. He then slowly walked back into the park for a rematch against Karubi. You're still alive? Karubi asked in disbelief. Of course I am. Sanji said with a grin. I know a restaurant full of people who could beat you easily. I'm being underestimated. Karubi said. Naiwoo. Hachi said before he pointed all his blades at Zoro. Octopus pot stance. Eat this. He shouted as he charged at Zoro. New Year's. He shouted as Zoro blocked his blades. Octopus opener. He shouted as he moved Zoro's blade away, leaving him open to a massive headbutt from Hachi into his wounds. Ah! Zoro shouted as his eyes rolled back while he struggled to stay on his feet. That idiot. Sanji said before Karubi punched him again in the ribs. Looking away again? Stupid human. Karubi chuckled. While they were fighting, Hachi ran under him before twirling his swords around. Octopus waltz. Die. Zoro did nothing as he fell on the blades, scaring all the villagers before Hachi screamed as he stared at his bleeding hands. He spun around with my blades and cut my hands how? Simple. Zoro said as he stood up breathing heavily. An image of Hawkeye flashed through his mind. What burden do you carry on your shoulders? My swords are heavier. That's all. What? That's impossible. Mine are 300 kg each. No way are yours heavier. He then put his blades together again. Pot stance. Time to die. He then charged at Zoro, who had a distant look in his eyes. I'm at my limit. I can barely see. Zoro thought. But I can't pass out now. He then raised his swords again. This wound would kill an ordinary man by now. If I'm to defeat Hawkeye then I cannot be ordinary. Dragon tornado. He shouted as his attack broke Hachi's blades and sent him spiraling skyward. Like I told him. My swords are heavier. I lost to his three-sword style. Hachi said before he smashed into the concrete. All the villagers stared in disbelief as Arlong tried to move, enraged at seeing Hachi beaten. Get off of me. Arlong growled as Luffy kept him from moving with his foot. I said be quiet. Luffy said in a bored tone, not budging at all. Meanwhile, Karubi had knocked Sanji into the water earlier and proceeded to use his fishman karate on Sanji. No matter what Sanji tried, he couldn't move fast enough in the water, giving Karubi a huge advantage. Haha. All this for some stupid bitch. Sad. He said as he was about to finish Sanji off, only for Sanji to blow air into his gills, suffocating him as they both rose to the water. You okay? Zoro asked. Yeah, I'm alright. He said before shouting and pointing at the water. Get out here. I want to fight where I can breathe. Kurobit got out of the water before he started spouting about how his attack earlier was nothing compared to his ultimate attack and that his chances of survival were zero, even with a leg coming at him. Neck. He said before kicking Karubi into the concrete. I told you didn't I? He said as Karubi tried to get up. Shoulder. He said with another kick. Not to insult Nami. He said before delivering a rapid series of kicks. Ribs. Back. Chest. Legs. Soon Karubi was struggling to stand up as Sanji ran towards him. Bastard. 1,000 brick fist. He shouted as he swung at Sanji again, but missed. Now face, shot. Sanji yelled as he kicked Karubi through the building, ending their fight for good. That's that. While they were all fighting, two others were far off near some wetlands. That human could run fast. Chu said as he looked down at a bleeding Usopp. He had shot him with a water blast and was now smirking before he started walking back to Arlong Park. Usopp looked at him with a grin. Glad I made that special ketchup star for something like this. He thought as he watched Chu keep walking away. Those fishmen are way too powerful. Sorry Nami. I wanna help, but I don't wanna die either. When Chu was safe distance away, Usopp sat up. Still, with all this ketchup, I look like I was hurt. Maybe a bit of dirt will help out to make it seem more real. He then began to rub some dirt on his arm. What should I say? Sorry, but I lost. As he kept talking, his friends and all the others back at the village were flashing through his mind. Aren't we crewmates? I prefer death. Sorry Usopp, but this is for the sake of my business. It's an honor to help a lady in need. Do you know how hard it's been for Nami? You can't win, so stay out of their fight. Let's fight. Usopp just stared at the ground as an image of his crew all laughing flashed through his mind before he started to tremble as tears fell from his eyes. I'm nothing but a liar and a coward. He thought before he stood up, wiped his eyes, and looked in Chu's direction. Hold up, you fish bastard. He shouted. Chu stopped in his tracks, which made Usopp jump in terror. Oh? Still alive, huh? Chu said as he looked back at Usopp with a bored glare. Of course I am. A little water's nothing to me. Usopp yelled as he fished around in his bag of tricks. Chu looked annoyed as he slowly started walking back. The moment I left my village, peace and safety became foreign to me. Usopp thought. Those guys push themselves to the limit every day, living their lives to the fullest. That's why they laugh so much. He got his slingshot out and aimed at Chu, who was now starting to run. If I don't fight as hard as they do, I won't have any right to travel on the same ship as them. I want the right to laugh with them. He shouted as he let loose an exploding star. Chu lunged at him, punching through the explosive star and straight into Usopp's face, smacking his head to the ground before flipping and landing a few feet away as Usopp lay on the ground bleeding. Moron. You should have just kept playing dead. Guess you're too dumb to even do that. Chu said. Is it over? Usopp asked as he lay bleeding on the ground. Yeah. For you. Chu said as he kicked Usopp's side. Knock it off. Usopp grunted. Usopp hammer. He shouted as he smashed his hammer into Chu's shin. Chu garbled in pain as Usopp stood up. Usopp rubber band of doom. He shouted, making Chu flinch. Chu opened his eyes after a few moments to see that Usopp had disappeared. AHHH. I fell for that crap. Where'd he go? Chu shouted before he turned red with embarrassment. That little prick. Patch. Usopp shouted from the trees as a bottle flew towards Chu, who caught it with ease. Liquor. Lead star. Usopp shouted as the bottle shattered, splashing Chu with glass and booze. I've had enough of these tricks. I'll destroy you with my squirt cannon. Chu said as he began sucking up water from the area. So what if they're tricks? Doesn't matter. Usopp said. Usopp the Brave will not run from this fight. He said as Chu, who looked like a bloated whale, aimed his attack at the forest. Squirt cannon. He shouted as he blasted all the water at the forest, destroying all the trees in his path. Usopp looked on in terror, while Chu just stared in disbelief that Usopp revealed himself. Dumbus. Time to die. Squirt machine gun. Crap. How'd he find me? Usopp shouted as hundreds of little water droplets blasted away at the tree he was hiding behind. Crap. This is bad. I went out to sea to be a real pirate. To be a brave warrior of the sea. My days just playing pirate are over. He shouted as Chu kicked the tree he was hiding behind in half and caught it in midair. What's over? Chu asked with a grin. This fight. Usopp said as he rolled away before aiming at Chu with his slingshot. Booze is flammable. Usopp flaming star. He shouted as Chu was soon enveloped in flames. AHHHH. Hot. Fire. Hot. Hot. Water. I need water. 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 Chu shouted as he ran for the nearby wetlands with Usopp right behind him. Usopp jumped into the air right at Chu. Usopp. Hammer. He shouted before knocking Chu down in the wetlands. He soared over to the other side before he hit the ground and skid to a stop. He got back up to see Chu lying down in the water before he started getting back up. Bastard. Chu grunted, sending Usopp into a terror-induced frenzy with his hammer and a rubber band. By the time he was done, Chu's head was covered with bumps as he lay there crying and unconscious. Usopp looked to the sky with his hammer in hand, breathing heavily before he fell backwards into the water. I did it, I beat a fishman. He thought. Even I can do it if I try. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. He shouted. I am Usopp, the pirate. No way. Nijiko thought as she just stared at the scene. They're actually defeating the fishman. This is unreal. That's it. Arlong yelled as pushed himself off the ground, flinging Luffy off as well. Hachi Karubi, I've had enough of you vermin hurting my fishmen brethren. Arlong. Came a shout from behind the crowd. Everyone looked to see Nami glaring at Arlong. Well, if it isn't Nami. Arlong said. What are you doing here? I've come here to kill you. Shahahaha. Kill me, Arlong laughed. How many times have you tried Nami? Poison. Assassination. Each time you've tried, only to fail. Nami and all the villagers flinched at those words. Face it, Nami, Arlong said with a horrible grin that terrified her to the core. You'll be nothing but my cartographer for the rest of your days. Shut it, fishman. Sanji said as he and Zoro stood up. Both were bleeding heavily, but still able to fight. Arlong only grinned at them. Pitiful humans. I don't even need to touch you to beat you. Arlong said as he raised his hand, which was full of water. Shut up. Sanji roared as he ran up and aimed a kick at Arlong. Hold it, Sanji. Luffy yelled, but it was too late. Arlong dodged the kick and threw the water at Sanji, who fell back and was now in a daze. What the fuck? All he did was throw water at me, but it's like I was hit by a shotgun blast. Sanji thought. Sanji! Nami yelled, along with other villagers. Stay back guys. Luffy said as he stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. Arlong's mine. Everyone grew quiet as both of them glared at each other. Do you know the difference between you and me? Arlong asked. Nose? Luffy asked, earning some funny looks from everyone. Jaw. Webbing. Species. Arlong yelled as he tried to bite Luffy. Luffy didn't even move as Arlong got Luffy's shoulder in his jaw. Luffy? Nami screamed as all the villagers feared the worst. But that soon changed to disbelief as Arlong jumped back, holding his mouth while screaming in pain. What? Nearly everyone yelled as Luffy looked at them all. His shoulder was black with some of Arlong's teeth stuck in them. Black. Most of them thought as Luffy merely took the teeth from his shoulder and tossed them aside. Now's he's lost his teeth. Usopp shouted, who just now showed up at the hole Sanji made earlier. Usopp? Nami said as she looked at him. Fool. Arlong said as he grew new teeth, shocking everyone. How'd he get new teeth? Johnny asked. I'm a shark. New teeth grow back naturally. Arlong said before he began to pull his teeth out and grow new ones. This is the power the heavens have blessed me with. He said as he held up his hands, each with a pair of his teeth in them. HMPH. Luffy said with a grin. Is that all? Luffy asked. Arlong just sneered before he lunged at Luffy, who didn't move again as Arlong's weapons broke in his hands. Luffy smiled before balling his hand into a fist. Useless. He then punched Arlong in jaw, nearly breaking it as he flew into the water. Everyone cheered at that before a grunting sound caught their attention. Naiu. Hachi said as he regained consciousness. How dare you rotten humans. Hachi said as he rose to his feet. I'll teach you to attack us. He said as he began to swing his arms around wildly, punching randomly as he ran towards Luffy. Everyone watched in fear while Luffy stared as Hachi swung, but then stopped when his wounds opened up and he stumbled into the water out cold once again. Some sweat dropped at that as a few shouted about a shark fin broke the surface of the water. Luffy? The water. Usopp shouted. Luffy looked to see the shark fin sink below the water. Luffy watched the water with a blank expression while Arlong looked up at Luffy with a grin. Idiot. Arlong said. With the water, I'm even stronger. He then sped toward Luffy at great speeds. Shark on dart. He screamed as he shot out of the water at Luffy. He went straight for Luffy's chest but stopped in midair. What? Arlong screamed as he, Luffy's crew, and the villagers were watched in complete disbelief. Not fast enough. Luffy said in a calm voice. Just before impact, Luffy grabbed Arlong by the nose and was now holding him in the air. He then raised his other hand before punching Arlong straight into the iron gate of Arlong Park. Arlong left a huge dent in the gate while Luffy merely smirked as he began tossing something up and down in the air. Hey Arlong. He called out as he held up something in the air. Is this yours? Everyone looked to see that Luffy was now holding Arlong's saw nose in his hand. Everyone cheered again while Arlong just kept his eyes to the water. Luffy's smile faded when his haki picked up on Arlong's killing intent. Inferior human filth. Arlong screamed as his eyes changed into one seen on Sea Kings when they snap. Arlong jumped into the water and began swimming towards Luffy. How dare you do this to a superior fishman? He shrieked as he jumped out of the water and aimed a punch at Luffy. Luffy jumped out of the way as Arlong kept going and struck the wall of Arlong Park. Luffy's eyes widened as he remembered what was going to happen next. Sure enough, Arlong pulled out a giant weapon that looked like a giant saw. The saw blade. Nami screamed as Arlong jumped to attack Luffy. Luffy disappeared and reappeared on the upper level, even with Arlong still attacking him with his weapon. Finally, they were on the top floor when Luffy jumped through the window. He slowly stood up before taking another look around. His eyes narrowed at seeing this room come back. You've nowhere to go now, human. Arlong said as he walked through the broken window, saw blade in hand. This is the end. This room, Luffy said. This is the room where Nami made all these wonderful maps. Arlong said as he looked around. I know. Luffy said as he glared at Arlong. She told me everything. Did she now? Arlong asked in amusement. Then you should know how important she is to my ambitions. We fishmen can easily gather information about the ocean. Turning it into a map is another. She has a gift. Arlong was still talking, but Luffy stopped listening as he noticed a pen fall towards the floor. He stretched his arm over and grabbed it before it hit the ground before bringing it to his face. His eyes were shadowed as he stared at the pen as Arlong held his weapon at Luffy, his neck between two of the blades. Do you understand, Rubber Man? She has her place in the world and it's by my side. Do you think that you can ever use her as well as I can? Luffy tensed at those words. Just like last time, he felt his anger soar beyond comprehension as he dropped the pen, letting it fall to the ground with a clack. He then held onto one of the blades with one hand, which wiped Arlong's smirk off his face. Luffy tightened his grip on the blade before it shattered, startling Arlong. "What?" Arlong shouted before Luffy looked up and glared at him. "Use her?" Luffy yelled as he released a wave of haki. Outside, everyone stared at the room Luffy and Arlong disappeared into. They wondered what was happening before they all felt their spirits freeze. A few were passing out, scaring the others. While the villagers didn't know what was happening, Nami and the rest of the crew knew what that was. "Luffy?" Nami said before a crash could be heard. Everyone looked to see a desk falling from the room, which was soon followed by other bits of furniture and thousands of maps. Everyone was staring at the scene as Nami's hand went to her mouth as she cried at the sight. "Thank you. You rubber bastard." Arlong grunted as he was now being held up by Luffy. "I don't care about any of that. Nami's maps are your race's superiority," Luffy said before he threw Arlong into the wall. "But I do know one thing," he said as he glared at Arlong with nothing but fury in his face. "So long as this room exists, Nami can never be happy. So I'm gonna destroy it all." Luffy then raised his foot up through the ceiling, ready to take Arlong Park down once again. "Fool. Arlong Park cannot be destroyed by some inferior human," Arlong said before he started another attack. "Shark on tooth," he shouted as he spun at a high speed toward Luffy. Luffy didn't even flinch as he brought his foot down. "Battle axe," he screamed as Arlong's attack hit him but did nothing. Luffy brought his foot down onto Arlong, screaming the whole time as Arlong was sent crashing through each floor until he hit the bottom one. He pulled his foot back up as the building around him collapsed. Everyone watched as Arlong Park crumbled in on itself with a deafening roar, then silence filled the area. What happened? Who won? Is Luffy okay? Everyone stared from outside the gate for anything to happen. Then, Luffy emerged from the rubble, completely unscathed. "Luffy?" Nami cried out in joy. "Big Brew." Johnny and Yasaku screamed with tears in their eyes. Luffy just stood there on top of the rubble. "Is he okay?" Usopp asked. Luffy stood still until he took a deep breath. "Nami?" Luffy screamed out. Everyone froze as they looked at Luffy. "Nami, you'll always be my friend," Luffy yelled at the top of his lungs. Nami just stared at him with wide eyes before she started to tear up. "Yeah," she said with a smile as the tears fell. The other Straw Hat smiled as well, while the villagers started to let everything they've just seen sink in. "He won. He won. We won. Big Bro won. Arlong Park has fallen," someone yelled out. Soon the whole village cried out in joy as they cheered. Finally, after 8 long years, they were all finally free. "Isn't that great, sis?" Sanji asked as he tried to hug Nezuko, but missed when she hugged Genzo. "Am I dreaming? To think this day has finally come," Genzo said as the villagers started tossing Luffy into the air, too happy to be free. "You did it, Luffy. You deserve the praise," Usopp shouted out. "But if wanna share some of it, I'd be glad." "Geez," Sanji said as he watched everyone. "Next time, be quicker about it." The cheering stopped for a second when everyone slipped and Luffy hit the ground. The good mood came back when Luffy started laughing, with everyone laughing as well. "Huh?" Luffy said as he felt his straw hat being placed on his head. He looked back to see Nami smiling at him. Both stood up and gave each other a high five. Everyone cheered and danced where they were. "That's enough celebrating," came a voice. Everyone looked to see Captain Nezumi and a few dozen marines behind him aiming their guns at everyone. Everyone glared as Nezumi laughed. Kai. I saw the whole thing. Never did I think that a bunch of no-name pirates would defeat Arlong. But this is good news. All the money of Arlong Park now belongs to me." He then pointed at Nami. "And also, there's still the deal with your thievery." Everyone looked ready to kill Nezumi when he said that. "Everyone, drop your weapons. I, Captain Nezumi of the Marines, will be taking the credit for everything here," he said before he started screaming in terror. "It's not nice to be a wet blanket when everyone's having fun," Zoro said with a grin as he had Nezumi's head in his hand. "I'm a captain in the Marines." Nezumi mumbled in pain as he and all his Marines were tied up, bleeding, broken, and crying with all the Straw Hat men standing behind them. "Lay one finger on me. See what happens." Nami then came over with her staff in hand. "This is for trying to take my money," she said before she smacked him with her staff. Nezumi flew across the water before sinking. "Nice shot, sis," Nezuko said. "He deserves 1,000 more beatings," Genzo said as Nezumi came back up to breathe. Nami walked over to him and started pulling the whiskers on his face. "Listen very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once," she said in a calm voice. "Okay. I'm listening," Nezumi squeaked out. "The money in Arlong Park belongs to the villagers," she said. "And you're not to touch the money in my mother's tangerine grove. You are going to clean up this mess and take care of Arlong and his men though. Right. I understand. Nezumi said. Good. Now get off our island. She shouted as she let his whiskers go. He swam off a bit before turning around. You'll pay for this. You there. The one with the straw hat. You said your name is Monkey D. Luffy. Correct? That's right. Luffy said. You'll get what's coming to you, mark my words. Nezumi shouted before he swam away. As Luffy and his crew started talking, Genzo spoke up. What are you all waiting for? He shouted. We can't keep this to ourselves. Spread the word to the whole island. Arlong Park is no more. Yeah. They all shouted before they took off to share the good news with everyone. The party was in full swing. Dancing, singing, music, and everyone smiling and laughing their hearts out. Everyone was happy, despite the painful screams coming from the doctor's clinic. Umbus. The doctor said as he held Zoro down. Jin was sitting on a different bed with a few bandages while the doctor was trying to stitch up Zoro's wound. Why were you moving around with a wood like this? Don't you morons have a doctor on your ship? The doctor, huh? Luffy said as he popped up in the window. Good idea. But a musician first. Why? Zoro grunted. Pirates love to sing, of course. Luffy said before turning to Sanji. What were you eating before? Ham melon. It should be in the party somewhere. Sanji said. Alright. Luffy said as he raced off with food in his hands. Sanji then went to charm some ladies while Usopp started telling stories about his brave fight against the fishmen. This is one crazy crew. Jin said with a grin. You get used to it, OWWW. Zoro yelled. Quit moving. Yelled the doctor. It was the third day since Arlong's defeat, yet everyone was still partying like there was no tomorrow. Usopp, Jin, Zoro, and Sanji were all enjoying the party as Johnny and Yasaku danced around. Back at the cliff, Genzo was standing before Bellamir's grave as he poured a bottle of sake onto it. We're finally free. He said. Your daughters have grown into fine young women, Bellamir. The grave? Luffy asked, startling Genzo. Someone died. Oh. It's you, boy. He said. Yes. Many years ago. I see. I give you my kondo. Luffy said, trying to remember the words. Condolences. Genzo said. Right. Luffy said. Listen, boy. Genzo said as Luffy was about to leave. Nami's joining you on your crew. That much I know. It's dangerous out there, but it's her choice. However, if any of you do anything to take away her smile, I'll kill you. He said in a low tone. We won't take her smile away. Luffy said. You sure? Genzo said as he turned and glared at Luffy. I'm sure. Luffy said with a smile. He then walked off while Genzo stayed with the grave, remembering what he, Nami, and Najiko spoke about earlier there. Where is Nami anyway? Luffy asked himself before he used his haki. Found her. He said before disappearing. It's finally over, Bellamir. Nami said to herself as she sat in her empty house. After 8 years, everyone's finally smiling again. She came here earlier for her mother's advice and to show her mother her new tattoo of a pinwheel with a tangerine on it. I just wish you were here. She said as a tear fell from her eye. Suddenly, a knocking at the door brought her out of thoughts. Nami? Are you in there? Came Luffy's voice. Yeah. Come in. She said. Luffy slowly walked in with a chunk of meat hanging from his mouth as he smiled. Hey Nami. What are you doing here? Not enjoying the party? He asked. Nah. I came here to think. She said. Oh. He said before finishing off the food he had. Want me to leave? No. Actually, I'm glad you came. I wanted to talk to you. She said. Luffy smiled as he closed the door and sat down next to her. About what? He said. That scar that you have. She said as she pointed at his chest. What happened? Luffy froze as a grim look came over his face. He looked down at his chest with a sigh. It's well, Luffy said. Hard to talk about? She asked. Yeah. Never mind then. She said. Is that all you wanted to talk about? He asked as he stood up. No, there's something else. She said as she also stood up. Really? Like he said before Nami's lips pressed against his. Luffy's eyes shot open as his heart started racing. He stood there for a second before he slowly pulled her into a warm embrace before closing his eyes. After a moment, she pulled away with a smile. I've wanted to do that the moment you said you'd defeat Arlong. She said. Luffy couldn't hide the blush coming to his face as he held Nami close to him. Really? Luffy asked as he felt his insides warm up. She nodded with a smile before he leaned over and kissed her back. Nami closed her eyes as they both held each other. Luffy felt something burn inside him as his mind seemed to slowly stop functioning. He felt Nami's tongue against his lips, asking for entrance. He didn't know what was happening, but everything felt right as he opened his mouth. He felt her tongue touch his tongue before they started to battle for dominance. It took some doing, but he eventually won as his tongue now explored every last bit of her mouth. They broke away for air as they looked into each other's eyes, both panting before a smile tugged at both of their lips. Nami's smile however showed that she knew something. "What? Don't think I didn't notice you eyeing me, Luffy," she said. Luffy's eyes widened a bit before he sighed in defeat. "Was it wrong to do that?" he asked. Nami couldn't help but laugh. "No, you idiot," she said as took his hand. "This way," she said as he pulled him to her old bedroom. It had 2 small beds, a table, some drawings of maps, and a few toys. "Nice bedroom," Luffy said as he looked around. Most wouldn't be impressed, but seeing as he grew up with mountain bandits, Luffy's views were different. "It's nothing," she said as she closed the door behind them. She then walked over and sat on her bed before she gazed at Luffy. "Sit," she said with a smile. Luffy slowly walked over as whatever gears there were in his head slowly began to turn. He sat down next to her before he kicked his sandals off. He felt his heart beat faster when Nami leaned over and kissed him again, which soon turned into a passionate kiss as they embraced each other. Their tongues danced as they slowly laid onto the bed, with Nami over Luffy. Luffy placed his hat onto the nearby table before holding Nami again. They stopped for air while Nami began to unbutton Luffy's vest. "Nami," Luffy said as he looked up at her. "What are you?" "SHH," she said as she placed a finger on his lips. "You'll see." She then began to undo the buttons again. After she was done, she slipped his vest off before dropping it off the side of the bed. She stared down at him, examining his body with a smile. "What?" Luffy asked as he looked up at her with a slight blush. She only shook her head. "Nothing," she said before she looked back at him. "It's just that you look so scrawny, yet you're strong enough to beat Arlong so easily," she said as she glided her fingertips over his chest. Luffy shuddered from the touch as his eyes closed, which caused a small smile to grace Nami's lips. "Like it?" "Yeah," he said in a quiet whisper, not realizing where his hand was going. "Luffy?" Nami said as she stopped her hands. Luffy opened his eyes to see Nami's eye shadowed by her bangs. He looked a little confused before she spoke up. "Your hand." Luffy then looked at his right hand, which was on her hip. "What's wrong with it?" he asked. "Your other hand," she said. "My other hand," he said before his eyes opened further, now seeing that his left hand was on her butt. "Oh Luffy said as he looked back at Nami, slowly not liking the silence as he started to sweat before he took his hands away from her. "Oops," he said, hoping she wouldn't beat him until he was a bloody mess. He stared up in fear before Nami smiled. "Tonight," she said. "Huh?" Luffy asked, now truly baffled that she wasn't killing him. She looked at him, still smiling with a small blush on her face. "Just for tonight, it's okay," she said. It took a moment for her words to sink in before he slowly placed his hand back on her ass, which caused her to moan and blush even more. Luffy blushed as well as he slowly placed his other hand on her ass. "It's soft, Nami," he said as he looked back up at her, a smile on his face. Nami giggled at that before she moaned loudly when he gave her butt a tiny squeeze. "Did I hurt you?" he asked, not knowing if it was good or bad to do that, despite liking the noise she made. "No," she said before she sat back up on top of him. "But if you thought that was soft," she said as she slowly lifted her shirt up. "Then these will be much softer." She then pulled her shirt all the way off, revealing a white bra underneath as she dropped her shirt next to the bed. "Go ahead," she said. Luffy blushed as he slowly reached up to her breasts, but stopped just before touching them. Nami said as she looked at him. "You're not gonna charge me a ridiculous amount of money, are you?" Luffy asked, earning him a hard slap to the face. "Ow. Only if you ask that again," Nami said, annoyed that he asked something like that. She sighed before calming down as Luffy rubbed his cheek, then brought his hand up to her breasts. He gently placed his hand on her left breast, earning another moan from Nami. He blushed immensely as his hand cupped her breast before moving it around in tiny circles, causing Nami to moan shudder. "They are softer," he said as he brought his other hand up, cupping both breasts. Nami closed her eyes as she held her back as Luffy continued to fondle her breasts. He then gave them a light squeeze, earning a cry of pleasure from Nami. He smiled before he removed his hands and sat up. "Luffy? What are why whoa?" Nami said before Luffy grabbed her and spun them both around so that she was lying down on the bed. He smiled down at her with his usual shushy laugh before he grabbed her boobs again. Nami blushed again before grabbing Luffy's hands. "Hold on," she said before she sat up a bit and reached behind her back. Luffy looked with a blank stare as he heard something snap behind her. His eyes widened when her bra fell off, leaving him with a full view of her boobs. She smiled as she placed her bra next to her shirt. "That's better." "Wow," Luffy said, unable to look away as his hands cupped her breasts once again. This time though, the feeling of direct skin sent both of their senses into overdrive. His hand slowly squeezed as the silky feeling of her breasts enticed him to no end, while Nami swore she felt an electric current running through her. Without thinking, he brought his head closer before he had the lower half of his face sinking into her cleavage. He looked up into her eyes before they both smiled. "Humphy?" she asked as she put her arms around head, making him sink a bit further. "Very," Luffy said before he pulled his head up a bit. He looked at her breasts before a smile came to his lips. "What are you, Kaya?" she said as Luffy flicked one of her nipples with his tongue. She moaned in pleasure as he kept licking her nipple before taking it into his mouth. Nami cried out in pleasure as Luffy licked, sucked, and gently bit her nipple before removing his lips, only to do the same to her other breast. "Luffy, that's driving me crazy," she said as she tried to catch her breath. He sat back up with a smile until his eyes caught something. "Hey, your tattoo is different," Luffy said as he saw Nami's new tattoo. "Yeah," she said through her heavy breathing. "I had it changed. You like it?" "Yeah," he said as he brought his hand up to it to gently trace it with his fingers. "It's 1,000 times better than that Arlong one." He bent down and kissed her again as his hands went back to her breasts, smiling as her tongue was feeling around inside his mouth this time. She pulled back with a smile, confusing Luffy. "What?" "Someone's excited," she said, looking down at Luffy's shorts. He looked down as well to notice the bulge in his shorts. "Huh, that's new," he thought as Nami gently pushed him off of her. She sat up and reached down to Luffy's shorts. "What are you doing, Nami?" he asked. "Heading to the fun part," she said without even looking at him. She slowly undid his shorts before sliding them off, but suddenly stopped when she saw his erect member. "That's why," she said, unable to understand how he could be so big. Luffy looked to see his penis had grown to 9 inches. "It grew," Luffy said, equally surprised, but for different reasons. "Until now, that part of him never grew. Wonder why," he said as Nami was getting over her shock a bit as a smile came to her lips. "Close your eyes," she said. "Huh? Just do it and don't open them. It's a surprise," she said, giving him no chance to argue. Luffy laid back down and closed his eyes, not know what Nami was planning. He got his answer though when he felt something touch the tip and he gripped the bed sheets. "What was that?" he asked mentally. He wanted to open his eyes, but kept them closed out of fear of what Nami might do. Then, he felt something completely cover his tip of his penis. He then felt Nami slowly took his member into her mouth, keeping herself from gagging. She then began to bob her head up and down while making slurping sounds. It was driving Luffy insane as his mind tried to wrap around what was happening. It was a lost cause as he felt his mind slip at how amazing it felt. He felt her go faster before he felt something strange well up inside him. "Nami. I feel something coming," he managed to say. Nami only went faster before Luffy lost it completely and felt something come out of his member and into her mouth. He laid there as Nami drank whatever it was until it stopped. He couldn't describe how amazing that felt as Nami slowly removed him from her mouth. "You can open your eyes now, Luffy," Nami said. Luffy slowly opened his eyes, clearly still in a daze. "That was incredible," he said in a daze. Nami gave him a sexy grin. "Glad you liked it," she said before she began to remove her skirt. "My turn." "Huh?" Luffy asked as Nami slid off her skirt and panties before laying next to Luffy. "You'll figure it out," she said as she lay before him completely naked. Luffy blushed as he stared at her from head to toe, stopping at her womanhood. "Oh," Luffy said, his instincts kicking in before he moved his head between her legs. "Like this?" "Yes," Nami said as moved her legs apart for him to see. Luffy looked to see it glistening as he reached up and traced his finger around her sex, earning a pleasured moan from Nami before sticking his finger inside. "Ah." Nami cried out in pleasure as Luffy looked at his coated finger. Being Luffy, he licked the substance, instantly finding it tasty before he leaned down and licked Nami. "Luffy?" Nami moaned as Luffy pressed his lips against her pussy as he began to eat her out. She bit her thumb to keep from screaming out as Luffy's tongue kept going in and out. She closed her legs around Luffy's head as she felt heat build up inside her. "Luffy, I'm going to Nami said as she arched her back. Juices began to flow out of her while Luffy did his best to get every drop. After she was done, Luffy lapped up what was left before looking up at Nami. Nami looked back at him with a smile. "You taste great, Nami," Luffy said with a blush and a grin. Nami's face went red as she tried to catch her breath. "Luffy?" Nami said as she looked him straight in the eye. "Take me." "Take you?" Luffy said. "You put that into here," Nami said as she pointed at his penis and her vagina. Luffy looked down at his hardening member before getting the idea. "Oh," he said as he spread her legs apart. He fully removed his shorts as he got into position before Nami held a finger up. "Wait a moment," she said, gaining his attention. Remember that strange feeling you had earlier? You mean when your mouth was? Yes. That one. She said. Before that happens again, no matter what, pull out. Okay. Luffy said as he looked back down. He slowly placed the tip into her, earning a moan before he went further until he felt a barrier inside her. It stopped. You push through. Nami said as she braced herself. Luffy slowly kept going until he broke through, making Nami wince a little as blood started to slowly trickle out of her. Nami? Luffy said in worry. It's okay, Luffy. Nami said as she gave him a calm smile. That's supposed to happen on the first time. Luffy still looked worried, thinking that he'd hurt her, but slowly kept pushing through. Soon, all of him was inside her. It feels weird, but amazing. He said. He slowly pulled out before going back in, earning a pleasured yelp from Nami. Keep going just like that. Nami said. Luffy smiled before he slowly got an even rhythm going, sending both of them into a state of pure bliss. Luffy looked down at Nami as a sheen of sweat formed on her skin, which glistened in the moonlight from the window. Nami couldn't stop the moans from escaping her as Luffy sped up a little. You're tight in there, Nami. Luffy said as he kept drilling Nami. His heart was beating so fast, he felt like he entered second gear. Faster, Luffy. Nami moaned. Luffy did so, causing her to scream in pleasure. He kept pounding her until that feeling returned. Nami, I feel it again. Remember to pull out before it happens. Nami yelled as she felt another orgasm coming as well. Luffy kept going until he hit a certain spot, sending Nami over the edge as she screamed out Luffy's name. Luffy felt the walls close around him before he pulled out as his coom shot out of him, landing on Nami's belly. Both then collapsed from exhaustion as they laid there for a while trying to catch their breaths. Finally, Luffy sat up and looked at Nami, who was smiling up at him. Whatever that was incredible. Luffy said. What did we just do, Nami? Nami just looked at him before she sighed. Looks like no one has ever told you about sex. Nami said as she sat up. Sex? Yes. She said as she looked at his confused face before sighing again. I guess I'll have to explain, won't I? Yeah, because I don't understand. Luffy said. Nami giggled before she began to explain, neither of them noticing a purple-haired figure moving away from the window. Back at the party, everyone was enjoying themselves with their freedom. Sanji was wooing some ladies before he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong with you, brother Cook? Yusaku asked with chopsticks up his nose. I don't know why, but I have this sudden urge to kill that shithead of a captain of mine. He said as he bit down on his cigarette. Thanks for watching, that is all for today. If you hear this, comment and thank you.